Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Bone Manipulation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku, wake up. We're here. The gentle words of his mother, as well as the light shaking of his shoulder, roused the young boy from his sleep. A sleep which grew less and less pleasant as the days went by, each bone-chilling event playing on loop in his mind every time he closed his eyes. It always started out the same, seeing the doctor slouching in the chair before him as he told the 4-year-old boy that he would never get a quirk. Then it would move to him sitting there at preschool, with all of the other students around him keeping their distance as if just being near him would take away their quirks. But he could still hear their words. Things like quirkless and freak were whispered by not only the other children, but the adults as well. He would sit there for what seemed like hours as their words would just echo on, their bodies becoming nothing more than silhouettes with their eyes glowing white. Then, at the end, he was back in that playground trying to stand up for another student only to get beaten up and left on the ground. And then, after that, if he hadn't woken up, the dream would simply repeat. It was as if his mind wanted to rub his face in his own shame. The shame of being born quirkless, of being a nothing. Of course, if he did wake up, it would be reality that would be rubbing his face in his own uselessness. But this time, when he opened his eyes, he found that he was no longer in his room. No, he was in the back of a van strapped into a child safety seat. Slowly he looked around, spotting his mother struggling to talk to a man in a language he didn't know, while the man, who sat up front, had the same annoyed smile on his face that the people who ran the preschool often wore when they had to deal with him. After a few minutes, Izuku was freed from the chair and was helped out of the van. Once outside, the 4-year-old winced. It had surprised him since, back home, it hadn't been this hot outside and the van had been fairly cool. But now that he was outside, the sun's light somehow seemed brighter than normal while making his skin feel like it was burning slightly. He almost wanted to head back into the van, but the slamming of the door behind him quickly dashed that idea. As his eyes began to adjust, Izuku found himself on the sidewalk staring up at a large yard. The grass almost seemed to glisten and the boy could smell the scent of water in the air, telling him that sprinklers had been on not too long ago. The yard was large too, Izuku thinking how easily he could run around it and play all sorts of games with his friends. Well, if he still had any, that was. As for the house, it was something that Izuku wasn't used to seeing. It was a long house whose walls looked like they were made of a yellow stone and several brick archways on the porch. And on top of the archway where the front door was located, the green-haired boy could see that someone had mounted a pair of horns there. A moment later, Izuku felt his mother taking hold of his hand. He looked up to her, finding that she looked just as nervous as he was. Perhaps more. But then he watched as she took a deep breath before looking down at him, a smile appearing on her face. Without a word, Inko led her son towards the front doors of the house where, upon reaching it, she knocked, all the while never letting go of Izuku's tiny hand. When the door opened, all of Izuku's worries and nightmares seemed to leave him as his eyes began to sparkle at the sight before him. Standing at his eye level was a small girl he assumed was his own age, hiding behind the backwardly bent legs of the woman standing between them. Rather than looking up at said woman, Izuku took in the sight of the young girl's twin horns which sprouted out of her blonde hair, which was tied in short pigtails. The boy also thought she looked very kind when he compared to those from his class, especially with those large blue eyes which matched the short dress she was wearing. Izuku also noticed that her legs also seemed to bend backwards as well, and, instead of feet, she had hooves. "Oh, you must be Hisashi's wife," came a voice from above, causing Izuku to jump a little. He had been so caught up with the girl that he had failed to look up at all. Slowly he looked up, his eyes staring at the hooves that the older woman had before trailing up her blue jeans and white top. When he got to her face, he saw that the older woman also had blonde hair, though it was much longer, done in heavy braids and resting on her shoulder. Her eyes were blue, but a darker shade while not being as big. But as Izuku took in the girl's appearance, he couldn't help but notice that this woman had a single horn sticking out of her forehead. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized he had seen this large, spiral-shaped horn before, thanks to a video link his father had sent him of a hero he claimed to know. Izuku's excitement almost exploded within his body as he realized he was meeting the American pro-hero, Unicorn. He couldn't believe it. Not even his friend Kaken had met a real-live pro-hero face-to-face like this before. And she was a pretty cool one as well from what he had seen. Her quirk, horn drill, basically meant her horn could spin like a drill powerful enough to go right through the door of a bank vault. Not only that, it could be launched like a missile. Izuku's eyes widened as he wanted to ask her so many questions about her quirk. How tough was her horn? Could it drill through anything? After launching it, did she have to retrieve her horn or did she have to wait and grow a new one? Could she control her horn as it flew through the air? "I'm Carol Tsunatori," said Unicorn, her words bringing Izuku back into the moment as he realized something else. She was speaking Japanese. It was slower than normal and a few of the words sounded off, but he could understand what she was saying. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Your husband just loves bragging about the two of you." "Thank you," said Inko, her grip on Izuku's hand relaxing slightly. The younger Midoriya then looked up to his mother to see that she seemed calmer, more like her normal self. "Hisashi has talked about you as well. I'm Inko and this is my son Izuku. Thank you for inviting us." When she finished saying this, Inko bowed her head slightly with Izuku following suit. Unicorn, however, just waved it off as she stepped aside. "Oh, it's no trouble at all," she said as she gestured for them to enter. "That cheap apartment of Hisashi's is just no good for you to stay in. We've been telling him for years he should at least try to find something better, but you know how stubborn that man can be." Izuku blinked as he heard his mother giggle slightly as the door closed behind them, the first time he had heard her do that since the trip to the quirk doctor. "I think being stubborn is just hardwired into that man." She then looked down at Izuku. "But it's always been his most endearing trait. It's how he was able to get Izuku into this experiment on such short notice." Izuku felt lost as the two adults continued to talk for a moment as most of the words they used just went over his head. And when he glanced at the girl still hiding behind her mother, he could tell that she was just as lost as he was. Still he did his best to smile at her and, much to his own joy, she smiled warmly back at him. She then said something, using words he didn't know but he didn't mind. Izuku had been told that he would be staying here with them for a week, maybe two, so maybe he could learn what they meant in the meantime. And she seemed very nice, so perhaps he could make a new friend who wouldn't pick on him because he was quirkless. Hisashi fidgeted, his hands running over the other in what felt like an endless loop as he stared out a window overlooking a separate room. He had felt so sure about this, moving heaven and earth so that his son could be part of his company's biggest project to date. That assurance had only increased yesterday when he had gone to the household of the Tsunatoris a few hours after his family had arrived in the UA, just barely making it in time for dinner. When he had first seen Izuku walking to the table with his friend's daughter, Pony, his son's eyes seemed to lack the spark they held in many of the pictures Inko had sent him over the years. But that sparkle of joy seemed to return tenfold when Hisashi told him that, if everything went according to plan, he would have a quirk of his very own. Both the light in his son's eyes and the barbecue-covered smile adoring his son's face was enough for the man to know that he had made the right choice. But now, seeing it in action, he was beginning to have second thoughts. Then again, how could he not when the sight before him looked like something straight out of a horror movie? The room was filled with a 10 by 10 grid of child-sized rectangular tanks, each one of them full of a green liquid, as well as a child in each one. All of these children had their eyes closed, breathing masks strapped to their mouths while several tubes were connected to their arms and legs as they pumped various colored liquids into the systems of each of the floating children. And one of those children was his son, Izuku. More than once, Hisashi had looked down at his son who floated there with the rest while various technicians and doctors moved between the spacious rows, all of them carrying tablets of some kind as they checked on either the equipment or the status of the volunteers. Honestly, you would have to be pretty messed up in Hisashi's opinion not to be freaked out by seeing all this. He was just glad Inko wasn't here to see this herself. Still, this was all for Izuku's sake, all thanks to the dream project of his company and the United States government. Since the beginning of the Hero Society, this country had lost a good number of heroes. To be honest, that was something that all nations shared. But with the crime rate in the United States being one of the highest in the world, so too was the death rate of those heroes. and, by extension, their quirks also died along with them, as so many were unable to pass on their quirks to their offspring before their untimely demise. To combat this issue, the US government contracted with several companies in the hopes of either helping to produce more powerful quirks or finding a way to resurrect the quirks. Thus, Project Quirk Rebirth, a horrible name in his opinion, began. Hisashi had a good understanding of Project Quirk Rebirth. For decades, his company had been studying the genetics of quirks with the assistance of samples that the U.S. government had provided them with. Once they understood what they were working with, the issue became trying to find a way to graft the quirks onto another. Currently, Hayashi was looking at their most recent attempt. It had been decided that after the company's last failed attempts that younger bodies that were still developing might be better suited. As such, all of the children below were between the ages of 4 and 6, as it was believed that that would be the ideal age group, as it was then that children started to develop their quirks. Everything that these children were now going through was designed so that they would not only gain access to these quirks, but also altering their bodies so that they would be able to handle them as well. Hisashi's gaze narrowed slightly as he saw a few doctors beginning to merge to where Izuku was. By the time there were 10 of them, all huddled around and exchanging data with each other, that narrowed gaze turned into panic for his son. Was there something wrong? Unlike all the other children, who came from powerful hero families who hoped that this process would either give them 2 quirks or combine the quirks into something more powerful, Izuku was the only quirkless child down there. Was his body just not strong enough to handle the process? Mr. Midoriya, came a voice off to the side. Hisashi looked over, seeing a doctor running towards him with a tablet held firmly in his hands. At first, the father's heart sank as he began to fear the worst. Yet, when he saw the doctor smile, that worry was set into a limbo of confusion. "Weiss," was all the father could say, speaking in English as the doctor skidded to a halt. "We have wonderful news, the procedure with your son was a complete success," exclaimed the doctor, eyes brimming with pride and accomplishment. "We're already starting to see quirk levels within him rising and that his body is handling the changes without a hitch." "You mean, my son isn't quirkless anymore?" breathed Hisashi, his lips beginning to form a smile as tears threatened to appear. Could it be true? Would his son be able to have a normal life like every other child out there? Not being teased or made to feel like a lesser human being due to his lack of a quirk? "That's right," beamed the doctor. "Now, we're going to need to watch over him for the next week while he's in the country to see if this holds up. And he's going to need to get a yearly evaluation for the next several years to see if there are any long-term side effects. But, if all goes well, he will be able to live a long and healthy life like any other dash." The doctor's words were cut off by a sound that chilled both men's hearts on the spot. Red lights flashed as a buzzer sounded over and over, causing the doctor to run off without another word. At the same time, Hisashi looked back towards the window to see what was happening, hoping beyond hope that his boy was all right. And he thanked every deity that had ever existed when he saw that his son's condition looked unchanged. If only the same thing could be said about all the others. Nearly all of them were thrashing in their tanks as the doctors rushed over to see them. Many of their quirks were going off, endangering those around them in numerous ways, that the nightmarish stillness that was the constant of the room prior became more violent in nature. Fire erupted from one of the tanks while another child became disfigured, his body twisting around itself as skin and bone broke. Another child's body looked like it had become diamond before sinking to the bottom of the tank, while another just exploded, sending body parts all over the place. Chaos reigned supreme, with the man unable to take off the events happening before him until it was all over and his son was the last child left alive. The rest of the week had been a blur for the young Izuku Midoriya. He couldn't remember much about the time when the doctors had put him to sleep, or anything for that matter, until he woke up the next day in the Tsunatori household. But since that morning, he was taken to a hospital every morning and would not be allowed to leave until well into the night. Each day, they ran test after test, as they did things like taking his blood or putting him into very large machines that made noises that sounded scary to the child. Throughout all of this, his mother had been by his side, looking like she was about ready to cry at any given moment. What had happened to make her so upset? All she would ever say was that he was too young to understand. Not even his father, who was also there and did most of the talking to the doctors, would tell him. What Izuku did know was that he now, finally, had a quirk of his own. Said quirk had shown itself in the doctor's office the day after they had put him to sleep. He could still recall how frightened he had been when it had appeared, before excitement overtook him. Sure, his quirk wasn't lifting things with his mind like what his mother could do or breathing fire like his dad. Actually, what he had wasn't all that flashy right now like many of the other quirks he knew about. But it didn't matter because now he had a quirk. One that he hoped would make him a hero like All Might. Someone who could save the day with a smile on his face. This was practically confirmed by the doctors who explained to him about his quirk. They had, with help from his mother, explained to the boy about who the quirk had originally belonged to, how it worked and how the fallen hero had used it to save people while fighting villains. And what they told the boy blew his mind apart. The sheer number of ways the original hero who had this quirk used it, the power behind it, tickled the boy's imagination. Yet, at the same time, he was a bit scared. His quirk was powerful and, well, could hurt someone very easily if he wasn't careful. Something the doctors stressed more than once. But while getting his quirk should have been the happiest moment of his life, something else happened that he treasured just as much. That something just so happened to be his growing friendship with the girl named Pony Tsunatori. Simply put, it was nice to have a real friend again. One who didn't fire small explosions in your face or scream at the top of his lungs when angered. From the time he got back to the house till when he finally fell asleep, he and the blonde girl would play. And despite them not knowing the other's language, that never proved to be a real issue. Instead they used simple gestures to say things they wanted to do. It was just a simple joy in life that Izuku had missed. One that he now had to leave behind now that the week was over. So here he was, standing in the doorway hugging Pony who hugged him right back. As they did this, the dads present were helping to load up the van that would take them to the airport while the moms just spoke their own goodbyes while commenting on how adorable the pair looked. While it was still hot outside, Izuku just stood there with his arms wrapped around the girl and savored the feeling of her doing the same. A part of him wished he knew the words in her own language to tell her just how much he would miss her. How he hoped that they would remain friends even when they were far apart. But something inside of him told the boy that she understood. And that same something told him that she probably felt the same. As he was gently pulled away from the girl, Izuku made himself a promise. He had been told by his father, who was coming back with them to Japan, that they would be returning every year for a special checkup. With that knowledge, Izuku vowed to himself that he would learn enough English so that next time he could say goodbye to her properly, as well as telling her he'd see her again. The morning is here. The morning is here. The morning is dash. The alarm caused by the All Might alarm clock situated on the nightstand next to Izuku's bed was swiftly silenced as its owner's hand flew over and behind it to press the off button, all while never once opening his eyes. It was only after several seconds of pure silence that a pair of green eyes opened to greet the light orange glow of the morning sun that was just now beginning to fill his room. With a small yawn, Izuku pushed the All Might covers off of his body before getting up. A tiny shiver ran through the boy's body as his feet made contact with the hardwood floor of his bedroom, a stark contrast to the warmth his bed had provided as he wiped away the sleep from his eyes. Soon Izuku stood straight up, beginning his morning ritual of stretching until he heard both his back and neck make a cracking noise. A soft, pleasurable noise escaped him as Izuku felt a nice tingle running throughout his body caused by this action. Now fully awake, Izuku walked across the room towards his closet on the opposite side of the room. As he did so, his eyes shot over to his deck hutch which was flanked on either side by his rarest All Might posters. Overall it was a fairly standard desk, with the upper area being used as a bookshelf holding his various study aids for school as well as a number of his hero notebooks. Below that, sitting in the middle of the desk, was a desktop computer with a camera attached right above the screen. Izuku looked at both of them carefully before relaxing that he hadn't left them on. The last thing he wanted was for his foreign friend to get another eye full of himself getting changed. As Izuku began to undress, his attention was constantly returning towards the desk. Or, rather, the bulletin board behind the computer. Hanging from it were some of his favorite pictures he had collected over the last 10 or so years, each one framed at different spots where they would never be obscured. The one that started this trend was positioned at the top corner. It was a simple picture, showing an almost 5-year-old Midoriya standing between his parents, all of them smiling as they stood in front of their new house. Looking at it, Izuku recalled how his parents had decided that the apartment had been too small as well as just wanting a fresh start now that they were all together. Thus they had bought a large, 2-story house in a more rural area thanks in part to a non-disclosure settlement. Though, if he recalled correctly, it might have also had something to do with making sure to get Izuku away from a certain bully who lived nearby. Hanging next to that one was another picture, this one showing a young Izuku standing rigidly and looking scared out of his mind while wearing a white GI. Standing in the picture next to him, wearing a matching GI, was a man with an almost square-like head with short salt and peppered hair along with a matching thin mustache. This man, who preferred to go by his former hero name Secret Slash, stared forward with his small, narrowed eyes while his entire being oozed intimidation. The rest of the pictures, save for one, had been taken overseas during Izuku's trips to the Tsunotori household. A soft chuckle escaped Izuku as he saw one of the pictures of his first return to that house, the younger Izuku looking scared out of his mind while looking like he was talking to Pony who looked confused by what he was saying. He recalled that he had been trying to talk to her, using the lessons he had learned over the past year, and made a mess of himself. He had mispronounced several of the words, using them in the wrong order, and said a word or two that he thought sounded right but clearly wasn't. Thankfully, Mrs. Tsunotori had been the one taking the picture and was able to clear up any misunderstanding. Besides, Pony hadn't been any better. Following that picture, many of the rest were fairly innocent. Just images of them playing together, returning from the All Might movie, going to the Texas Hero Hall of Fame, and so on. But some of the more recent images just reminded Izuku of how much the two had grown up. In particular, one picture of them taken last year, when they had visited a water park. The two of them stood there, side by side with the sparkling pool in the backdrop. Izuku, wearing lime green trunks, was grinning as his matted hair clung to his head while the moisture of the pool water glistened off his well-defined chest and abs. As for Pony, dressed in a blue bikini, she was all smiles as well as her own long blonde hair was matted against her as well with water running down her horns and long legs. Izuku had wrapped an arm around her bare waist, bringing the two close enough for their bodies to be pressed against each other. The girl who had taken it had laughed afterwards, telling Pony she should show this to the guys who kept asking her out as proof that she already had a stud of a boyfriend. Izuku blushed at the memory as he tore his gaze away to look at the most recent photo. This one had been taken a few weeks when Pony had come to Japan in order to take the entrance exam at UA. Naturally, she had stayed at the Midoriya household during her week-long stay. In particular, the room right next to Izuku's. The picture showed the girl standing there in the doorway, waving as she wore an over-the-shoulder red, white, and blue crop top that showed off her stomach as well as long jeans. It wasn't as revealing as the previous picture, but it held memories of the time she had stayed here in Japan. Once Izuku was fully dressed in his jogging suit, he moved over to his deck to start what had been his morning ritual for the last 8 years. He sat down in front of his PC before activating it, the device quickly lighting up. Once it was on, he clicked the appropriate windows to bring him into his morning video call, seeing that Pony was there waiting for him. "Morning Izuku," said the horned girl, her voice dripping with happiness as she spoke Japanese. Today she was wearing another crop top, the thin straps draping her bare shoulders while a tie-dye pattern covered her chest. From the way she was sitting, Izuku could just make out a little bit of her stomach. But what caught his attention was her eyes, which seemed to sparkle with an extra dose of happiness, and the way she moved her arms about told him she was fighting tooth and nail not to start spinning in her seat. "Good morning, Pony," said Izuku, though he knew that it was only morning for him. "I take it you got the results?" "Yes," she cried, no longer able to contain herself as both arms shot into the air. She then reached out of the sight of the camera to pull out a disc similar to the one Izuku had gotten in the mail. "I got in. 42 villain points and 12 rescue points. And that wasn't even the best part. All Might himself told me my score and welcomed me into the school. I can't believe it. I'm going to be living in Japan. I never doubted you," said Izuku honestly as he smiled at her before pausing to scratch his cheek. "Though, I wish I could have said the same thing about myself." All of Pony's cheerfulness vanished instantly as her hands went to her sides, her cheeks puffing slightly as a cute frown appeared on her face. "Don't give me that. I heard all about what happened in your group. You took down 3 3-points in a single attack like they were made of paper." At that, Izuku gave off a sheepish laugh. "Yeah, well, the only reason I was able to do that was because they were standing in a straight line," he admitted. He then let out a sigh. "Sure, I could destroy them no problem, but I was just worried that I wouldn't get enough points in time. My quirk really doesn't do anything for my speed, and finding ones that no one else had became a bit of a problem near the end." "I guess that makes sense," admitted Pony with a sigh, her head hanging slightly. But when she looked up, Pony made a move with her arms that made it look like she was about to slam them on her own desk while giving Izuku a fiery look. "But come on. You destroyed that giant zero-pointer all by yourself with that overpowered special move of yours. That alone should have earned you a spot in the hero course. It's a giant robot. How could any school see you destroying that thing in less than 4 seconds and say, nope, not good enough?" "To be honest, I wasn't thinking about the exam when I destroyed it," said Izuku. "I was more worried that it might hurt someone. Turns out I was right. If I had been a few seconds slower, that robot would have walked through a building where several students were in." As Izuku spoke, he fought back a shudder while his hands tightly gripped the armrests of his seat as he recalled how he had found this out. All Might, when presenting his scores, had decided to show him video footage of the exam when explaining how he had achieved his rescue point. The scene that Izuku witnessed was of at least a dozen examinees who had become trapped on the first floor of one of the mock office buildings. How they had gotten there wasn't shown, but the situation was clear. The stairway had been destroyed somehow while parts of the ceiling had caved in. What made the image truly haunting was the looks on their faces as each step the zero-pointer took seemed to shake the building. All 12 examinees worked as hard as they could, the exam all but forgotten about as they dug through the debris with clear fear and panic on their face. He recalled how one student even broke down, sobbing while slamming his fists into the ground. When it was over, the image of All Might had turned to look at Izuku to explain why he was showing him this. He had wanted to show him the panic people in danger face and, via his actions, had saved them. Had this been a real disaster and he had been a true pro-hero, those people would have been able to continue with their lives thanks to his efforts. How he should hold this image in his heart as he moved forward into the future. And finally, how All Might said he looked forward to helping shape the future of a true hero. "Well, I guess it didn't matter," said Pony, a small smile appearing on her face. "We both got in." At that, Izuku nodded. His score had been 76 points on the practical exam, 34 villain points with the remaining 42 being rescue. When he had gotten his score, Izuku had wondered how they had determined this since the max number of rescue points was 60. The best he could come up with was that he hadn't known for sure if anyone had been in those buildings. But as Pony said, it didn't matter. He was in. He was going to UA, his dream school ever since he had heard about its existence. The best hero school in the country. Maybe even the world. And the icing on the cake was that he was going to be living there with Pony. While UA wasn't purely a boarding school, it did have a single building to house students that either wanted to live on campus or lived too far away. Since Pony was traveling from America, it was pretty much a no-brainer that she had to stay there. As for Izuku, well, just getting to UA was a half-a-day trip by train. On a good day. Meaning if he wanted to go to UA, he would either have to stay in the dorm or have his parents help him get an apartment. And while he liked the idea of having a bit more independence, Izuku much preferred the idea of being in the same building as Pony. As Izuku was about to ask when Pony would be moving into the dorm, something primal within him began to stir while a fantasy began to play within his mind. Izuku suddenly found himself back in his bed with Pony standing in the doorway wearing nothing other than the blue bikini as well as a smoldering smile that made the primal thing within him purr. Without a word, she made her way to the bed without ever breaking her gaze from Izuku's. The teen trembled, not out of fear but of something else, as she was soon standing next to him. The Pony in his fantasy then leaned over, placing herself on the mattress next to him. The primal force purred even louder as Izuku could once again feel her skin pressing against his own as he found himself not in either his jogging suit or his swimming trunk, but his boxers. The feeling of her body pressed against his own, his hands running along her warm and soft skin while he breathed in her scent. He could recall it all, from every time they had touched, only now it was 1,000 times better. The room around them slightly changed, and something told him that this was now his dorm room, and that they were the only ones on this floor. Meaning they could. Izuku snapped out of the fantasy, causing the primal force within to let out a growl as it retreated within him. Silently he cursed himself for getting lost in another fantasy, ones that had become more common as of late. Especially after Pony had stayed at his home. And given the imagery, the frequency, and the one person who was in all of them, Izuku had a pretty good idea what his mind was telling him. That he liked Pony. More than a friend that he had known since the lowest point in his life, but as a woman. But was this love or simply lust? He had no idea. Izuku, came Pony's voice, snapping the green-haired teen out of his thought. He blinked, suddenly realizing that his friend was giving him a worried look. Izuku, are you okay? You kind of spaced out. Sorry, said Izuku, a slight blush on his face. Just, well, thinking about things. For a moment, he wanted to tell her how he felt. About how much he enjoyed waking up at this ungodly hour just to talk with her. To see her smiling at him and how it was 1,000,000 times better in person. To tell her all the things he had wanted to tell her when she had stayed at his place. But the more rational part of his mind warned against that. Soon she would be moving to Japan, starting a new school and moving into the dorms. There was no need to make any of that awkward for her. They had time. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Izuku smiled at Pony in a reassuring manner. I'll tell you about it later. Promise. Anyways, do you know when you're dash? Pony, it's time to, came a muffled voice of another girl speaking in English, the door opening causing both Izuku and Pony to jump a little in their seats. Izuku watched as Pony turned her head to look at who had entered her room and, a moment later, another face filled the screen. The new face had a sly look in her brown eyes as looked at Izuku before speaking in decent Japanese. Should have known she'd be chatting with you. So, how's it going, broccoli boy? Hello, Jazz, said Izuku, his heart rate returning to normal at the sight of one of Pony's friends. Jasmine St. Peters, or Jazz as she preferred to be called, was a friend of Pony's and a girl Izuku had known almost as long as the horned girl herself. With her red hair tied in a ponytail and her heavily freckled face, she looked cute, though Izuku privately maintained that Pony was the cuter of the two. Things are going great. Oh, before I forget, I heard your audition went well. You know it, said Jazz with a big smile on her face. Which is why we're going out tonight to celebrate on our parents' dime. Unlike both him and Pony, Jazz had no desire to be in the hero business. Instead, she wished to devote her life to dancing either on the stage or to open up her own studio. And she happened to have the perfect quirk to help her do it. Her quirk, Dancing Flames, allowed her to bring existing fire around her legs and manipulate it into various shapes as she moved. He had seen this quirk in action a few times while at the Tsunotori's, especially when they were having an outdoor barbecue. Well, don't forget to send me tickets for your big debut, said Izuku with a chuckle. Only if you promise to give me an autographed picture of your hero rookie card or whatever you have over there in Japan, said Jazz. That thing will be worth a freaking fortune when you become one of the top heroes in the world. Pony, Jazz, come on, we need to get going, came another voice from off the screen, again in English. Only this one was not familiar to Izuku. Before he could say anything, another girl entered the frame of the screen. Upon seeing her, Izuku couldn't help but think that, due to both her voice as well as her half-closed eyes, that she had a bit of an airheaded personality. Also, Izuku noticed that she had a thin tail that was the same color as her wavy, purple hair, ending with a heart-shaped spade at the end. Oh, who's this cutie? Asked the new girl as Pony and Jazz shot her annoyed looks. Before he could say anything, the girl's eyes widened for a moment before returning to their previous appearance. When she spoke next, the girl's voice came out almost like a purr while her tail wagged in the background. Isn't he the boy in the picture you were using to be Dash? Sarah, they both cried together, leaping over to the newly named girl to tackle her. Within moments, Pony had her arms around Sarah's stomach as she tried to pull her away while Jazz had her hands on the girl's mouth. Or, at least, was trying to as Sarah was thrashing about. What's the big deal? Demanded Sarah after pulling away Jazz's hand. It's not like he understands what I'm saying, Actually, began Izuku, speaking in English, I can? His words caused Sarah to freeze, her eyes wide as she looked at Izuku. I got to go. Bye Izuku, screamed Pony as she made a mad dash to her screen. A half a second later the feed went dead, leaving a somewhat confused Izuku alone in his room. Sir. You know, Izuku, I'm going to miss these morning spars once you leave, said Secret Slash as he delivered a roundhouse kick to the boy's head. The teen spotted this, leaning backwards far enough so that the blow sailed above him before fluidly righting himself. Izuku then moved to Secret Slash's side, launching his own kick which the older man blocked with his own. Rather than pull back, Izuku fired off another 3 kicks which the master blocked with the same amount of ease. The green-haired teen looked like he was about to do it again, as if he were preparing to kick his opponent's leg enough times until it broke, but came short so that he instead spun around while bringing himself in closer for an arm strike. Secret Slash saw this, leaning to the side to avoid the blow before countering with his own strike. The teen reacted by raising his own forearm to block, their legs flying through the air as soon as their upper limbs connected. The two of them had been going at this since Izuku had stepped into the dojo a half an hour after his chat with Pony had been cut short. Well, he did take a few minutes to change out of his jogging suit and into his GI, but that's beside the point. The two had been relentless in their bouts, going at it without ever taking a single break. They just continued to attack each other, spinning and weaving around in a circle as their movements flowed effortlessly from one to the other, dodging blows by leaning back with incredible flexibility or simply moving to the side with so much grace that it almost looked like they were dancing. And even though Izuku's GI was growing damp with sweat, his breathing was heavy, and was getting knocked down every single time, the teen would just get back to his feet ready to go again. What's more, the two had been at this for so long the empty, silent dojo that they had been in was starting to fill for the morning classes. Some of the people who were now milling into the dojo were students like Izuku, from either the local middle or high school. The rest were sidekicks, sent here by their respective heroes to get in additional training for hand-to-hand combat. Thank you, sensei, said Izuku, noticing out of the corner of his eyes that several of those who had already arrived were seated on either side of the dojo hall, watching master and pupil in great interest. And Izuku could see that Secret Slash had done the same. Looks like class is about to begin, said Secret Slash as he dropped out of his fighting stance. Normally, when he did this he would give Izuku a short bow, but instead he turned to get a nearby towel. As he began to dab his face with the towel, the older man continued. I do hope you will continue to put this level of dedication with your hero training once you get into UA. I expect you to put up even more of a challenge once you return from break. If not, I will be sorely disappointed. I promise, sensei, said Izuku, quickly bowing before the older man with so much speed and force that it looked like he might have fallen forward. And I'll make the most of the time I have left training with you. I would have been disappointed if you didn't, said Secret Slash with a nod, turning to look at the green-haired teen with a bit of a smile. But then again, there was never a doubt in my mind that you would continue your training under me for as long as possible. Then, the older man brought a hand to his chin while a look appeared on his face as if he were trying to recall something. Tell me, did your friend manage to get in as well? The foreigner with the blonde hair and horns? Izuku felt his face heat up as he recalled when he brought Pony with him to the dojo, wanting to show her where he had learned to fight so well with his quirk. Why yes. She made it in as well, he managed to say, earning a laugh from the older man. Well then that changes things a bit, said Secret Slash. Izuku, while I know you will not slack in your training, please be sure to make time for her as well. Give your relationship with her the same level of dedication as you do with your training. Izuku's face began to burn all the brighter as his sensei said that. And as he brought his hands up to wave off the comment, he could hear a few people snickering. I mean we're not yet, stammered Izuku, panicking at being called out on his feelings from his sensei out of the blue like this. Just how did he even know? I mean IP plan on it. Well, what I mean is that I would have thought someone like you would tell me to focus on my training in school. That I won't have time for those kinds of, distractions. Well now, said Secret Slash as he lowered his head again, a hand coming back up to his chin to stroke it over and over again. I can see why you would think that. To be completely honest, That was the mindset I had back in my old high school days. That I should devote every moment I was in school to my training, both with my quirk as well as my studies if I wanted to be the best hero. That everything else was merely a distraction. What a fool I was. Sensei? Asked Izuku, staring at the older man who slowly raised his head to look at him. Young man, take it from an old pro, do not waste the best years of your life, said Secret Slash as his eyes locked with Izuku's, the older man placing a hand on the younger's shoulder. Make as many memories as you can, both good and bad. Hang out with your classmates and friends beyond training to be a hero. Go out of your comfort zone and try new things, even if you wind up making a fool of yourself. Do not think that there will be time later because later might never come. More so for people like us. He then shook his head as he removed his grip from Izuku's shoulder. Just enjoy yourself for as long as you can. I'll do my best, Sensei, said Izuku as he took in the older man's words. I hope so, because I also expect to hear about everything you've been up to when you return, said Secret Slash, his serious and intimidating face returning in full force. And if the only things I hear about are training, I shall have to ingrain this lesson into you. Shaking in fear, Izuku nodded as his sensei passed him by, ready to begin the lesson for the rest of the class. Sure. Izuku sighed as he dropped his school bag on the floor next to his bed, walking towards his desk while unbuttoning the first couple of buttons on his black school uniform. The rest of the day had been long for the young Midoriya. Today's lesson with Secret Slash had been a bit more intense than normal as he had sanctioned the use of quirks during their one-on-one bouts as long as they didn't do anything too destructive. All of Izuku's opponents had been challenging in their own rights, like this one student from Izuku's school who could heat up his body's temperature so that it matched boiling water, or a girl who could control her hair to such a degree that it became another fist. The hardest, however, was Secret Slash himself. The master of the dojo had a quirk that allowed him to have limited control of the air around his limbs. While he couldn't send massive blasts of wind at you to knock you off your feet or launch himself high into the air, his control allowed him to use the air like invisible blades. This meant that even if you dodged his fists or kicks, the wind would slash at you. Hence the hero name Secret Slash. Thankfully, Izuku's sensei had only used very dull wind blades which never drew blood. As for school, that had been a bit of a mixed bag as everyone there knew he had gotten into UA. He had expected that his teacher as well as the principal would have congratulated him and was glad they had done it behind closed doors, but he had been somewhat embarrassed as he stood there. Sure, it was extremely difficult to get into, but they talked about his achievement as if he had just returned from a war which he had single-handedly won. Thankfully, the rest of his classmates were far less intense as most just congratulated him along with a pat on the back. Sure, there were a few who voiced that he had just gotten lucky or showed clear disdain that they had failed to get in, but those people were so few that Izuku could have counted the number of people who did that on one hand. If he bothered to keep count. The only other thing that had happened was, well, the notice he got from some of the other girls in his school. Sure, he had some friends that were girls and had been asked out once or twice since starting school. Nothing major. But today, it was like a switch had been flipped. During lunch a fight nearly broke out as over a dozen or so girls, many of whom he didn't know, wanted to sit next to him. While he had managed to slip away from that drama, he couldn't escape them entirely as they began to flirt with him between classes. Hopefully this would last a couple of days or weeks before things died down. Now inside his room, and without checking the time, Izuku went over to the PC to boot it up. Within a few minutes, the image of Pony appeared on the screen looking like she had just gotten up. The first thing that caught his attention was that her hair was a little messy, with the golden locks sticking up and tangled about as if she had been tossing and turning all night. He watched as she nervously moved some of her hair away from her eyes, which were slightly downcast while her face was a light shade of red. As for her sleepwear, a white two-piece with an apple pattern on it while also showing off a large amount of skin, looked extra crumpled today. Morning, she managed to mumble in English. Sorry about, what happened last time. As she spoke, Pony looked away as if there were something very interesting on the floor. It's fine. Not like she was the first person to think I couldn't understand what she was saying, said Izuku, speaking in English as well. It's not fine. Pony half shouted, surprising Izuku as she raised her head slightly while also letting out a frustrated noise. Izuku, you're my best friend in the whole wide world. We've known each other since forever. And for Sarah to just walk in here and think that she could say whatever she wanted thinking you wouldn't understand, all I could think about last night was how hurt you must have felt. Then she went and broke her promise not to bring up the dashed pony's eyes suddenly widened, her face turning a bright scarlet as Izuku merely looked back in confusion. As Izuku sat there, watching Pony in the pits of her own embarrassment, a mix of emotions began to swirl inside of him. What she was saying right now, about him, was stirring that primal force within him again. That she was this worked up, worried about how he felt about it, made him feel special. But there was also a part of him that wanted to be there, at her side right now in order to comfort her. To reach out his hand to touch hers. To just hold her close so that he could whisper that everything was fine. He didn't know what Sarah had tried to say, nor was he going to ask Pony if she felt this uncomfortable about it. But what he could do was what All Might did. Smile while telling her, I am here. In his own way, of course. Pony, it's okay, said Izuku, smiling as gently as he could. To be honest, I barely thought about that all day. Really? She asked weakly, slowly managing to look Izuku in the eyes. I was barely fazed by it, said Izuku, still smiling. I mean, that was the first time I had ever seen or even heard about her. She's a stranger. Now, if Jazz or one of your other friends had done that, I'd be more worried about them. I mean, after all the times I spoke to them in English? I would have assumed they were hit by a quirk that altered their memories again. Izuku paused as Pony let out a brief laugh, no doubt remembering that one interesting afternoon. Seeing that her mood was improving, Izuku continued. And Pony, you should know that you can always text me or email me if you're worried about something. I might not have been able to answer it right away, but I would have as soon as I could. As Izuku spoke, he could see his friend's expression beginning to lighten. Bit by bit, her normal cheerful expression began to return that Izuku loved to see so much. That is, however, until he got to the end. Why didn't I think of that? Wailed Pony, reaching up to grab her large horns as she spoke. She then lowered her head completely so that all Izuku could see was the top of her head. I had to leave the party early because everyone else was more worried about getting me to feel better than having fun. Now I feel even worse. Well, we could put our heads together to figure out how to make it up to them, said Izuku in a helpful tone, Pony's head rising as he spoke. After all, we should have some more time before you have to get ready for school. Yes, they still had time. While the two talked, Izuku went over his own thoughts as well as the words of his sensei. No one knew how much time they had, especially heroes who risked their lives saving others. Some lived long, happy lives while others were not so lucky. That was something Izuku had known since he was 4 years old. So he would tell Pony how he felt about her. How she was the kindest girl with the bravest heart that he knew. That he loved how much she took other people's feelings into consideration. How her smile brightened up his day and how her touch gave him a burst of energy. But now wasn't the right moment. He just wanted to wait just a little longer. Izuku took in a deep breath as he stood there, leaning against the balcony with an elbow propped on top of the railing while his chin rested upon the open-ended palm, taking in the sight before him. How fortunate had he been to have gotten a dorm room which overlooked the main building of UA High? Now, whenever he got up he could look out at the building that had helped train many of the greatest heroes of all times. The school he had fought tooth and nail to get into, beating the odds so that he would be one of only 40 students out of hundreds of thousands of applicants to enter into their premier hero course. Starting tomorrow, he would be walking down those very halls. So, yeah, he wanted to savor this moment. While the sight of the building was impressive, his gaze would at times linger downwards whenever he heard others moving into the building. Looking down, he saw that there were 3 cars parked near the entrance to the dorm, the doors to the vehicles open as families hauled out large boxes before bringing them into the building. Staring at them for a moment brought a brief pang to his chest as he thought about his own parents. Not that they hadn't helped him move or were grateful to be rid of him. Far from it. They had hired movers to transport his stuff while they had taken a train, spending the night in a nearby hotel and having a celebratory dinner in honor of Izuku getting into his dream school. Throughout the entire night and into the day, his mother's waterworks had continued to run, nearly flooding the room they had rented and making him glad they had taken a room on the first floor. And when they were moving his stuff into the dorms, Well, the janitorial staff here at the dorms had to follow behind them due to the large puddles she was leaving behind. Yes, it had been embarrassing, but Izuku was thankful that his mother was so sad as well as so happy to see her son moving on like this. As for his father, the man had hugged Izuku multiple times as they set up the room while repeatedly telling him how proud he was of his son. Then he joked, at least Izuku hoped it was a joke, about turning Izuku's room into a study, which only seemed to cause his mother to weep more while pounding Hisashi on the head with both fists. Now they were gone, having left a couple of hours ago to head back home. Izuku had to admit that, while the idea of living here at UA would be an amazing experience, he was going to miss his family. He had never been apart from them for more than a couple of days, and now he probably would only ever get to see them during long breaks. Sure, he could do video calls and the like, but it wouldn't be the same. But he was sure he would get used to it in time. After all, didn't people his age move out all the time for school? And he wasn't alone. Pony was. A sudden realization overtook Izuku, causing the teen to push off the railing while his eyes widened. Pony. The last time they had talked was right before he and his parents left the house. Pony was already at UA for a day at that point. Before they hung up, Izuku had promised his friend that he would call her as soon as his parents left to find out where their rooms were. Feeling like he could go into panic mode at any moment, Izuku got off the railing before dashing into his dorm room to find his phone. Rather than the typical shared bedroom, the room reminded him of a studio apartment. At the front of the room, starting at the door and going all the way to the opposite side of the wall, was a small cooking area that consisted of a double-burner stove with a microwave sitting on a counter next to it along with a mini fridge. The rest of the room was decided for his living space, with his bed pressed against the wall close to the sliding door. A desk had been provided for him on which his new laptop sat, plugged in and with the Wi-Fi password already saved into it. There was no bookshelf or anything like that connected to the desk, so Izuku had stacked all of his hero notebooks neatly in a pile in the far corner. As for his pictures, well, Izuku thought it might make him look a bit weird if he ever invited anyone into his dorm room and they saw the massive amounts of pictures of him and Pony. So instead he had only brought two with him, the one of them in their bathing suits and one of just Pony. The other picture on his desk was of himself and his parents taken right before they took him to UA. Next to the desk was a door leading to a tiny bathroom. Thankfully the phone was on the desk, plugged into its charger. After picking it up, the teen quickly unlocked it and saw to his relief that no one had called. Taking a breath, Izuku went to his contacts before pressing on Pony's whose icon was a picture of her smiling. Instantly the phone began to ring and before the third it was picked up. "Izuku, there you are," came Pony's voice in Japanese. "I was getting worried." "Yeah, sorry about that," replied Izuku, scratching the back of his neck as he moved over to the bed and sat down. I kind of got a little distracted. You know, being here at UA and all. Maybe I should have called you as soon as I got here." No, said Pony in a dismissive tone. "That was Midoriya family time. I'm sure they would have loved the extra help, but they probably wanted to spend as much time as possible with just you. And I sort of know what you mean. It took me a while to calm down once it hit me that I was here as well." The two paused, sharing a brief laugh together. "Glad you're not upset," said Izuku once they stopped laughing. "So, what room are you in?" "I'm in 610. 610? Came Pony's voice, excitement radiating off of it. Izuku opened his mouth to say something, but the sound of a door being slammed cut him off. He could then hear the familiar sounds of hooves running over the phone, while at the same time hearing a similar sound outside in the hallway. Before Izuku could piece together what was happening, there was a pounding on his door that caused the teen to leap to his feet. His heart began to pound as he moved over to the door, opening it as another wave of pounding started. And there, in the doorway, was Pony. She stood there, hand raised and balled into a fist as if ready to begin knocking again. Izuku could see she was wearing the same red, white, and blue crop top that showed off a delicious amount of her stomach that she often wore during their video chats. Below that she was wearing jeans that hugged her strong legs nicely, stopping right at her hooves. Yet the thing that really caught his attention was the sparkle that appeared in her eyes as a huge smile appeared on her face and the sparkle in her eyes. "We're on the same floor," she cried out in English, jumping with joy. "I'm in room 604. That's amazing, Izuku managed to say, a smile appearing on his face while his heart began to race just a bit faster. He had known that the UA dorms were co-ed, so they would be definitely living in the same building. But what were the odds that they would be living just down the hall from each other? Silently, he thanked every deity he could for this. So, Pony said in a sing-song tone, switching to Japanese as she did so while placing her hands behind her back as she leaned forwards a bit. You going to invite me in? Oh, right, exclaimed Izuku, jumping a little before inviting her inside. As Pony walked inside, Izuku noticed that she was swaying her hips slightly as she did, her small tail swishing back and forth in a way that caused his face to turn red. He could feel his pants growing tighter while the primal force within him let out an approving growl, urging him to take her. To make her his. But Izuku fought back that feeling as he quickly closed the door. Looks like we have a similar layout, said Pony, breaking Izuku from his thoughts. The green-haired teen looked over to his blonde friend just in time to see her glancing at him, a curious expression on her face as she pointed at the small kitchen area. Seems a little weird to have that, don't you think? I mean, the school is providing us with all our meals, so why have a kitchen? Izuku shrugged. Honestly, I have no idea. Lunch Rush is in charge of the cafeteria, so I can't really see any sane person passing up a chance to eat a meal prepared by a pro hero like him. Maybe it's for late-night snacks or something? Maybe, agreed Pony as she moved a little deeper into the room, hands behind her back as she looked around her. Wow, you really held back with your All Might collection. She then turned her head, giving Izuku that smile he loved so very much. Please don't tell me you needed another truck to bring it here. It's not that bad, exclaimed Izuku. The walls of his dorm were mostly bare, Izuku having brought only a couple of his All Might posters. Mainly the ones that had slogans like "You can do it" and other such motivations that Izuku thought he might need. But beyond that and his All Might alarm clock seated on the nightstand next to his bed, that was it. I just figured that since we were going to be taught by the real All Might, I could leave a few things behind. Still smiling, Pony cocked an eyebrow at him. You didn't trust the movers with the action figures, did you? They valuable, shouted Izuku in spite of himself. 90% of them have been discontinued. Pony merely let out a laugh as she continued to look around the room. The only time she paused was when she spotted the pictures Izuku had on his desk. The green-haired teen grew a little nervous as she stood there, staring particularly at the one from the water park. And as he stood there, he began to grow a little nervous. Had he made a mistake bringing that picture? Had he somehow offended? No, that couldn't be it because Izuku knew she had that same picture hanging on one of her walls back at her house. So what was? That was a fun day, Pony eventually said after several long seconds of silence, her cheeks slightly red as she looked down at the floor. You know, we should really do it again. Why yeah, agreed Izuku, his face turning red. I think there might be one around here. But if there isn't, maybe we could ask the school if we could use one of the pools. That or maybe head to a nearby beach? At that, Pony's excitement returned. I'd love a trip to the beach, she exclaimed with a twirl. The horned girl then quickly moved to Izuku, a smile on her face as she quickly took a hold of his hand. Now to make sure you know how to get to my room. Was all Izuku could say as he found himself being pulled out of his room by Pony, barely able to close his room as they exited. Doors flashed in and out of Izuku's vision as he was swiftly brought down the hall, barely able to read any of the door numbers until they finally stopped in front of one that read 604. Bouncing on her hooves, Pony quickly opened her door before bringing Izuku inside and closing the door behind them. Now inside someone else's dorm for the first time, Izuku saw that Pony had been right. Their rooms were, for the most part, identical. Pony's kitchen area, he saw, already had 2 bowls of fruit, one containing Honeycrisp apples while the other held Granny Smith. The bed had been turned sideways so that the headboard was pressed against the wall while the foot of said bed faced the desk, making it feel as if the room was cut in two. Orange blankets were draped over the bed with an equally orange rug having been placed on the side. Nightstands had been placed on either side of the bed, with lamps on both that resembled tangled wood as well as a couple of framed pictures and a couple of Pony's manga. No doubt placed there in case she wanted to do a little bit of reading before bed. On the wall above her head was a poster of America's #1 hero, Stars and Stripes. Doesn't look like you're going to be doing much studying, Izuku said, pointing towards the desk. Sitting on the desk was a large, plasma TV that took up the majority of space on it with a Blu-ray/DVD player hooked up next to it. Additional bookshelves had been placed on either side of the desk, making the place feel smaller. Izuku didn't need to move closer to know that everything in those cases were the girls' collection of anime and manga. I plan on doing it right here, explained Pony as she moved to the bed, dropping her behind onto it with enough force that she bounced a few times. The way I see it, we are going to be working our bodies and quirks to the extreme. We're going to be so sore that it would be harmful to sit in a hard chair, leaning forward as we do our homework. I bet doing our homework or studying will be much more comfortable like this. Without another word, Pony's horns shot into the air while a new set instantly regrew upon her head. The horns in the air then flew around to Izuku's back where they then hooked onto his sides before pushing him face first onto the bed. As Izuku took a deep breath, he felt the rustle of the bed and turned just in time to see Pony had moved to that she laid next to him with their faces inches apart. "What do you think?" she asked. Izuku smirked at her. "It's nice, but maybe a little too comfortable. I'd hate to imagine you laying here, trying to study, and then falling asleep using your math book as a pillow." "That only happened once," laughed Pony, her face a little flushed as she threw a light punch to Izuku's side. "That I know about," he shot back with a laugh, earning another punch from the laughing girl. "Then it looks like you'll be spending plenty of time with me in this room to make sure that doesn't happen," said Pony, her voice full of mock authority. "That or I'll just study in your room." Grinning, Izuku nodded. From there, Izuku didn't know how long they laid there talking. Neither of them knew what their schedule would be, having found out that it would be sent to them via email the morning of their first day. Knowing that there were only 2 first-year hero course classes, the two began to talk about the what-ifs. They knew they were lucky to be on the same floor of the dorms, so it might be pushing their luck to think that they would be sharing the same homeroom. So instead they just hoped that they could be in at least a few classes together. And if not that, then they could just catch up during there. Plus there were plenty of things they could do like working out together or just chilling in Pony's room. And by the time they were ready to call it a day, stars filled the night sky. But as he got up, Izuku noticed that one of the pictures by Pony's bed was the same one of them at the water park. Where is it? Where is it?" Izuku repeated this one sentence to himself, over and over again as he walked down the hallways of UA at a quickened pace. His hands gripped the straps of his backpack as he moved through the clusters of students hanging around in their gray school uniforms identical to the one he was now sporting. Had he had more time, he would have taken the opportunity to write down some notes on some of the more unique appearances some of them had while trying to figure out what their quirks were. Izuku wanted to curse under his breath. Perhaps he should have waited for Pony so they could have tried finding their homerooms together. And he would have had it not been for the insistence of his blonde friend who, sadly, had overslept, only being awoken by him knocking on her door for the better part of 10 minutes. Not wanting them both to be late for their first day of class, to which she would have been the cause of, Pony had insisted multiple times by shouting through the closed door for Izuku to head on out without her. Now, he wished he had been as stubborn as her, because maybe if they had put their heads together they could have found the classroom. That, or they both could have been late together at the very least. Izuku's eyes widened when he finally found the massive doors for the first-year homerooms. After taking a breath to calm himself, Izuku reached for the door handle only to pause as a loud commotion within could now be heard. Blinking a bit, Izuku leaned forward a bit so as to make out what was going on as he really didn't want to get into any drama on his first day. Judging by the sounds he could make out, there were 2 of them and both of them sounded male. Most likely his classmates given the tones they were using. One was demanding that someone get his feet off something. A chair? No. The other student shouted out a violent remake that seemed to stir up some old memories within Izuku. Again Izuku blinked. Something about that voice, along with the threat, was somehow familiar to Izuku but he could not quite place it. None of his classmates back in middle school had gotten into UA and even if they had, none of them talked like that. So who could this person be? Curiosity seemed to urge Izuku forward, to open the door and see who this person was. But before he could open the door, Izuku noticed that this was room 1A. He blinked a moment before pulling out his phone and looking at the email the school had sent him. Upon seeing it, he groaned as he began moving down the hall again. That wasn't his room. He needed 1B. Whoever that voice belonged to wasn't important enough for him to risk being late on his first day. Thankfully, Izuku didn't need to go very far as 1B was just down the hallway. Quickly he entered the much quieter room full of students who were just in their seats. Most turned their heads to look at him, no doubt wondering if the teacher had just walked in the room. But when they saw who it was, they either gave him a curious look or just returned to staring at the board in front of them as, "Hey, I know you," shouted one student as he suddenly stood up. Izuku, as well as many of the people around the other student, jumped before looking at the silver-haired teen as he pointed a figure at Izuku. But it didn't feel like it was accusatory or anything like that, for the boy was smiling as he did this, showing off his sharp, pointy teeth. "You're the guy who took down the 0-pointer. Dude, I was in the same testing field as you." That was intense. Izuku suddenly became aware that many of his fellow classmates were now looking at him with renewed interest. He could feel their gazes, sizing him up to see if he was as powerful as the claim suggested. "Really?" came the voice of another student, one who looked like she had a mushroom growing on the top of her head. "Doesn't really look like the type, to be honest." "You calling me a liar?" demanded the haired teen as his hand balled into a fist, his angry glare directed towards the mushroom girl. Said just looked back at him before shrugging, a tired expression on her face. Though, from what Izuku could tell from her body expression, it wasn't that she was bored with the conversation. Rather, it was as if she was just tired, like she hadn't gotten enough sleep the night prior. "Anything's possible. It would be foolhardy to judge any of us on looks alone," said another student, whose appearance gave Izuku the image of a beast man. His classmate's uniform was well kept and neat, as was the brown fur that covered nearly all of his exposed skin save for his face. He also had on thick, rectangular glasses with black rims. That, along with his expression, gave him a more scholarly look to him despite the large canines protruding from his jaw. "That's what I'm talking about," shouted the silver-haired teen as he pointed at the beast teen. The silver-haired student then moved towards Izuku, who had remained rooted in place, before extending his hand. "The name's Tetsu 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 Tetsu." Izuku blinked for a moment before smiling, reaching out with his own hand to shake Tetsu Tetsu's. "Pleased to meet you. My name is Izuku Midoriya." "Midoriya, huh?" replied Tetsu Tetsu as they shook. "Not a bad grip you got there. Despite how you look, I can tell you're pretty strong without your quirk." "Thanks, but I doubt it's anything too special," replied Izuku as he let go of the other's hand. "I mean, yeah, I've been working out for years, but my focus has been more into technique." "Hey, don't go selling yourself too short there," shouted Tetsu Tetsu with a savage grin. "I can tell you'd put up a pretty good fight." "Hopefully we can dash." Tetsu Tetsu was suddenly cut off as the door opened loudly before a panting figure appeared in the doorway. "We made it," panted Pony, head down and slightly bent over. "Pony," said Izuku, eyes wide as he couldn't believe what he was seeing was really real. Upon hearing her name, Pony's head rose with a start. Her own eyes went wide as well, those blue orbs staring right into Izuku's green ones. Everything else seemed to fall by the wayside as, slowly, large smiles appeared on the faces of the two teens as they realized what this meant. Then, in a flash, the two shot towards the other in a move that took everyone else aback. When Izuku and Pony were close enough, their hands went straight to the other's hips to hold the other as close as possible. Not even a second later, the two began to jump into the air in perfect synergy, their hair bouncing all over the place as they did. "We're in the same class. We got in. We got in and we're in the same class," the two began to shout as they continued to jump up and down, Izuku speaking in Japanese while Pony spoke in English. Their jubilation captured the attention of the rest of the class, finding it hard to look away from the two smiling teens. While none of them knew what their relationship was, ranging from family members to friends and even lovers, all would agree that the scene before them was sort of precious. That these two just seemed to wear their hearts on their sleeves in this adorable moment. Both Izuku and Pony continued their little dance of joy even as the door opened again, revealing a much larger man dressed in a hero costume. The man's attire was mostly red with silver-covered boots that went to his knees, a silver belt, and silver arm gauntlets, which one of them had a tube connecting it to his back. The man's skin was tanned, showing that he spent most of his time out in the open with white spiky hair that was cut short. An orange visor covered his eyes, but it was transparent enough to know who he was looking at. And right now, his gaze was focused on the jumping duo. "Well," began the man, briefly coughing into a fist to catch their attention. "I'm glad to see you're excited to be here. However, class is now starting, so take your seats." Though his tone was gruff, the slight smile he gave them was of the friendly sort. Grateful that they weren't going to be reprimanded for acting so childishly, Izuku and Pony gave a sorry before heading to the only open seats left. As for the man, he moved further into the classroom, only stopping once he was behind the desk. "My name is Sekijiro Ken, and I shall be your homeroom teacher for the next 3 years here at UA. Let me begin by offering all of you a well-earned congratulations. I have gone over all the footage we have on everyone here who took the entrance exam, as well as overseeing those who got in via special recommendation. From what I have seen, there is no mistake in my mind that all of you belong here. That your passing was no accident or stroke of luck. Through your hard work and actions, you have proven to the staff that you have what it takes to become the next generation of heroes. All of you should be proud of that." Izuku felt himself grinning at Ken's words. Looking around, he saw that others were sitting up straight as they took in their teacher's words with pride on their faces. "Now your real journey begins," continued Ken, his face becoming far more serious as he looked around the classroom. "Because getting into the UA was the easy part. All of that hard work that you used to get into this school will need to be taken to the next level, plus ultra style. More so in the hero course than anywhere else. Within this class, it will be the duty of every single one of your teachers to take you to your breaking point over and over again. Every barrier, every limitation you thought you had when you first walked through those gates will be challenged and hopefully shattered so that, when you leave, you will be a better version of the person you were when you came in. We will challenge you like nothing you could have imagined before, demanding you give us your all and then some." As Ken spoke, his voice began to rise with passion that was felt within Izuku. He could feel his hands gripping the desk, holding onto it as if he would be sent flying backwards by his own excitement. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see that the others were filling it out too. Some had huge smiles on their faces, leaning forward in their desks as they took in every word this man spoke. Others did their best to remain composed, but Izuku could see it. It was in their eyes, that fire of passion that they all shared. This was why they were here. This was why they chose this school over all the others, to be the best. "With that said," said Ken, his voice a bit more composed now as he looked down at his desk, "your position in this class is never fully secure, even in your final year. There are those in the general studies, support course, and the business course who wish to be where you are all sitting, that, for one reason or another, were unable to pass the entrance exam. And during events like the UA Sports Festival, they will get their second chance to shine. To show not only us but the entire world that they belong right here in this class. That one of you should be removed." Ken paused for a moment as he crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes surveying the class as they took in the meaning of his words. For his part, Izuku found himself somewhat conflicted. A part of him trembled at the notion that, after all the work he had put into his training over all these years, someone else might come out of nowhere and take his spot. What would happen to him then? Would he be kicked out or placed in something like general studies? But the other part of him, especially after giving it a moment of thought, caused him to raise his head as a look of determination appeared on his face. UA was training them to be the best pro heroes out there, and this was all part of it. To be a pro, you had to keep pushing yourself even when you finally had your own agency. You had to keep improving yourself, keep saving lives and protecting people from danger to stay in the ranks. And if you slipped up, failed too many times, or just weren't that active, had a horrible scandal, then you could lose everything you had worked for. Glancing around, Izuku saw that the rest of his classmates were slowly coming to the same realization as they too grew determined looks on their faces. All of them understood that this was the first lesson they would be receiving here to prepare them for their futures. And when Izuku looked at Ken, he saw that the pro hero had a slight smile on his face. Eventually, a girl with orange hair tied in a side ponytail raised her hand. "Ah, Sensei, if something like that does happen, how will you choose who leaves? Will you be kicking out the student with the lowest grades or the weakest quirk?" she asked, breaking the silence. Well now, began Ken as he scratched the back of his head. That's a bit of a tricky question as it will depend on the class. I will tell you this, I consider it a personal failure to boot any of my students. It's my job as your teacher to prepare you, to make sure you have all the tools you need to succeed. As long as I see that you are giving it your all, putting in the time and seeking help when you need it, you'll be fine. But there are times when you need to accept your failures and shortcomings. There is only so much that I can do and the rest is up to you. If you are giving it your all, studying as hard as you can, working with every fiber of your being, and still not making any headway, well, we'll have a talk. A serious one to discuss if you really are fit for this profession. It's not something any of you may want to hear, but we need to be realistic. And I promise that if there are no other options left for you here, then I will do everything in my power to get you into the field where you will better flourish. However, continued Ken, his eyes narrowing as his face hardened. If I find out any of you have been caught cheating, bullying the other students from different courses, or not even putting in the bare minimum of effort, then I won't wait till I find another student to take your place. Is that understood? Yes, Ken-sensei, said the entire class as one. Ken nodded, his face softening. Good. Now, we have some time before we need to head down for orientation. So how about we take this time to get to know one another? He then paused, looking at Izuku and pointing at him. Since you got the highest score in the entrance exam, in this class, how about we start with you? Tell us your name and your quirk. Feeling the eyes of the class on him once more, Izuku stood. Wise. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and my quirk is called Bone of My Sword. Come on, Izuku, cried Pony as the two walked away from the dorm building towards the school. Time was on their side, neither hero student moving faster than a light walk with their bags in their hands. You know I'm right. Just admit it. Izuku shook his head. I just don't see it, he said as he gave a sideways glance at the horned girl as she puffed up her cheeks. The girl falling in love with the guy just because he saved her life once? I don't know, just feels like a tired cliché. It's an awesome cliché, shouted Pony as she swung her arms around, Izuku holding back a laugh at this sight. If it wasn't, then it wouldn't even be a cliché. Besides, it happens in real life all the time. How many love letters does All Might and Stars and Stripes get from the people they save? I don't think that's the same thing as in the animes you love, said Izuku, giving Pony a small smile before letting out a sigh. I mean, you are right that there are people out there who do that, which is why All Might's home address is unlisted. The number of stalkers he's gotten over the years is just insane. I heard that a few people even put themselves in harm's way just to see them again. Izuku then shook his head. Maybe that's why I just don't buy the romance in that anime. Pony just let out a sigh as they approached the entrance of the school, ready to begin their second day here at UA. And after the first day, both of them were pumped and ready to go. After the class had introduced themselves, Izuku quickly taking notes about everyone's quirks as they did so, they all headed down to the entrance ceremony. Nearly all of the new students looked excited to be there with some, like Pony, having stars in their eyes as they listened to several of the staff members giving speeches. Izuku, however, had been a bit distracted at first when he saw that one class, 1A, was missing. Seeing how the other teachers noticed this, some even shaking their heads when they looked to where the missing class was supposed to be, was worrisome. That is until the star of the show arrived on stage, All Might. Just seeing him in person was almost enough for Izuku's quirk to go off. Almost. His speech was simple and full of some one-liners, but no one really minded it. It was just great to listen to the legend, knowing that in the coming days he would be teaching the hero course. After that, syllabuses and class schedules were handed out before dismissing the students for the day. While many of their class left the campus grounds, the two instead got a meal in the mess hall where Izuku went full fanboy when he saw that it was the hero lunch rush serving them. From there, the pair just took a stroll around the campus, enjoying the perfect weather as they talked. Most of it being their hopes for the year, how the heroes would be teaching their classes, and what heroics with All Might would be like. That last subject seemed to take up the majority of their conversation, the two seeming to try and one-up the other with imaginary scenarios. Would they be fighting villains on a boat with the weather turning sour, rocking it back and forth, or would they be in the middle of a city on fire trying to save as many people as possible while fending off hidden foes? Both laughed as they spoke, knowing full well that such things were too advanced for first-year students. Even here at the top hero school that was known to push their students, all of that seemed a little excessive. But, then again, the school did unleash that zero-pointer on them. Then when it got late, the two returned to their rooms to get out of their uniforms before meeting up in Pony's room back in the present. Pony puffed her cheeks slightly as they neared their classroom. Okay then, what kind of romance would you believe in? Izuku felt his cheeks burning slightly before looking away. Well, I guess, if I had to pick, I really enjoyed the romance in Toradora. That caused Pony's eyes to widen before the horned girl rushed in front of Izuku, spinning on her hooves so that she was looking right into his eyes. Really? She asked while walking backwards. I never took you for the type to like a girl. Like Taiga. I would have thought you would have shipped Ruji with Minori. Izuku just shrugged. That's just how I prefer the romance. I mean, sure, their first meeting got off to a rough start and Taiga breaking into Ruji's home was a little over the top. But all the same, I like how they got closer the more time they spent together. Getting to know the other as well as their crushes. Made the whole thing feel more real, I guess. Besides, Minori's randomness began to get a little annoying after a while. That's true, said Pony with a smile. At first, her smile was warm and soft only to turn more devious as she placed a hand on Izuku's chest, stopping the green-haired boy in his tracks. So, if that's the sort of romance that you like, then have you seen Kawaikuriba Hentai Demosuki Enai Neti Kuramasuka? Izuku felt his face turning so red that it might as well have become his quirk, beads of sweat running down his face as he stared at the blonde whose eyes grew with her smile. You've seen it, haven't you? Yes, replied Izuku, slumping while sighing in defeat. And, asked Pony. I liked it up until the end, said Izuku. I mean, I like how Keiki got to know all the various girls. Like finding out those other sides to them, learning why they like their fetishes and even participating to a degree. Just with the end with his sister, I just felt a little cheated that they went with that. What can you do? Asked Pony as the pair made their way into the classroom, unaware of the eyes upon them and the grins most of the class had. The sounds of flesh hitting flesh filled the gym, feet skidding against the floor as the two combatants fought. Izuku's movements were fluid as he bent backwards to dodge a punch from his classmate Kendo before moving his body to deliver a kick to the orange-haired girl's side. The girl saw this, jumping up high into the air to avoid it before raising her own leg up high so as to send an axe kick his way. Smirking, Izuku spun out of the way as Kendo landed, rolling onto the ground before getting back up and facing the green-haired teen. Not willing to give her an inch, Izuku made a leg sweep to which the girl leapt forward with her fist pulled back. Seeing it, Izuku leaned back to allow the blow to miss him, waiting for Kendo to land on the mat they were currently fighting on before leaping to his own feet, which he then followed up by swinging his body around to deliver a backhanded blow. Such an attack was easily blocked by Kendo's raised forearm, the girl wincing from the force behind the attack before she countered. It was in the afternoon, morning classes and lunch having been done with, which meant it was time for the hero course studies. However, since All Might was teaching Class 1A and it was scheduled to take the entire afternoon, Ken had something special planned for them. He had seen how well they fought robots, but the best way to gauge their fighting potential was to see how well they fought against a thinking human being. Not only would it show him their overall skills, but it would also be a great chance to break in their hero uniforms before they began more intense hero classes. This got the class pumped up as they were then told to get changed into their hero gear and then meet Ken in Gym Delta. It took the class a half an hour to get changed and make their way towards one of the smaller gyms. The floor of this gym was heavily padded, with dozens of small circles painted onto the mat while an even larger circle was placed in the middle. It was within this middle circle that the students found Ken standing, the man wasting no time in explaining how today's lesson would work. 2 students would fight in 2 different matches, the first being without quirks while the second they would be allowed to use them. Each match would last for 10 minutes with the exception being if Kan, who would be acting as the referee, felt one of the 2 could not continue. As for the rest of the students, they were to sit and watch their classmates with no warning who would be next. Izuku, dressed in his hero costume, was the first one to be called. His hero costume looked like a Shaolin monk kung fu-styled outfit that lacked any sleeves. The top of his costume was green, the full length of it going down to his knees, with white trimming that went across his chest. A white sash was tied around his waist and his pants were white as well. His footwear, red shoes with special insoles, clashed a bit with the aesthetic, yet Izuku needed to be as practical with his attire as possible. And it seemed his opponent felt the same way. Dressed in a knee-length teal-colored qipao and a black, double-breasted black corset, Kendo looked very much the martial artist. Now here they were. How much time had passed since Ken had called the match to start? No one, not the two in the ring nor the students watching them, had any idea at this moment, for time had lost all meaning to them. Sweat was beginning to roll down the faces of Izuku and Kendo, their breathing beginning to get heavy, yet neither fighter seemed to mind as they continued to fight each other within the circle they were currently in. They moved in tandem, circling each other as they exchanged blow after blow with excited smiles on their faces. The world around them no longer seemed to exist as the two were caught up in this bout, finding the other to be at the same level of experience. Then, just as Izuku was about to launch a double kick, Ken called out time. Upon hearing this, Izuku managed to divert his blow at the last moment, missing Kendo. Very good, said Ken, giving the teens a fanged smile along with a nod. Both Izuku and Kendo stood there for a moment panting, the green-haired boy's eyes looking over at his classmates. Most of them were staring at them, gawking as they seemed to be still taking in the skills the two had just shown them. More than one had an expression that nearly screamed, "I'm glad I didn't have to fight either of them." But one, Izuku noticed, was smiling as she leaned forward from where she was seated. "Way to go, Izuku," shouted Pony in English, pumping her fist into the air while her blue eyes seemed to sparkle. "You're doing great." Izuku's heart leapt a little in his chest, not noticing the look Kendo and a few others were giving him. "Now it is time for the second round," said Ken as he crossed his arms as he spoke. Yet his smile faded as he glanced over to the rest of the class, Izuku following his gaze to see that more than a few students looked ready to object. Then, the teacher turned to look at the pair within the ring. "Unless you two are too tired and need a break, I can keep going," said Kendo as she intertwined her fingers, pushing them forward. "How about you, Midoriya? Now that the warm-up is done, are you ready to get serious?" Her words caused a few people in the class to audibly gulp, surprised to hear her call something so intense a mere warm-up, that she still had plenty of gas in her tank. Izuku, for his part, chuckled as he cracked his neck loudly. "I was about to say the same thing," he said before getting into his fighting stance. He locked eyes on Kendo's as she too got into her stance. "Begin," shouted Ken. Kendo was the first to move, rushing towards Izuku with her fist pulled back ready to strike. Before Izuku could move, Kendo's fist grew at an alarming speed and did not stop until it looked like he could be held in its grasp. That size was not just for show either, as Izuku, who was unable to dodge in time, due to both the surprise and the size of the fist, was thrown backwards. At first he rolled out of control, his body reeling slightly in pain, before managing to take control of his movements before landing in a crouched position. He paused there for a moment, feeling a trickle of blood escaping from his lips. "Not bad," he whispered. "If it wasn't for my quirk, that attack would have broken or cracked a couple of my bones." Izuku then sprang forward, one of his palms open as he charged towards Kendo. The orange-haired girl pulled back her fist once more, her intent clearly broadcasted once more. However, just as she swung her massive fist, Kendo let out a howl of pain as blood began to fall onto the mat, Izuku twirling around her. Taking deep breaths, Kendo looked over to Izuku, and her eyes widened in horror. Coming out of Izuku's palm was a long, white spike whose sharp tip was dripped in blood from the slash he had made across Kendo's large hand. Gritting her teeth, Kendo shrunk her hand back to its normal size, her cut thankfully shrinking as well. With a war cry, Izuku's opponent raised both her fists into the air where they then enlarged. But as they came down, the green-haired teen moved out of the way, spinning his whole body as he did so as if this were a dance. And before Kendo could lift her fists off the mat, Izuku slashed at her leg, giving her another small cut from a second-long spike coming out of his other palm. Rather than shrinking her fists, Kendo flattened her hand before using one of them to attack with a sideways chop. Still spinning, Izuku jumped over the attack while turning his body to the side in order to deliver more cuts to Kendo's fist. But, while he was in the air, Kendo took this moment to grab him with her second large hand. From the shoulders down, the orange-haired girl had Izuku in her grasp where she gave a firm squeeze that made her opponent grunt in pain. "It ends here," yelled Kendo, raising her hand high above her head. Izuku's eyes widened, surprised that she could lift him with such ease, followed by a swift realization on what the girl planned to do. Thinking fast, Izuku pressed his arms against the massive fingers just as he saw that mat coming closer at a frightening speed. Thankfully, just before impact, dozens of white, thorn-like protrusions exited his skin, digging into Kendo's flesh. The orange-haired girl let out a cry of pain, her grip loosening so as to allow Izuku to escape and land on the mat. "That was close, for both of us," thought Izuku as he looked at Kendo. Blood dripped from her hand as it quickly became smaller, the large gashes and cuts thankfully shrinking with it. "If my arms weren't out, I would have had to use those spikes inside her grasp. Even if the wounds shrink, the damage to her hand might have been more severe." "Time for a change of tactics," said Izuku to himself, the spikes in his palms retracting while the thorns on his arms vanished into his skin as well. Once they were gone, four new white objects shot out from each of his arms. They all came out just above his elbows, moving up a bit before curving back down so they ended at his fist. Once they were done, Izuku went on the attack. He spun around to gain some momentum once he was close enough to Kendo, slamming one of the white masses against her side. Spit launched out of her mouth, the wind temporarily taken out of her lungs thanks to the attack. But only for a moment as her fists shrunk again as she moved them right between the space between her and Izuku. The boy tried to get out of the way, but her hands simply grew faster than he could move, knocking Izuku onto his back. Kendo was on him in an instant, getting on top of the one who had repeatedly cut her and bringing down her enlarged fist. For his part, Izuku brought up his arms to block, the massive fist colliding with the white masses. Pain filled his arms upon contact, almost to the point where it became numb for a moment, but the mass held firm. And when Kendo lifted her fist to try and punch him again, Izuku slammed his arm against her to knock her off. "That's enough," said Kan as both of his students got to their feet. Panting, the pair allowed their bodies to return to normal as Kan moved to the center of the circle facing the rest of his class. "Both of you, good job. Kendo, bandage your hands and see recovery girl at the end of class. Tetsu. Shishida. You're up next." Both boys stood as Izuku made his way back to the rest of the class, many of them gazing at the teen in awe. No doubt they were surprised to see such an average, plain-looking teen to be such an experienced fighter. That and having a powerful quick. Well, everyone but Pony, who was just beaming at him as she bounced in her spot with stars in her eyes. "That was amazing, Izuku," she declared as Izuku sat down beside her, wincing a little as he did so. "Even more so than the last time I saw you fight at the dojo." Izuku just smiled as he watched Pony making a few jabbing motions in the air, taking full note of her costume for the first time since they started class, and trying his best not to blush. It resembled a jockey uniform, mostly colored orange and skin-tight, showing off all her curves. Looking at it, his eyes were drawn to the black belts around her collarbone, biceps, hips, and boots that had stirrups on either side. She also had a horse halter on her head, with a rope dangling from behind. "Thanks, all the practice really paid off," said Izuku, looking away from the blonde while scratching the back of his head. "Though, I still have a long way to go." "I think we both do," said Kendo as she suddenly sat down next to Izuku, putting the final wrapping on her hands as she did so. The girl then let out a sigh before facing Izuku, her expression warm despite what happened in the match. "Not a bad match. You were using the secret/school of martial arts, right?" "You've heard of it?" asked Izuku, eyebrows raised in surprise. Kendo nodded before turning to look at their fellow classmates and their fight. "A couple of times. Faced a few of their students in a couple of tournaments. Odd that I never saw you there. With skills like that, you could have been a real contender." "Well, depends when these tournaments were," said Izuku, doing his best not to wince at the scene before him. Both of his classmates showed how limited their fighting skills were, either lunging at each other, throwing wild punches, or in some sort of grappling that anyone with even a beginner level of skill could escape from. Every summer since I was 4, I've had to spend time in America for, well, reasons. Actually, it was because of those trips that I was able to meet Pony. Kendo turned her head to Izuku, looking at him and then Pony, her face showing that statement had piqued her interest. We were wondering about that, she said softly, Izuku barely able to make much out of her words. But rather than elaborating, Kendo turned her attention back to the fight. And when she spoke next, it was loud enough that it could be heard clearly. Well, you chose a good master to learn from. It complements your quirk well. It kind of resembles Kamakiri's. Ah, it's a little different, said Izuku as he glanced over at Kamakiri. The mantis-like boy was sitting there, his eyes training mostly on the fight in front of them. Bone of my sword allows me control over my, bones. I can increase their density, making them harder than steel if I wanted. But that's just the start, the bare bones if you will. With all my training, I can reshape any bone I want before pulling it out and then instantly regrowing it. A small chuckle then escaped Midoriya as he scratched his head, remembering the quirk had a less than friendly original name back when he first got it. He was thankful he was able to get the name changed. Wait, does that mean you could? Kendo's voice trailed off as she raised one of her bandaged hands. She then tapped the back of her fist before making an shink sound. Upon hearing it, both Izuku and Pony rolled their eyes. Why does everyone always ask that? Asked Pony. At the same time, Izuku raised his head while lowering his head in defeat while 3 bone claws exited from between his knuckles much like how a once famous Canadian hero used to back in his head. That's pretty impressive, unlike this match, said Kendo, shaking her head as she turned to look back at her 2 classmates. This is a little hard to watch, isn't it? It is, agreed Izuku. And boring, added Pony, who was still talking in English as she looked at the sight before her with a dull expression. Sucks that we had the best fight first. Izuku said nothing, silently agreeing with his crush as the 3 of them continued to watch everything play out before them. After a while, it seemed that even Ken realized this wasn't going to go anywhere anytime soon and ended the match. As Tetsu and Shishida separated, the 2 teens trained in martial arts gave one another a look. As if making a silent agreement, the pair stood and each approached one of the 2, with Midoriya heading over towards Tetsu. What's up, Midoriya? Asked Tetsu, stretching his body and flexing as he prepared for round 2. Come to wish me good luck before I clobber Harry over there with my awesome quirk? Ah, well, began Izuku as the larger teen looked down at him, grinning ear to ear with those sharp fangs of his, giving the bone-wielding teen a moment of pause as he rethought how he was going to approach this. Unfortunately, this pause as well as Izuku looking away from Tetsu caused said teen's smile to fade. You don't think my quirk is good enough to defeat him? Demanded Tetsu, activating his quirk and turning his body to steel. Because let me tell you, it's dash. No, said Izuku quickly. I just wanted to give you advice. You know, to put the odds more in your favor. Every little bit helps, right? Oh, was all Tetsu could say, his anger fading while his quirk swiftly deactivated. Well, thanks. But how can you help me? Well, when I watched your fight, I noticed that your stance was off, said Izuku quickly. The green-haired teen then spread his legs further apart, gesturing Tetsu to do the same. See, if you want to get the max power out of lunging attacks, you need to spread your legs apart like this. It'll help launch you forward with more force while also making it easier to brace yourself if your opponent attacks you first. Can you feel the difference? Yeah, a little, admitted Tetsu, moving around a little as he remained in the position. Wow, thanks for the help, man. Sadly, as much as Izuku wanted to give more help, Ken then signaled for the match to begin as well as telling Midoriya and Kendo to return to their seats. Once the match started, there was a significant improvement in the fighting between the hardening student and the beastman. It was nothing jaw-dropping or anything that would bring them to a higher level of fighting prowess, but it did allow their attacks to give more of an impact. This continued for pretty much the rest of the lesson. Izuku and Kendo would watch their fellow classmates fight, gauging their skills before deciding what was the best quick advice they could give before their second. There were, of course, a few who didn't need it. Kaibara seemed to be a pretty aggressive fighter who had his own style, as did Kamakiri and Rin. But overall, most people the pair talked to welcomed the feedback. All the while, Ken watched with an approving smile. Then, when the last match was over, the blood-themed hero stood before the class with his arms crossed. "All right," he said in his gruff voice. "Can anyone tell me the purpose of this exercise? Why I had you fight the first round without quirks and the second with?" For a moment, nobody said anything until Pony raised her hand. "Yes, Tsunatori?" "Well, it's because," began Pony, speaking quickly in English only to stop when Izuku nudged her. It took a moment of her looking at him in confusion before she realized her blunder, taking a deep breath before speaking again. "It's because we can't just rely on our quirks to solve all our villain problems. We need to know how to fight them as well." Ken smiled, showing off his fangs as he did so. "That's absolutely correct," he said as he gave Pony a nod before turning to address the rest of the class. "There's a saying out there that I'm sure you've all heard: you can't be a one-trick pony. Well, that is even more important in this line of work. We deal with villains and natural disasters every day, most of them on the fly without understanding or getting an intel on the villain's quirks. If your quick is powerful enough, you can power through just about any untrained opponent. But what would happen if you went up against someone who has the perfect counter to your quirk? For example, Shiozaki, what would happen if you went up against someone with a fire quirk or an acid quirk? Would you pointlessly try to use your quirk, hoping you would get lucky? Or would you run away from the fight, forcing the civilians to fend for themselves?" "No, I wouldn't." "I don't," stammered Shiozaki, a girl with hair that was made of thick, thorny vines running down her back. All eyes were on her at this moment, seeing the confusion and fear she held. Not surprising given how powerful her quirk was. Her fight against the Welder-aways had been over in an instant once she had been able to use her quirk, digging her vines into the ground before they erupted out and entangled the black-haired teen. She had left the ring with an air of confidence, but now that she was in the spot like this, forced to consider matchups that didn't favor her, she looked more than a little taken aback by their teacher's words. "Or, let's say you were put in a position where using your quirks would cause serious damage," continued Ken as he pointed at Fukudashi. "Let's say you use your comic quirk to create explosions while being underground. You could cause the streets, sidewalks, or whatever was above you to collapse, resulting in civilians getting hurt at best or crushed to death at worst. Not to mention what would happen to you. And let's not get into what would happen if there were pipes down there containing flammable gases and the like." Fukudashi's word balloon head made a gulping noise. "As such, knowing how to fight without your quirks places you a step above the rest," said Kansas, "and when you have a fighting style that best complements your quirk, well, that's what we like to call going plus ultra. Which was why I had Kendo and Midoriya facing off in the first round. I wanted all of you to get an idea of what you should all be striving for." Another smile then appeared on his face. "And while I never exactly planned on it, seeing them fight helped all of you to trust them when they offered advice. Well done you too." As Izuku and Kendo blushed, Ken cleared his throat. "Okay, since we won't have time tomorrow, we'll be using the remainder of the class to decide our class. Representatives. Do we have any volunteers?" "That's obvious," yelled Aways. "It's got to be the class's big brother and sister." "Big brother and sister?" echoed Kendo as she looked at Aways as the rest of the class began to voice their agreement. "And who are dash?" Before she could finish the sentence, both Izuku and Kendo felt hands being pressed against their shoulders, pushing them forward to the front of the class where they were then spun around to face them. "Wait, you don't mean?" yelled Izuku, instantly catching on to what was going on. "How are we the class big brother and sister?" added Kendo, who looked just as shocked and confused. "Good, looks like the class has decided," said Ken as he moved behind them, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. "Let's make this quick. How many want Midoriya to be class rep?" A loud amount of cheering echoed through the gym. Good. "Now, how many want Kendo to be class rep?" People cheered again, Izuku being able to pick up that it was somewhat louder than his. "Very well then. Itsuka Kendo shall be the class rep while Izuku Midoriya will be the vice rep." "This sucks," cried Tetsu as he slammed his tray of food next to Izuku. Sitting around them were Aways, Kuwaro, and Shishida, all of them jumping slightly by the sudden noise. Yet, none of them chastised him. All of them knew what he was talking about. Today, On their third day here at UA was supposed to be their first hero lesson with the living legend himself, All Might. So many hours wondering what he would teach them, what he would show them. This had only been amplified when they had heard rumors that All Might had started 1A on 2 versus 2 battle trails with indoor combat in one of the false cities that was on campus. But that excitement turned into outrage when they got the news. All Might wasn't on campus today. He had cancelled. Damn it. How come All Might teaches those guys in Class 1A, but not us? What makes them so special? Demanded Tetsu as he violently gripped his fork before stabbing it into his meal. It does feel like we have been slighted, said Shishida with a nod, eating his food more slowly. He was on the schedule. I'm sure he would have been here if he could, said Izuku, quickly coming to his idol's defense. I mean, this morning he stopped 4 villain attacks before I finished breakfast. So maybe something else came up? Yeah well, what's so important that he couldn't let the other heroes take over? Demanded Tetsu, though some of the bite in his tone had vanished. Could have been something that the other heroes couldn't handle on their own, mused Kurwaro. Perhaps a villain with a powerful quirk. Or there were so many crimes taking place that they needed the extra help. Izuku nodded, thankful towards the dark-skinned classmate. People's lives are worth him skipping one lesson. I'm sure that tonight we'll hear all about it on the news. And I'm sure he'll make it up to us next time. Well, before we get to that, began Shishida as he looked over at Izuku. Have you and Kendo heard what we will be doing this afternoon? Izuku nodded. Ken-sensei is going to be taking over the class. I think he's going to talk to Class 1 as homeroom teacher to find out exactly what All Might did with them so we won't be left behind. Shishida let out a sigh before nodding. Well, at least that's something. Still, said Tetsu, a frown on his face as he looked down at his food, it won't be the same. At that, none of the others could say anything as they sat there in a silent agreement. Sure. Meanwhile, as Pony was walking away from lunch rush with her meal in her hands, she found one of her elbows locked with another's. Before she could look and see the long, mossy green hair and the fanged teeth of Tokage, Pony found herself being pulled over to a table next to Izuku's. The blonde didn't put up too much of a fight, more out of curiosity than anything else. When they arrived at the table, Pony saw that it was full of her other female classmates. Kendo was seated next to the silver-haired poltergeist Yanagi, the fist-enlarging girl gesturing for Pony to take the seat opposite of her. Wordlessly, Pony set down her tray before taking a seat herself where the mushroom girl Komori was to her left. On the opposite side of the table was the raven-haired Kodai who sat there, her head resting on a single fist as she kept her neutral gaze upon Pony while Tokage jumped into the seat next to her. Finally, there was Shiozaki who was sitting 2 seats off to the side, away from Tokage. So, began Pony slowly as she picked up her fork to eat some of her warm, cinnamon-covered apple slices. What's all this about? Well, began Tokage, drawing out the word in a sing-song-like manner as her grin grew. The way she spoke, it made Pony wonder if she were the ringleader of this little group. Not that she minded, taking a bit out of her food. We were just wondering how things were going between you and Midoriya. I mean, you are the class couple after all. Pony's eyes went wide as she suddenly spat out her food, thousands of tiny bits of apple and gunk flying right into the body splitter's face as well as Kodai's. Kodai, who had the quirk that allowed her to enlarge or shrink things, looked annoyed as she wiped her face away. As for the rest, they watched as Pony gagged and struggled to breathe, eventually grabbing her glass of apple cider before downing half of it. What? Pony half shouted, almost slamming her glass on the table while her cheeks burned bright red. Me and Izuku? He and I? Well, we're not? Oh, said Komori, her face down allowing the bangs of her hair to shield her eyes from the group. I guess that means you two aren't together. Still blushing, Pony scratched the side of her face. Oh no, we aren't. She then blinked before continuing a bit slower. I mean, we're together, but not in any special way. Just, friends. What made all of you think that anyways? I don't know, said Tokage in her sing-song voice again as she picked up a dino-shaped chicken nugget before biting off its head. Maybe it's because of that little dance the two of you gave the class on day 1. Or perhaps it's because you two are always coming in together, talking about whatever. That and you two are nearly joined at the hip. The way you two look at each other. And let's not forget the fact that, According to Kendo, you two have spent a lot of time together over the years. Pony turned to look at Kendo, who, at least, gave her an apologetic look. Sorry, but neither of you told me to keep it a secret. It's fine, said Pony slowly, glancing away from the table as she said this. The horned girl then took a deep breath before turning her attention back towards the assembled girls of Class 1B. Look, me and Izuku are just friends. We've known each other since we were like 4. Our families are close, and whenever he visited me in the States, well, he stayed with us. And we hung out. A lot. So yeah, that's it? Oh? Asked Tokage, her grin widening so that Pony thought she could see all of her classmates' fangs. Well, if you're just friends, got any tips on asking him out? At that, Pony's face began to glow a bright red while her pupil shrank into nothing larger than a grain of sand. Her heart began to pound so loudly she could hear it in her ear. W was all the American girl could say. Hey, he's on the market, said Tokage as she turned around in an exaggerated motion, kicking her legs forward as she did before jumping up. A catch like that won't stay single for long. I want to get while the getting's good. Pony found herself standing before she even realized she had done so. Why can't? She said, her cheeks burning even more now. Her heart was pounding even faster, fingers trembling on her now outstretched hand as she watched Tokage turn while placing her hands on her hips. With that smile on her face, Pony knew that Tokage could have any guy she wanted. She had the looks, the charm, the outgoing personality to make any guy she wanted fall head over heels for her. Is there a reason for her not to try? Asked Shiozaki, who up until this point had been silent as she ate her meal with her eyes closed. But now her eyes opened, looking over at Pony without turning her head. You said that you have not professed any feelings towards Midoriya. As a friend of his, should it not be your wish for him to find happiness as he moves into adulthood? To find the love that he can only ever experience from another? Well, began Pony. She's got a point, said Yanagi. Why not dash? Because I like him, said Pony quickly, interrupting the girl as she slumped back into her seat. Because I like him more than a friend. I want to be more than just his childhood friend, alright, more than his best friend. I just haven't told him yet. Pony kept her head down, feeling like at any moment she would start crying. Oh God, why was this happening to her? Now everyone in class would start thinking the worst about her. That she was a scaredy cat of a girl. That there was no way she could pull her weight around class or have what it took to fight villains when she couldn't even tell Izuku how she felt. That or she was just selfish or something. But before the waterworks could truly begin to flow, Pony felt something on her back and shoulder. Looking up, she saw that Kendo was leaning close to her with a hand on her back and a gentle smile on her face. As Pony blinked, she noticed that that wasn't the only hand on her. Out of the corner of her eye, the blonde could see a severed hand on her shoulder. If she hadn't seen Tokage using her quirk before, Pony would have let out a scream that would have been heard all over the school. Perhaps the entire city. Turning her head around, Pony saw that all the other girls were looking at her with friendly expressions. Tokage had sat back down, grinning ear to ear without showing her teeth while Kodai was sitting upright with both her hands on the table. Shiozaki had stopped eating, turning to give Pony her full attention. Komori and Yanagi had also turned to look at her. Sorry about that, muttered Pony as she wiped away one of the tears half-formed in her eye. No problems, replied Tokage with a wave of her handless arm. It was never our intention to cause you undue distress, said Yanagi. We only wish to know the truth behind your relationship with Midoriya. She then glanced over at Tokage. But then someone had to go off script? Come on, cried Tokage as the rest of the girls turned to look at her. Like anyone here was buying that whole, we're just really good friends bit. We've all seen the looks that they have been giving each other since day one. And the way I figured it, it was a win-win. Either she admits that she has feelings for the other green-haired badass in the class or I get a date. She paused as everyone stared at her, their eyes unblinking. What? I wasn't lying when I said Midoriya is a fine catch. Dude's hot and has amazing muscles. Not too bulky like some guys around here, but nice and lean. As one, all the girls sighed as Tokage's hand returned to her. So, is there any reason why you haven't told him how you feel? Asked Komori. Pony gave her a look before sighing. Well, To be honest, I feel like I'm in this weird spot right now, admitted Pony, the others at the table leaning forward so as to not miss a word. Tokage even detached her ear, having it float closer to Pony. Like I said, we've been friends forever now, and as much as I want to be more than that, a lot has already changed for me. I mean, I'm in a different country and boarding here at school. I'm still getting used to a new language, new school, new foods, and everything. Right now, Izuku's the one thing that's familiar around here. And I don't want to ruin it or make things awkward between us right now. So you plan on telling him? Asked Yanagi, her eyes widening ever so slightly. To that, Pony gave a nod as her blush returned slightly. That's great, Pony, said Kendo, flashing her a dazzling smile. And don't worry about us. We promise that none of us will make a move on Izuku until you're ready to talk to him. We'll even be there to help you when the time comes. After all, you two are already the class couple, added Kodai with a small smile. But please do not take this time for granted, said Shiozaki in a stern tone. As beings who have been granted God's greatest gift to mankind, free will, we can only claim control over our own actions. The rest of the school, however, has made no such vow, nor shall they care if they trample over your heart. The vine-haired girl then lowered her head. You should also remember what path we have chosen. While it is a virtuous path, it is also one that holds many hurdles and dangers. Time may not be in abundance. Before Pony could say anything, a loud commotion rocked the lunchroom, causing them all to suddenly stand. Well, look who we have here. Why, if it isn't the vastly inferior members of Class 1B. Izuku, who was in mid-bite of his food, turned his eyes to look at who was speaking. It was a boy around their own age, his blonde hair slightly unkempt as he looked down at the table with a look of utter superiority. I heard that All Might bailed on you, continued the teen, his tone smug as all hell. Such a shame. Such a shame. But, then again, you really can't blame him. Clearly, he sees that we of Class 1A are the superior class with the superior quirks. The rest of you are nothing more than side characters to get shoved to the side. As the boy smiled, placing a hand on their table and leaning onto it, Izuku glanced around at his classmates. Most of them had their heads down, hands gripped into tight fists as they fought hard to ignore the blonde speaking. While most of them were, "You want to repeat that?" demanded Tetsu as he stood, eyes filled with rage as he looked at the blonde with hate. "Oh, is there a problem with your ears?" laughed the blonde as his eyes slightly narrowed. Tetsu. "I said we are the superior class in every way. Our teacher, Aizawa-sensei, had us doing a test to fully demonstrate to him that we were worthy enough to be here. What's more, our class's recommendation students are leagues above yours. One has the power over creation itself, while the other is the son of the number 2 hero with power over fire and ice. Far superior to a girl who can break apart her own body and one that just makes things soft." The blonde took a moment to laugh as Tetsu began to grind his teeth. "And to top it all off, our class houses the student who scored the highest on the entrance exam. It's no wonder why someone like All Might would devote his time to us." More laughter exploded from the blonde, causing a larger scene. Amongst those at his table, he could see several of them beginning to stand as they looked at the teen in contempt. Some, like Shishida, looked ready to activate their quirks to silence this teen. Izuku also noticed that those sitting at the girls' table were approaching, as were a few from Class 1A. Whether they were there as backup for this guy or coming to reprimand him was anyone's guess. "Monoma," said a red-haired teen as he approached. "I think you're going a little too far." "He shouldn't be wasting his breath with these extras," said an ashen-haired teen who walked towards them, hands in his pockets, while giving off a vibe that felt familiar to Izuku for some reason. But regardless, his comment only served to make the others even angrier. "Who are you to be calling us extras?" demanded Kurwaro, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "Who is he?" said the one now known as Monoma in a mocking tone. "This just happens to be one of our class stars, Bakugo. You may have heard about him as the one who got the top score in the entrance exam. Another reason why Class 1A is the superior class." "Yeah," added a small boy who seemed to bounce on the table. The boy's appearance was odd as he seemed to have large purple balls in place of hair. As Izuku looked at him, wondering if the local grade school was missing a child, The boy spoke once more with a lecherous look as his gaze fell on the girls of Class 1B. Know what else? We also have like the most smokin' hot babes. That's IT, yelled Tetsu. The teen pulled back his fist, ready to throw the first punch while those in Class 1A got ready to defend their bragging classmate and the short pervert. The red-haired teen held up his arms in a defensive manner while Bakugo pulled out one of his hands and held it upright to show off several small pops that sent another shiver down Izuku's spine for some reason. Deciding that things had gone on long enough, Izuku took action. The green-haired teen stood, turning around just in time to see Tetsu swinging his fist forward and aiming it at Monoma. Seeing this, the bragging teen dropped his smug smile as he now looked terrified at getting hurt. But the blow never came as Izuku gripped onto the wrist of the taller teen, stopping the attack in its tracks. That's enough, said Izuku in a stern tone as other students from the 1A tables approached. Rather than look at them, Izuku kept his eyes on his friend. Just take a breath. They're not worth getting in trouble for. At first, Tetsu just gritted his teeth as he looked at his target. Said boy had taken a step or 5 backwards, looking like he was ready to flee. Perhaps seeing this aided in Tetsu's anger ebbing as he nodded. Yeah, sorry about that, Vice Rep, said Tetsu as his arms fell to his side. Nodding, Izuku turned to look at those from Class 1A. I am very sorry about that, he said in a pleasant tone. Now, let's all take a breath and calm down. We are on the same side. Who the F are you, extra? Demanded Bakugo as he gave Izuku a once-over. I am the Vice Rep of Class 1B, Izuku Midoriya, replied the green-haired teen. For a moment, the ashen blonde just stared at him. It was clear he was thinking about something, and so was Izuku. He stared at the other teen as he seemed familiar for some reason. But where? No one he knew back home had gotten into UA. So where did he? Midoriya, huh? Said Bakugo at last, a dark smile appearing on his face. I remember you. You're the guy who came in second place on the practical. But you only passed because you saved those worthless extras that were stuck in that building. Izuku's eyes widened as he heard that. How did you know about that? He demanded, feeling his bones already becoming harder with each word he spoke. Because, apparently, those sheedy hero wannabes were stuck there because they weren't powerful enough to get out of the mess I made in that fake office, said Bakugo with something that sickened Izuku, pride. Got chewed over slightly by All Might in my acceptance letter, but who cares? If they were weak and stupid enough to get trapped like that, then they deserved it. Izuku felt his blood boiling at that. This utter a-hole had the gall to say that. Had he not seen the footage of those people, the fear etched onto their faces as they scrambled around to try and save themselves? Had he not been haunted by the thought that if anything had gone wrong, they could have all been killed? What was this school thinking letting someone like him in and awarding him full points? For a moment, Izuku narrowed his gaze while his eyes hardened to glare at Bakugo. As the two stood there, the rest of Class 1B began to get behind Izuku save for one. Pony stepped forward and stood by his side as the two glared at the ashen blonde who gave them all a smile while pulling out both his hands. There was a look in his eyes that screamed if it was a fight they wanted, he would be more than happy to give it to them. Then, before things could get any more heated, the alarm went off. The next night found Pony laying alone in her bed, staring up at the ceiling with a somewhat blank look on her face. Dressed for bed, a top that only went down far enough to cover her cleavage and short shorts, the horned girl had a hand over her heart as she thought about the panic that had occurred. There was still so much she and the rest of her class didn't know. One moment, they were all in the locker room to get ready for a hero lesson with the topic of what 1A was doing being on everyone's minds. They had all heard from Kendo and Izuku that their rival class was going on a trip to the USJ with All Might being one of the teachers there. This had naturally gotten on several of her classmates, some of them having very loud conversations that could be heard in both locker rooms. For her part, Pony had to agree that it was unfair that All Might hadn't taught them anything. But that was as far as she and Izuku would have gone, as Izuku, who had heard about the trip from Kan, knew that these sorts of trips were planned well in advance. So, basically All Might was just trying to get back onto schedule. It just sucked that now they would have to listen to more of Class 1 as bragging. And if he cancelled on them again? As the students began making their way out of the locker rooms, chaos erupted. No one knew what was going on as Nizu called all the teachers to the front of the school, telling the students to go back to their homerooms until they were given permission to leave. So, Class 1B had to get back into their normal school uniforms and head back to class, where they waited for 4 hours. 4 hours of doing nothing but wondering what the heck was going on. Then, when Ken came back, they found out the truth. There had been a villain attack on the USJ. Hundreds of villains had emerged there with the intent to kill All Might as well as the other students there. And from there, Pony tuned everything else out. She didn't hear how many students got hurt, how the villains were defeated, or anything else. All she knew was that there had been a villain attack here at UA. From that point until she got back to her room, Pony's body seemed to move on autopilot as she went through the motions of her everyday life. It was only now, with the moon high in the night sky, that her mind began to have any real focus. Perhaps it was selfish, even childish, of her to worry about her love life while hearing that others had been hurt. But she couldn't help it. She had thought that she was safe here, at the top hero school and All Might being a teacher. That she wouldn't have to deal with real villains until she was a pro or, at the very least, when she did her internships. Thought she had plenty of time to tell Izuku how she felt, but after hearing that from Kan, a serious look appeared in Pony's eyes as she got up off the bed and headed towards the door. Her heart pounded as she opened it and her brain told her to turn around as she exited the room. It tried hard to convince her to stop this, that she was overreacting to a one-time event. But Pony, she was done waiting. She loved Izuku and had loved him for a while now. So, she was going to tell him in the most direct manner she could. Once she was at his door, Pony knocked several times. As she waited, Pony could hear everything that was going on inside. The rustling of sheets, the heavy footsteps leading towards the door, and Izuku's muffled voice as he drew closer. "Who is Dash?" began Izuku, rubbing the sleep from his eyes as he opened the door only to stop when he saw who it was. "Pony, is everything okay? Do you need Dash again?" Izuku's sentence was cut off. "Excuse me, are you Izuku Midoriya?" Startled by the sudden voice coming behind him, Izuku nearly dropped the 2 apple turnovers he had gotten for Pony. Cursing his nerves and hoping they hadn't been found out, he turned to see a tall figure standing behind him in the hallway leading to the heroics course. Of course, it didn't take him long to recognize her as a member of Class 1A. He had seen her long, dark ponytail a few times already in the library and the lunchroom while she sat with her classmates. "Pardon me. We haven't been properly introduced yet. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu, the class representative of your sister class," said the girl in a pleasant enough tone as she placed a hand over her heart. "Oh," said Izuku, taking a small step back as he gave the taller girl a polite bow of respect. However, as he did this, he had to wonder what was going on. Judging by the fact that she knew his name, she had been clearly seeking him out. Yet why him and not Kendo? The orange-haired girl was the class rep of 1B after all, so it made more sense to talk to her about official class rep business. But, rather than ask about that, Izuku decided to ask something a bit more pressing. "How is your class holding up? I heard that no one was seriously hurt yesterday besides your teacher and 13. When I saw them last night, they were fine," said Yaoyorozu with a bit of a smile. "Most were shaken and Mineta needs to get his his hero costume cleaned, but other than a few minor injuries, none of my classmates were seriously injured. We were lucky that All Might showed up in time to save us." A slight smile appeared on Izuku's face, nodding as he heard that. He had heard a bit about what had happened, but nothing official. Just the stories that had been posted to his favorite hero sites. A part of him felt more than a little envious of Class 1A since, despite the danger they were in, they not only got to train with his all-time favorite hero but got to see him fight a powerful villain. It was something that Izuku had only ever seen in the online videos. Well, while it wouldn't be the same, perhaps All Might could tell his class the full story. After all, given what happened at the USJ, Izuku was nearly positive that they wouldn't be doing that today. And while that sucked, he had heard in the lunchroom that All Might was on campus today meeting with the rest of the school staff and the police. Meaning he was sure to do something with them. Yet, as Izuku stood there, a lingering negative thought began to worm its way into his head. If it had been Class 1B who had been in danger, would All Might have been there to save them? The rational part of his mind screamed yes. Of course All Might would be there. Yet there was a softer, darker voice that questioned that. Then, Yaoyorozu's smile vanished. With that said, the danger we were in was real, she continued to say. Had things gone differently, I might not have been able to fulfill one of the duties of my station which I neglected. Meaning, asked Izuku, something curious. It's about an altercation that occurred between our two classes the other day, she explained, looking away from the green-haired teen as though ashamed of herself. I am aware that you were present when everything went down, and I am grateful that you were able to keep things from escalating. The fact that all of that happened within my proximity and failed to notice has not sat well with me. To be honest, I had wanted to talk to you and Kendo after school that day, but with all of my new duties it slipped my attention. Then there was the USJ incident yesterday. I also wanted to apologize for the way my classmates behaved. Izuku gave her a small smile, nodding his head slightly. I was just looking after my classmates. I'm sure that, had you been there, we could have both prevented things from escalating, he said before his smile faded. However, your apology is pretty meaningless. That seemed to shock Yaoyorozu as she took a step back. What do you mean? She asked. Izuku scratched his hair, averting his gaze a bit from the taller girl before replying. Because, look, you weren't there. You weren't the one insulting or belittling our class. Nor were you spoiling for a fight. I get that you're sorry for what happened, but I don't know if they feel the same. As Izuku said this, he thought back to the time before his family moved. He recalled the mother of the bully coming to his family's apartment many times, bowing and apologizing for how her son acted. Izuku even recalled how she placed her hand roughly on the back of her son, forcing him to bow as well as he fought tooth and nail not to. While it had been a nice gesture, that's all it ever ended up being. A gesture. And an empty one at that, since that kid never stopped. In the end, using their newfound money, the Midoriya family decided to just move away. I see, said Yaoyorozu. Izuku then let out a sigh as he turned around. If one of those guys does feel sorry for how they acted, just tell them to swing by 1B. My class, they're a really great group, and if the apology is honest, then it'll be water under the bridge. Now, I have to be getting to class, so dash. Oh, Yaoyorozu stated loudly, startling Izuku once more. The green-haired teen turned around just in time to see the black-haired girl reaching into her bag and pulling out a single piece of paper which she then handed to Izuku. Sorry, I was asked by Aizawa-sensei to give you this. Izuku gave the girl a curious look before looking down at the paper. At first glance, it seemed to be a document full of the usual, asking for things like name, address, quirk, and so on. Nothing out of the ordinary, yet nothing that would explain what this was for. That is, however, until Izuku looked up at the top of the sheet to see a title in large, bold letters. Class transfer form? What is dash? Aizawa-sensei told me that he believes that you would do better in Class 1A, explained Yaoyorozu, her smile returning. I mean, you'll still be a hero core student, just having a different homeroom and Aizawa's heroic lesson plans. All you have to do is fill that out and you'll be transferred into our class. Personally, I think that you would dash. Wouldn't that mean that someone in your class would be transferred out? Asked Izuku, cutting off Yaoyorozu. The girl blinked at that. I suppose that would have to happen. Izuku frowned as he looked down at the paper. Honestly, he didn't know what to feel about this. On one hand, the idea that one teacher wanted him in his classroom, reaching out like this was sort of flattering. Yet, at the same time, there was something unsettling about all this. Izuku knew that that hothead that got the highest score in the exam was already in that class. Not to mention, if that loud-mouthed blonde was correct, then the son of the number 2 hero was also there. Did her teacher just want more high-scoring people in his class? Since he hadn't done anything spectacular nor had he even spoken to the man, all he could do was assume that it had something to do with his entrance exam. That or his quirk. When Aizawa-sensei returns, tell him I'll think about it, said Izuku carefully before turning and walking away. The rest of his trip to the classroom had been uneventful. Once inside, he quietly made his way to his desk while the rest of the class talked amongst themselves. Though it wasn't hard to pick up on what most of them were talking about, the USJ incident. From where he sat, Izuku could see that several of his classmates had their phones pulled out. Some were showing pictures of the massive hole in the dome of the structure created when All Might punched the enemy right through it, while others just showed the hideous monster itself. Izuku fought the urge to shudder at the Nomu's appearance. Blackened skin, a beak-like mouth with jagged teeth, muscular body, and exposed brain. He had seen how quirks could drastically alter a person's body, but he had never seen nor heard of any quirk doing that to a person. Perhaps today, Ken-sensei would explain more about what had happened. However, as much as Izuku wished he was mistaken, he could see that not everyone was looking at pictures of the event. Several of his classmates had their phones out, looking at posts made by those from Class 1A. And judging by how they were glowering at their devices, it was safe to say that there was at least some level of bragging going on. As Izuku sat there, resting his head on an open hand, Izuku began to wonder what would happen if he did fill out that form. Would one of those more arrogant students from Class 1A be sent here? Would someone like that Bakugo person or Monoma treat it like a blow to their inflated ego? How would they handle being surrounded by the very people they had been mocking? Then again, what if it were someone else from that class? Someone who hadn't done anything to them. That seemed pretty unfair, being treated like an outcast in a class you weren't originally a part of all because a teacher wanted to trade students. It made Izuku wonder if this Aizawa-sensei knew or even cared about the growing tensions between the classes. Just before the bell rang, Pony appeared at the doorway panting heavily. Made it," she said in English between her heavy pants as she stumbled into the room. "Did you have time for breakfast?" asked Izuku. When his girlfriend shook her head, Izuku just gave her a sympathetic smile before holding out the apple turnovers. "Figured. That's why I got you these." "Izuku, you're the best," cried Pony as she galloped over to Izuku. As she took the pastries in her hand, though brief, the two blushed slightly as their lips met. When they separated, the duo spent a moment staring into the other's eyes before realizing that it had gotten quiet. As one, they turned to see that the entire class was now staring at them in silence. "It finally happened," screamed Tokage, jumping into the air as several of the girls squealed with joy. Before Izuku could say anything or even blink, Pony was surrounded by a large group of giddy girls who were now asking about 1,000 questions at once, never giving the girl a moment to answer. "Finally? What are you talking about?" demanded Tetsu. "It's barely been a week since school started. Damn it. I bet they wouldn't get together until their 3rd year. Money down the drain," wailed Shota as he ran his fingers through his hair. "I bet Tokage would hook with him first, then there would be a big fight between them before they decided just to share. But the odds were in my favor. You guys were making bets on us?" was all Izuku could ask as he watched the entirety of the guys in his class look crestfallen over their apparent losses. Well, all but one. Rin was leaning back in his seat, arms behind his head and grinning like the cat who had not just cooked the cannery but had also cooked it with expensive seasoning to make a 5-star dish. "Sorry guys, but it looks like you're all out of luck and money," said Rin. The teen then shot Midoriya a grin. "Looks like we're the only 2 winners today. Congrats, Midoriya," came the loud voice of Tetsu. The bulky teen charged right up to the bone user with tears running down his face. Once in front of him, Tetsu placed both of his large hands on Izuku's shoulders with enough force that made the green-haired teen surprised that the desk didn't shatter. "You've made our class proud. Now we have something that those bastards in Class 1A don't have. The cutest class couple. Thank you. Thank you. We didn't get together for that," shouted Izuku as he glared up at the larger teen. Thankfully, the class's celebration came to a swift end as the door opened to reveal their teacher. Everyone turned their heads to look at the fanged man only to recoil slightly. There was a sort of air around him that everyone could feel, like he was in a really bad mood or something, and that seething rage was surrounding him like a cloak. As Ken stormed over to his desk, his eyes downcast, the rest of the class made their way to their seats with Pony quickly eating her food as she did. "Good morning, class," said Ken once he was in front of his desk. "I know that today we were supposed to have our lesson at the USJ. However, due to the area still under investigation and 13 still receiving medical care, that lesson will have to be postponed indefinitely." "I figured that would be the case," said the glue master Bondo. As a few of the other students murmured in agreement, Izuku just let out a sigh. He too had figured this would be the case, however there was a part of him that hoped that they could do the rescue trailing elsewhere. Like in one of the model cities or something. "I know you were all looking forward to this lesson. Because of this incident, You are all now further behind the other students of your year. For that, I am truly sorry, continued Kan, his eyes closed as he gripped the sides of his desk with so much force that it looked like it would snap in half any moment. Sensei, it's not your fault, said Kendo with several others shaking their heads in agreement. Ken, however, disagreed. Yes, it is my fault. As your teacher, it is my responsibility to ensure that your training goes smoothly and that you are given every opportunity to succeed. Already I have been blindsided far too often, causing all of you to be left behind. Which is why I will be doing everything possible to ensure you are ready for the UA Sports Festival in 2 weeks. What? Shouted nearly everyone in the room at once. We're still having the sports festival? Even after the school was attacked by villains, demanded Yanagi, raising her voice for the first time this year as she stood up. Believe me, I fought against it, said Kan as he shook his head. And so too did a few others, but in the end it was decided that by canceling the sports festival would be a win for the villains. That we need to show the world that, despite this attack, we are still strong. As a precaution, we shall be upping our security with additional pro-heroes. As for the sports festival itself, as much as I hate to admit it, it's something that none of you can afford to miss. Pros from across Japan will be watching all of you with keen interest, looking for potential talent to scout for an internship. The further you go, the more chances you'll have to show off your skills, which in turn will likely increase the number of offers you will receive. And as unfair as it is, most of the pros will be paying attention to 1A since they were involved in the USJ. Which means all of you will have to work even harder if you want to stand out. Sir. This sucks, shouted Tetsu once lessons were over for the day. Izuku watched as he gritted his teeth while standing up, knocking his chair over in the process. It looked like at any moment his quirk would activate as he made his way towards the door, only to be stopped by Kendo's large hand. Where are you going? She asked, using what the class was now referring to as her big sister voice. Where the hell do you think I'm going? Roared Tetsu as he glared at the class rep. I'm heading over to those showboats in Class 1A and declaring war on them. That's right. We can't let them walk all over us like this, said Hananuki as he stood up as well. We need to tell that to their attention-seeking faces. All that will do is give them more attention, shouted Kendo, slamming her enlarged fist onto the ground. She then gestured towards the open door, indicating the students that were heading down to Class 1. Look, none of them asked to be attacked by villains. None of them asked for the spotlight to be placed upon them. But that isn't stopping them from enjoying it, growled Kamakiri as he held up his phone. Curious, Izuku walked over so that he was next to Kendo so that the two of them could see what he was showing them. It was a post put up by that grape-haired boy. Said boy had on a lecherous grin as he made a double V for victory sign. Below it, the boy had written a rather lengthy boast about how he had taken out many villains already and encouraging the ladies to watch him as he dominated the sports festival. Clearly, this is going to their heads, added Shiozaki, holding up her own phone displaying a post by Monoma. Izuku had to fight back a groan as he read the, thankfully, shorter text that just talked about how superior Class 1A was. Guys, what's even the point in trying? Asked Rin, gaining the attention of the room. As heads turned to look at him, shoulders slumped in defeat as he stared down at his feet. All traces of his former good mood were gone. I mean, doesn't it feel like the school already favors them? I mean, it was bad enough knowing that All Might was giving them preferential treatment. But now, the only ones the pros are going to be watching are Class 1A. So won't it make sense that the school will do everything it can to highlight them? What? Asked Tetsu, clearly taken aback by Rin's words. You don't really think? Of course I do, shouted Rin, slamming a fist into a nearby deck as dragon scales formed on his arm. We're the only class he cancels on. He's probably going to be giving them even more lessons until the day of the sports festival. Well, what about us? I bet he's already written us off. That's not true, said Izuku, loud enough to get everyone's attention. At least, I don't believe it's true. There has to be a good reason why he's canceling our lessons. All the other teachers make time for us, said Shishida with a frown. He's the only one who keeps canceling on us. Izuku winced at that, finding it hard to deny what was being said since, once again, All Might had canceled at the last minute again. Maybe it was because he had nothing prepared for them since the USJ was closed, But that didn't mean he couldn't do anything with them. He could have done a lecture on Quirk scenarios, had them do some combat training, or anything. What's more, they all knew he was in the building as half the class had seen him going into the teacher's break room. So why? What had they done, what could they have done, to cause the symbol of peace and justice to ignore them? And if he was being honest, it was starting to hurt. Even a die-hard fanboy like Izuku was finding it harder and harder to defend the man. Izuku then looked around at his classmates, his heart sinking as he did so. There were a few who still looked determined like Tokage and Pony. But looking at everyone else was a different story as the rest of the class had their heads down, including Kendo. He could see the class rep biting her thumb as she stared at something that wasn't there. The others, their bodies looked almost limp as if they would fall over any moment. So gritted their teeth while others looked like they would fall into the nearest seat at any moment. Not liking where this was going, Izuku spoke up. "We all knew becoming heroes wouldn't be an easy road," said Izuku with confidence, several of his classmates lifting their heads to look at him. "And maybe you're right. Maybe the school does favor the students in 1A. Maybe even All Might does." Saying that hurt a lot more than Izuku thought, so much so that he needed to take several deep breaths to calm his nerves before continuing. "But that just means we're going to have to work even harder. Because I'm not giving up on my dreams of becoming a hero." "Yeah, but what can we do?" asked Awase. "We can start by helping each other," said Izuku, looking over at Kendo as he spoke. The girl met his gaze for a moment, eyes slowly widening in realization before finally nodding. He nodded in return before looking back at his classmates. "Both me and Kendo can help anyone who wants to improve their martial arts skills." "We can," began Kendo, her eyes widening as the light in her eyes seemed to return at full force. Her voice became energized, her smile growing. "We can even set up group training. Maybe work on combos with everyone. We'll work together to defeat everyone else in the festival." "That sounds awesome," yelled Tetsu, now grinning as his hardening quirk activated. "What one cannot do alone, many shall," said Shiozaki, a small yet pleasant smile on her face. All around, more and more people were lifting their heads. "Except for, but only one of us can win," said Rin, looking torn between hope and despair. "This isn't just about getting to the top," said Izuku. "This is about showing what our class is made of. Sure, the last round of the sports festival is always a tournament. But the first round is usually designed to cut out most of the support class, general studies, and business classes. Second round is done so that they can cut that number down enough so that there aren't too many people in the final round. So, our goal should be to work together and to ensure that as many of us as possible get into that third round. If we can make sure that more of us are in the spotlight, I'll call that a win. One of us getting to the top 3 is a win plus. Having Class 1 be getting the bronze, silver, and gold? That's what I call going plus ultra." "Couldn't agree more," said Pony, shooting Izuku a smile before turning to look at everyone else. "So, what are we going to shoot for?" "Plus ultra," shouted the class, everyone raising their fists into the air as they did so. And little did they know that Ken had his back leaning against the hallway wall, eyes closed as he listened to his students with pride. Within the dorms of UA, Izuku Midoriya sat at his desk with a recently purchased notebook laying open in front of him. Normally, this wouldn't be anything too unusual for the green-haired teen, as anyone who knew him for more than a couple of days knew about the notes he took on heroes. Even his 1B classmates were aware of this, as he had already been taking down notes on all their quirks along with sketches of them in the hero costumes, one having a bit more effort put into it for personal reasons. However, this was not one of those notebooks. With one of his hands cupping his cheek, Izuku looked down at the page before him, one of many that had already been filled out, while tapping his mechanical pencil on the desk with his opposite hand. While the notebook had only been in his possession for less than half a day, purchased at the UA school store, the green-haired teen had already filled up a third of it. All one had to do was flip through it to find page after page of ideas that both he and Kendo had to help prepare for the sports festival. Something that people like Tetsu found pretty incredible since they had only been told about it earlier that day. The first idea written was about his and Kendo's after-school combat classes that would be happening after school in one of the many gyms. This was already in the works, as the pair had already sought out Ken-sensei to ask for permission, the pro hero easily granting the request with a toothy smile. Then, much to their surprise, Ken-sensei told the two that he would ask Principal Nizu to reserve one of the massive city-sized training fields for the class. This had been something that neither teen had thought about, and, now that the idea of training there had been placed before them, Izuku couldn't help but feel a little ashamed that he hadn't even considered the idea. Since none of them knew what sort of events would be held, doing training in different fields would help them to adapt. However, even though permission had been granted for the gyms, Ken had laid down a few simple rules for those attending. There would need to be a sign-up sheet with everyone's contact information so that, should there be a last-minute cancellation or the like, they could send out a group text notifying them. What's more, he would try to make it to all of these group training sessions, but if he could not make it, the two of them were in charge. And under no circumstance could they hold a quirk training without him or another teacher there. Since all of these things were reasonable, the two agreed. With permission granted, the two wasted no time making the sign-up sheet. On it, they informed all who wished to join them that the class would start from 3:30 till 7 o'clock and that the location of the training would be sent to them via text message. Once the very basic sheet had been finished, it was posted at the front of the classroom, which everyone in 1B rushed towards as soon as they realized what it was. Safe to say that everyone was on board with the training. With everything all set for tomorrow, Izuku and Kendo had filled the first few pages of the notebook with various training ideas. Nothing too extreme, just showing them basic moves that could be used as well as the most appropriate times or types of opponents to use them on. The overall goal being to have their classmates practice these moves until they felt natural. They also wrote down some other exercises that they would need, like strength and stamina training as well as dodging. This, Izuku felt, would give their class the edge they needed for the final round of the sports festival. With the easy part done with, the two began to think on how the rest of the training would go. Both agreed that some form of teamwork-focused training was needed, and while they had plenty of ideas, figuring out which ones would be most effective was proving to be difficult. By himself, Izuku had come up with several ideas which seemed good on paper. Hopefully Kendo would be able to figure something out as well. Of course, this might be going a bit easier for him if Izuku could focus his mind a bit better. A groan escaped Izuku, the hand on his cheek running up to the top of his head so that his fingers could weave their way through his messy green hair. The reason? Well, filling up nearly 2/3 of the page before him were date ideas for himself and Pony. Perhaps it was because of his newly enhanced relationship with the horned American teen that caused his mind to drift to the topic. After all, they had just become an official couple. All of this training would eat up a lot of their free time, and whatever they were left with would need to be spent studying as well as doing homework. Or maybe it was because some of these ideas, like training at the pool, made Izuku think about how much more fun it would be if it were just him and Pony. Heck, that might be the case, as he had to erase and rewrite that section several times as he got way off topic. Maybe he could save these ideas for later? Izuku's Pony's sing-song tone flowed through the room, causing the teen to jump in his seat. Had he been so lost in his own thoughts that he failed to hear the door opening? As casually as he could, Izuku turned around while closing the notebook at the same time. Now he could see that the door was already closed, with his girlfriend striding across the room with a big smile on her face. "I brought them," continued Pony, getting on the ground near Izuku's dresser. She then set down her backpack, which Izuku was just now realizing she had with her, opening it up before pulling out 2 of her uniforms. "I also brought some of my body wash and a few other things I might need if I want to keep sleeping over here. You should probably bring over some of your stuff to my dorm room as well. Just in case we ever end up spending the night in my room, right?" said Izuku softly as he watched Pony open the lower drawer. Thankfully there was plenty of room down there, Pony finding a spot for her to place both uniforms within, one on top of the other. As she did this, her rear wiggled slightly, causing her tail to shake in such an alluring way. Once the uniforms were put away, Pony got back up onto her hooves and stretched. Izuku had to wonder if she was doing all this to tease him. "So, whatcha doing?" she asked with a playful smile. A smile which Izuku returned as he opened up the notebook to a page where he knew she wouldn't see any of the plans. Surprises were nice after all. "Just going over some ideas to help us with our teamwork," he explained as Pony leaned a little closer to the desk in order to read. All the training we're going to be doing won't do us any good if none of us make it to the third round. Right now, I have a couple ideas. Basically, forming groups. There was a pause as Pony looked down at the book before she suddenly gasped. Quickly she turned to look at him, the sparkle in her eyes showing that she realized what he meant. You want everyone to know how to work with each other? Izuku nodded. I still don't have any idea on what the challenges will be. So I was thinking it would be a safe bet to start everyone off in groups of 2. Then bump them up to 3. Then 4 and, well, keep going until we get to 10. I think that might be the best number. This way, we'll know in advance whose quirks pair up well with each other instead of having to do so in the heat of the moment. It might even impress the pros. And am I in any of your teams? Asked Pony as she leaned closer to Izuku, her voice soft and alluring. Right from the start, whispered Izuku back, his eyes locking with hers. This was true, though not in a possessive way. He knew Pony better than anyone else in his class, and she, in turn, knew him as well. Their quirks could easily help with the other's weaknesses. So what other ideas do you have? Not much, replied Izuku, his hands going to Pony's sides as he spoke. One idea that I'd like to run past Kendo is about talking to the other students from the other courses. Specifically general studies students, since, from what I heard, that's where most of the students who failed to get into the hero course get sent. There might be a few in the support and business courses, but given how specialized those departments are, we might not find many. Anyways, for those that we do find, the plan is to invite them to our training group after school, maybe even help them with their quirks. Pony turned a little in her seat to look back at Izuku, giving him a thoughtful look. Well, given how unpopular 1A is right now, I'm sure there are plenty that would like a chance just to take them down a peg. And they certainly aren't doing themselves any favors. At that, Izuku gave a short nod. That Bakugo person had done his class no favors. From what had been going around the school, the loud ashen blonde teen had mouthed off to all the first years who had gone to 1's class, where he loudly called them nothing more than pebbles in his path to glory. That they only existed to help make him look all the better before the pros. That, along with a few other choice phrases the teen had said, made Izuku wonder why no one had tried to strike Bakugo while his back was turned. This was not helped when a few others from Class 1A also tried throwing their weight around. But, continued Pony, her face taking on a more concerned expression, aren't you a little worried? I mean, I don't want to sound like a jerk or anything, but won't helping them get ready be sort of like helping the competition? Well, you do have a point, agreed Izuku slowly. But the way I see it, helping them out helps everyone else at the same time. I mean, the final round is normally just a showcase for the hero program, and anyone who manages to get that far is easily taken out. But if we manage to even it out a bit more, we might be able to put on a good show for the pros watching as well as the teachers. Maybe even Kan-sensei will bring up how hard they were working with us if a name or two is thrown around about students they want to promote. Honestly, doing it like this just makes me feel more like a true hero. You know, lifting other up and inspiring them to achieve their dreams? And the rest of your ideas? All up in the air, said Izuku, unable to keep himself from groaning. The problem is that the various events will be randomized. So I'm thinking we should be doing some situational quirk exercises when we have the chance. How about we what's this? Izuku blinked as Pony leaned forward to the notebook, her eyes darting at something he couldn't see. Glancing over to his girlfriend, he watched as her large blue eyes moved back and forth as she read what was written. Then, suddenly, her cheeks turned red before smiling. The next day, Kan, also known as the pro-hero Vlad King, stood before a set of doors. As he stood there, his hands opened and closed constantly as sweat began to form on his forehead, where it then began to run down the sides of his face. Honestly, he felt a little pathetic at this moment. How many buildings on fire had he run into without a second thought? How many times had he rushed towards some disaster with that same level of care? How many times had he faced down powerful villains whose quirks overshadowed his own? Yet now, somehow, compared to everything he had ever done before, this was the hardest thing he would ever have to do. There was a part of him that wished he didn't have to do this. To just give the situation a bit more time and hope that it would resolve itself. But he knew that wasn't possible, not anymore. Not after seeing how his students needed him to do this. So, taking a deep breath, Ken opened the door and stepped inside the teacher's break room. The first thing that Ken saw was a thin man sitting on one of the couches. The man's head was leaning back, his long blonde hair flowing down the backside of the couch as the man stared up at the ceiling as he panted aloud. Draped around the man's form was a red hero costume that looked many sizes too big so that he might as well be swimming in it. As Ken moved to the coffee machine, he noticed that the man was lifting his head in slight panic while his eyes darted with fear. Though, it was an unwarranted fear in Ken's book since the only people who could enter this room were the teachers. The advanced security measures would keep out any of the students while sounding an alarm if they tried without the express permission of any teacher. When the man's almost glowing blue eyes fell upon him, the man smiled. "Oh, Vlad, wasn't expecting you. You don't usually show up after school hours." Ken let out a chuckle as he poured himself a cup of coffee, taking it black. "Yeah, don't normally get this crap either. I don't know if it's because of his quirk or he just knows how to get the best coffee beans, but nothing compares to what Lunch Rush makes. Hey, maybe it's both." With coffee in hand, Ken moved to take the seat across from All Might. "Guess I just wanted to see how you were doing. Looks like those kids in 1A put you through the ringer." As Ken took a sip of his coffee, or rather, this cheap-ass crap trying to pretend to be coffee, All Might let out a laugh. "There's still a long ways away from that," he said. "My time just shortened again. With that damn time limit, I can just squeak by a lesson a day. It's draining as all hell, but they're good kids. They're worth it." At that, Ken took a deep breath. "I'm sure they are," he said, his gaze focused on his coffee for a moment before looking up and locking eyes with the #1 hero. "And if you ever gave my class a chance, you would see that they're good kids as well." The look All Might gave was one he had seen in his students more than once. The widening of eyes as they realized that they had forgotten a part of their homework. Looking away from a figure of authority, sometimes in shame while other times indignation. It was all there, along with All Might gripping his oversized pants tightly enough that, if he had the strength right now, he could have ripped them. "It's not like I've been doing it on purpose," All Might said, shame in his voice. Which was good in Ken's opinion. Shame was good. After taking another sip of this single-yen knockoff of coffee, they could get entire FNG cities built in the back of the school and giant robots but couldn't spring for better coffee in the teacher's break room. Ken set down the mug. "Look, All Might, when I heard that you were taking up this job, I knew you couldn't make every single class. Even more so when we were all told about your injury. And given everything you have done for society, I thought that not ragging on you for missing those classes was the least I could do. But my class is falling behind because of this. Those kids, my students, they work just as hard as 1A to get into UA. They deserve the same treatment as everyone else. I know that. I know they do," stated All Might. "I'm trying my best here. It's just stuff keeps coming up." "I see. So a speeding car and a purse snatcher is more important than our students? Because that is what you are using your precious time on instead of our students," challenged Ken, his eyes hardening even more. "That's what you were racing to stop all morning on the day of the USJ incident. Had you trusted the heroes and police of the city to do their damn jobs, you could have been there from the start. You might have even been able to put a stop to all of that chaos before those kids got exposed to that sort of danger. I mean, they're just first years." Ken then paused, taking a breath in order to calm himself down. "Look, I'm glad you did eventually show up and put things right. But it came at the cost of limiting your time as the symbol of peace even more. Limiting the time helping to teach the students you made a commitment to." Nizu said the same thing, admitted All Might slowly as he looked down. "Both before the incident when I called and said I couldn't make it and afterwards." "And you know he's right," stated Ken as he folded his arms across his chest. He then let out a sigh. "I just wish you had realized that a bit sooner, because my class is losing faith in you." "What?" asked All Might, his head snapping up and his eyes widening. But they have to understand that dash." "You're being greedy, All Might," interrupted Ken, silencing the other hero. "You want to be a teacher here. You want to keep the image of the symbol of peace as being strong. You want to keep being a hero for as long as possible. But trying to do all of that is coming at a cost. One that you should have realized. All Might, my class, they don't know you. You showed up for the entrance ceremony, but that's it. The only time they hear about you in class is when I'm telling them you can't make it. And they hear it over and over again. What did you think would happen? I can't tell them the truth because you tied my hands when you made us all promise not to talk about your condition. Again, Ken took a deep breath. Not that it did anything to help with his bubbling emotions. Not that telling the truth would make the situation any better. I've heard from the other teachers that a few Aizawa's students have noticed this as well. Loudly talking in the mess hall about how excited they are that you're teaching them. Or talking about what they did the other day. Rubbing it in my students' faces that you favor Class 1A over them. If we told them the truth, it might just be the final nail in the coffin. All Might was trembling now, something that didn't make Ken feel any better. Before him was a man that the entire world respected as a great hero. Attacking him like this just felt wrong on some level. However, his students needed him to do this. Needed him to ram it through this man's head what he was doing and what the effects were. All Might, they're not going to wait for you forever, continued Kansas, my class reps, Kendo and Midoriya, they're having to step up and lead the class so that they can all be ready for the sports festival. If you could see all the effort they're putting into this, just so that they won't be left behind. In fact, Midoriya talked to me earlier about an off-campus activity that he believes will help them. The fact that they're stepping up like this and not giving up makes me proud. I just wish that they didn't have to. For a moment, Ken's anger began to dissipate as he thought about what had happened between himself and Midoriya just a few hours ago. He could still clearly remember seeing the sparkle of hope in those green eyes as he explained what he wanted the class to do over the weekend. It might have been bold or extreme, but Ken could see the merits in it. Might even be the thing to lift everyone's spirits. And if he could contact the right people, well, what are they planning? Asked All Might. How about you ask him yourself at tomorrow's lesson? Suggested Kansas. Maybe you could give him some advice? Hearing that lit up All Might's face for a moment, the man almost standing up. However, before he could put any pressure on those thin legs of his, the man sighed in defeat. I wish I could, but there is another pressing matter I need to attend to, he said. Can's irritation must have shown because All Might raised a hand quickly. It's not like that. After the USJ incident, I realized I need to do something really important. Tomorrow, my former sidekick will be coming over so we can talk to a certain third-year student. It's very important. All Might's words trailed off as Ken stood, leaving behind his crappy coffee as he went to the door. It had better be worth it, All Might, said Ken as he stared at the door, not even bothering to look at the man. Because once you have lost those kids' trust and respect as a teacher, it'll be damn near impossible to get it back without putting in a lot of work. Work that you don't have time for. But I'm glad you're making time for other students at least. And before All Might could say anything else, Ken forcefully opened the door and left. Meanwhile, are you sure she'll be interested in this? Asked Izuku as he walked down the halls of UA. Besides him, wearing a similar P uniform as himself, was Kendo, while a third led the way. This boy had wild purple hair and an expression that made him look like sleep did not come naturally to him. In fact, when they first met, Izuku wondered if the student, Hitoshi Shinso, didn't have a vampire quirk or something similar. She's the same as me, said Shinso as he continued to walk down the halls, hands in his pockets. She's got an insanely good quirk that would make her a great hero. But the entrance exam, all them robots, squashed any hopes she had. But unlike me, she decided to go into the business course. The team then glanced over at Kendo. Are you sure we shouldn't be heading down to the gym? I can talk to her tomorrow and see if she's interested. Worried about your classmates? Asked Kendo. Both Izuku and Kendo had talked to several of them throughout the day. Between classes in the hallway, during lunch, during their breaks, and just whenever they had any free time. Most of them, sadly, Izuku could see that they weren't going to join them. He was sure that Kendo saw it as well, given how upset she looked whenever she came back from talking to the general studies students. For there was a look burned into their eyes, defeat. Those students had clearly just given up on ever trying to move up within the school. Like they had just accepted that they were nothing more than background characters, fodder for the upcoming festival and nothing more. Thankfully, not every member of General Studies had given up. While there were not many, Izuku and Kendo had managed to talk to a handful of students who were curious and even hopeful about their chances. More heard about via word of mouth, and by the end of the day, they had over 12 students who had written their info on the sign-up sheet. Thankfully, none of them held any illusion that Izuku and Kendo could promise them a spot in the hero course. All they wanted was a chance to show what they could do. To further help with that, Izuku was also asking them about their quirks so he could figure out a more specialized training program. Shinso had been the first one they had talked to. While no one had known his name, a rumor had been going around school about a tired purple-haired teen from general studies who had declared war on Class 1A. Even going so far as telling the entire class that he was going to be taking one of their places after he knocked them out of the course. They can handle themselves, said Shinso, giving a shrug as they walked. I just want to get going with this training. We're going to need all the help we can get. You were the one who brought her up in the first place, Kendo pointed out. And she's going to need all the help she can get though. A single day of training can mean the difference between victory and defeat. Yeah, grumbled Shinso. Soon, the group came to a set of very fine-looking wooden door. The ones that looked so expensive that, if you pressed your ear against it, you wouldn't be surprised to hear the sounds of the rainforest. But, rather than knocking, Shinso just opened them. Sis, I finished reading the page. There's a potential loophole in paragraph 3 that needs to be looked at. Hey, wait your turn. Sis has to look at this page first. There are some major typos here that need to be fixed. Like percentage cuts. If we don't fix this, we'll fail. Shut your traps. I'm still reading this garbage. And sis needs to focus on her own work. Now shut it or I'll do it myself. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz. Izuku blinked at what he saw. It seemed like the business studies students didn't have normal-sized desks, but rather ones so long that you needed a rolling chair to get from one end to the next. Each of these long, fancy tables had various knickknacks and papers on them in a neat arrangement that seemed almost manufactured. As if someone had figured out the most systematic way to give the impression of a business desk that was active but also had some degree of personality. Well, all but one. The lone student in the room was a girl with light shoulder-length blue hair and matching eyes, small blue fangs poking out from her upper lips as she read a document before her with pencil in hand. But what really drew Izuku's attention were the 4 snake-like bodies coming out of her back. The upper parts of their bodies were the same light shade of blue with rows of spikes running down their spines with pink underbellies. On the top of their heads was a spike horn, the first having one with the number rising up to 4. 3 of these additional heads had stretched themselves out along her table, reading a document with a pencil in their mouths which they would then circle something before giving it to the main body. As for the 4th, it had its head on a pillow as it slept. Hey, Kokami, called Shinso. Instantly, the girl jumped from her seat causing the papers to fly up in all directions. The 3 active heads moved frantically to catch them all, moving like a blur as they bit into them before setting them back on the table. The last one remained asleep. Oh, gasped the girl, Izuku noticing she was a bit on the short side. Maybe a foot and a half shorter than himself. Shinso, it's you. Hey, were you raised in a barn or something? Knock first. Big sis is hard at work. You could have ruined everything. Take responsibility and help us with this work, you jerk. Zzzzzzzzzzz. Again, Izuku was astounded at seeing these heads talk. Did this quirk have its own form of consciousness? He had heard that there was a student in 1A who had a quirk that gave him a living shadow as a familiar. So was this something similar? Breaking away from his thoughts, Izuku stared at 3 of the 4 heads whose attention was focused on Shinso, glaring daggers as they did so. As for the girl, Kami, she looked at them with a nervous yet pleading expression. Please, it's all right girls, she said, holding up her hands as she spoke. The 3 heads muttered something that Izuku couldn't hear, but they began to retract slowly so that they were all behind the blue-haired girl, albeit looking ready to strike at any moment. Once they had backed away, the girl then turned to Shinso. Sorry about that. They're a little frustrated with all the extra contract work we've been given. Shinso let out a sigh. Guess it must be tough, he said before gesturing to the 2 hero students. Kawakami, this is Midoriya and Kendo from the hero course. They have an offer for you. What? Shouted Kawakami and 3 of her extra heads all at once. She began waving her arms around frantically while the serpent heads looked at each other in confusion. What would you want with me? Is this an arrest? Do you have a warrant? I swear, I thought those extra candy bars were for everyone. What? No, said Kendo as she tried to calm the girl down. Kawakami, we heard that you wanted to get into the hero course. Is that right? The frantic motions of the girl subsided as she, as well as the other heads attached to her, looked down at the ground. Yes, I did. Can you tell us more about your quirk? Asked Izuku, no longer being able to hold it in as he produced a notebook out of nowhere. Moving swiftly, he began to circle the girl like a nerdy shark as he took notes on everything he had seen so far. The eyes of her quirk watched him in bafflement as he did so. What? Where did that notebook come from? Seriously, is no one going to question it? Does he have a bag of holding style quirk? Shut up, you damn nerd, and watch the green-haired one. Zzz. Oh well, my full name is Awai Kawakami and my quirk is called Hydra, began Kawakami. As you can see, it gives me a few extra heads with minds of their own. I give mental, requests to them, but I can't see what they see. They can also produce some weak poisons. Nothing too serious, just causing numbness, sleepiness, or paralysis. And they administer it by either biting them or creating a mist, though the mist is less effective. That's so amazing, cried Izuku with stars in his eyes as he looked at the heads. Finally, someone who gets how great we are. You have good tastes? Hey, what she's saying is only the tip of the iceberg. Really? Asked Izuku as he stared at the three heads. Oh yeah, said Kawakami as she looked a little sheepish. They're also pretty strong and can help me move about more easily. As if to prove this, two of the three heads shot down towards the ground, slamming their lower jaws into the floor before launching Kawakami into the air. The third head shot forward, biting the floor behind the desk before reeling them in. Once on the floor, the three heads began to wrap around the desk before lifting it a solid foot off the ground. That thing could have weighed anywhere between 100 to 200 pounds. And they were doing it with some visible difficulty. How did you not get into the hero course? Demanded Kendo as she walked over to the girl and grabbed her shoulders. Well, robots are sort of immune to poison, mumbled Kawakami as she looked away. I managed to destroy a few robots, but it just wasn't enough. Also, I think I lost points when I tried to save someone but ended up injecting him with poison. She then looked over at Shinso, giving him a thankful smile. I'm glad I took Shinso's advice and also took the entrance exam for the business course. It might not be the most exciting thing here, but I think I'm doing well. Having an entire team looking over contracts really helps. But it's so boring. We cry every night into our pillows, dreaming about how we could have kicked butt. Aoi cries too sometimes. She even made her own costume and everything. Zzz, said Kendo. Well, now we really want you to join us. For? Asked Kakami, tilting her head as she spoke. Oh right, they never told you, said Shinso, blushing a little as he scratched his chin. Unlike those jerks in Want, the 1B students are offering to train whoever wants it. They say they're going to help as many people as they can get ready and hopefully get into the hero course. I'm going to check it out and well, you thought about me, supplied Kawakami, blushing herself. That blush grew 10 times when she saw Shinso nod. But the business course never competes. We just sell stuff and take notes? That's always been a choice, said Izuku. Look, Kawakami, I'm going to be honest with you. There is no guarantee that you'll get in or even make it to the second round. I can't even promise you that there won't be any robots. But if you really want to be a hero, this is your chance to show them what they missed out on. Stick with us and we'll do everything we can to help you out, continued Kendo. You're strong, and I think all you need is a little bit of combat training. Add in some physical conditioning and you'll be a force to be reckoned with. Began Kawakami. She then paused, looking at all of her snake heads who were giving her what felt like puppy dog pouts. Then she smiled and nodded. I'll do it. As all the other heads began to cheer, the head that had been sleeping the entire time finally opened her eyes. Did I miss something? All right, everyone, thank you all for coming today, said Kendo as she, Izuku, Shinso, and Kawakami entered one of the larger gyms used by the Hero Corps students, Gym Alpha. Walking in, Izuku found that it reminded him of a higher-end traditional gym. The sort of gym used by those in the higher end of society that, if he wanted just a day pass, would probably cost as much as his parents made in an entire year. The first half of the gym had nothing but matted floors and walls, no doubt meant to be used for group exercises and sparring. As for the other half of the room, Izuku could see row after row of various weight machines. Some of them were familiar, like bench presses, leg curl machines. But then, there were some that looked a little strange. One that he could see looked like you could put your foot in it, kicking into the air with weights creating resistance. That or someone's tail either seemed like an option. Of course, there was more to the gym than all that. Along the sides of the walls were rock climbing walls that went all the way to the ceiling, as well as doors leading to a basement level where a couple of pools were kept. All in all, this seemed like the ideal place to train. As they walked onto the mat, Izuku felt someone watching him from behind. Quickly turning, he saw that it was Ken-sensei. The man had his back to the wall, arms crossed over his chest as he surveyed the students in the room with a small frown. And, as he turned around, Izuku thought he knew what was causing him to make that expression. Class 1B were huddled together in the center while the general studies students were off to the side, a good distance between the two groups. None of them were trying to mingle with the heroes, and none of the heroes were making any attempt as well. Well, that was going to change. So, we have a limited amount before the sports festival, announced Kendo as she stood in front of the group, Izuku taking his place next to her. As for Shinso and Kokami, the two of them just walked in front of the hero course students. Not blending with them, but not standing apart from them either. And sadly, there is a lot of ground we all need to cover in order to be ready. So I need all of you to listen closely and pay attention so I don't need to repeat myself. To start off, both me and Midoriya are going to be splitting all of you into two groups. One group will be doing basic combat training, things like fighting stances and one-on-one combat, as well as working on your quirks, while the other works on the weight machines and anything else you might feel you need. Then, after an hour, the groups will switch places. These groups will be split evenly, with those who have more powerhouse-type quirks will be in my group while those who are more agile will work with Midoriya. After a week of this, Midoriya will take charge of my group while I take the reins on his. Izuku nodded as listened to Kendo talk about what the two class reps had gone over earlier today. While they could have just kept the groups as they were to make it simpler, a fresh set of eyes from a different point of view might give them an edge. Question, said a teen, a hand raised up from the general studies group. Both Izuku and Kendo turned to see a tall, lengthy boy looking at them with dark eyes. What stood out for Izuku was the teen's head, which had a large forehead while the rest of it almost looked like it was cylinder-shaped with long black hair coming down in a lion's mane sort of style. Also, for some reason he wasn't wearing any shoes. Yes? Asked Kendo, gesturing for him to step forward and introduce himself. Kenji Goya, said the boy as he took a few steps forward. I was just wondering how you were going to place us in the general studies. Most of us don't have powerful quirks, so... Oh, that's simple, said Izuku, giving the teen a bright smile which he didn't return. What's your quirk? Goya let out a sigh before looking down at the ground. It's called shock redirection, he said simply. Shock redirection? Is it like shock absorption or nullification? Asked Izuku, his notebook just appearing in his hands as he began taking notes. I think it would be better to show you, said the teen as he held up a hand, the palm open. Just have someone punch my hand as hard as they can. At that, Kendo grinned as she enlarged one of her fists. All right then, she said as she approached the teen, who didn't even seem nervous as he saw just how massive her fist had gotten. Once she was in front of the teen, she pulled her fist back and, with a war cry, punched with all her might. What happened next caused all of the Class 1B students' mouths to hang open, even Kan-sensei. The giant fist made contact with the palm, but Goya didn't budge. In fact, he didn't appear like he even felt that. What's more, the mat beneath him began to ripple out like it was made of water or something. Pretty cool, right? Asked Goya as he moved his open hand away from Kendo to look down at it. I used to think so as well. My quirk allows me to redirect the shock or kinetic energy from a physical object, like say a punch, to my upper body and push it down into the ground through my feet. Kind of like how a lightning rod sends electricity back into the earth. Though, for some reason, it works best when I use the palms of my hands. Goya then slowly looked up at Kendo, a small smile forming on his face. Normally, I can't feel the force behind the attack. But that punch, I could tell it had some serious power behind it. Had my feet been on concrete or wood, I'm pretty sure that punch would have cracked the ground. That's amazing, yelled Tetsu, grinning like a madman as he looked at Goya. What's the biggest thing you've ever stopped with that? Goya looked a little embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head. A small bus, he admitted, getting several gasps from the room. It wasn't anything too amazing. This guy who lived uphill from my parents' place was doing some repair work on the bus and somehow it began to roll away from him. I happened to be playing in the streets when it happened and, well, caught it. Dude, that quirk is amazing, shouted one of the general studies students, the others quickly echoing it along with Shinso and Kokami. Even the 1B students couldn't hold back just how impressive they found this quirk, including Izuku, who was busy writing down all the ways this quirk could be useful in the hero profession. Firstly, he would be able to handle anyone out there with a strength enhancement quirk, pretty much negating that advantage. And in rescue work, he might be able to help protect people from falling rubble. Goya, however, shook his head. Like I said, I used to think my quirk was pretty cool. But my quirk does have a few flaws. First off, it's only my upper body that can absorb the shock. Then that shock gets sent instantly to the soles of my feet and into the ground. I can't contain it for even a second or expel it from any other part of my lower body. And once people figure out what I can do, it's game over. That's quitter talk, shouted Kendo, startling everyone. There was a fire in her eyes as she looked at Goya, her expression screaming that she wasn't going to let this guy go anytime soon. With your quirk, you could become an amazing hero. You just need to work more with your quirk and your body. So that's what we're going to do. You're sticking with me this week so I can put some muscles on that body, teach you how to take a punch, and so much more. I also think I might know a few fighting styles that would be well suited for you, added Izuku with a smile, lifting up his notebook showing he had written at least a dozen or so martial arts styles with some of them scribbled out. We can also talk to the support department to see if we can also get you some special shoes so that it doesn't look too obvious. Normally, they only work with the hero department, but we are allowed to make special requests for other students. We just need to find a support student who is willing to sign off on it. Turning his attention away from an emotionally shocked Goya, Izuku looked at the rest of the general studies students. Don't worry, we're going to do everything we can to help all of you. That's right. Which brings us to the second part of what will be our daily training routine, said Kendo as she looked at the whole group. Once we are done in here, we will be making our way to one of the training zones for team building exercises. Basically, learning how to work together as a group so that it will become natural, as well as breaking us all down into smaller-sized groups to handle different situations. Oh, also, Midoriya has a special training set up for this Saturday. Okay, that sounds great and all, began Shinso as he raised a hand. But, shouldn't we also be working to try and counter Class 1 as quirks? I think that would be an effective use of our time. Izuku let out a sigh before looking down at his notebook, quickly flipping through the pages. Believe me, if we had more time then I would agree. After all, the more info a hero has on a villain's quirk, the greater the odds are that he can overcome it with minimal damages to himself and the surrounding area. However, given the fact there are 20 students in one, researching all of their quirks to see exactly how they work would eat up a huge chunk of our time. Add on the amount of time it would take to come up with a plan for each and every one of us to counter each of their quirks followed by the actual training. Well, that might be a bit too much to hope for. It's best we focus on our base fighting strength and improving as much as possible. The green-haired teen then found the pages he was looking for, holding the notebook open as he skimmed what he had written some time ago. However, we do have some information thanks to Tokage and Hananuki, who met with the other students who got in via special recommendation. Yaoyorozu has the power of creation. While she never explained how she does it, we do know that she can create any non-living object she wants as long as she knows and understands its molecular structure. Sounds kind of like you Midoriya, said Aways. I mean, you can pull your bones out of your body and turn them into whatever weapon you want. Well, I can't turn them into a semi-automatic rifle or a cannon, yet, replied Izuku with a bit of smirk, his comment getting a chuckle out of the group. Then, once the crowd had settled, Izuku continued. Right now, Yaoyorozu is the wild card because of her quirk. Meanwhile, Todoroki is a bit more straightforward. He's the son of the number 2 hero Endeavor. Yet strangely he didn't seem to show much in the way of fire, rather he used ice the entire time. And he can make a lot of it. He's probably going to be one of the tougher, if not the toughest, people in 1A to beat. Right now that's all we dash. Oh, yelled Kokami as she began jumping up and down with her hand raised in the air. I know that Mineta has sticky balls. The entire gym seemed frozen in time as everyone stared at the blue-haired Hydra girl. Izuku felt his jaw drop, the notebook in his hand falling to the ground. He could feel his mind crashing, error messages flashing through his vision as he tried to comprehend what he had just heard. Mineta has what? And how did she know that? Slowly the teen's senses began to return, showing him that the rest of the class was staring at the business course student with their colors muted. There were only a few, like Shinso, who were not staring at her with their mouths hanging open but instead looked like they were fighting hard not to vomit. As for her 4 extra heads. You idiot. Don't say it like that. Sis, you have to remember your phrasing. Explain. You have to explain yourself. Can we have a snack now? Right? Sorry, yelped Kokami as she saw the reaction everyone was giving her. Why, you see, one part of the business course is to learn how to help heroes manage their social media pages. And for our first assignment, we were each given a student and told to write up a report on our thoughts on how to improve them. I was the one who got Mineta so dash. Sis ended up writing 14 pages on everything that he shouldn't be telling the public. All that vulgar language. All the self-promoting as a ladies' man. We read things we could never unread. How is his account not banned worldwide? How? At least we got to look at cute cat videos to cleanse our eyes afterwards. Anyways, interrupted Kawakami, in between certain comments, Mineta mentioned what his quirk did. Those balls on his head aren't some weird hairdo. There's some sort of sticky mass that he can pull off his head and throw. Anything other than himself will stick to them while he just bounces right off. At that, the class gave a collective sigh of relief. But, he did make some mentions to other parts of his body, said Kokami, her face turning bright red with embarrassment. It didn't take long for the class to come to the conclusion on what sort of body parts the person in question was speaking of. And, as Ken made a silent vow to speak to Nizu about this kid's behavior, the rest of the class made a silent vow. If they got the chance, Mineta would be the first to get knocked out of the sport festival. Okay, let's do this one more time, cried Tetsu, hardening his body into steel as he slammed both his fists together. Though he was panting, Izuku nodded before turning to look at Pony, who despite looking just as worn out as the rest of them gave him a cute thumbs up. As the 3 got into position within the city-like environment, it was hard not to notice the growing shadows all around them as the sky took on an almost crimson color. Their ears also picked up a lack of noise. What seemed like not so long ago, the place was abuzz with noise from the various teams working on group combo moves. Everything from people screaming at the top of their lungs to the sounds of collapsing metal seemed to be the song that this land sang. But now that melody was on its final chord as the noises came further and further apart. It was clear to Izuku that everyone here was drained, too tired to keep going for too much longer. Which, seeing how everyone he saw had been giving this their all, was a great thing. The first half of the training went off without a hitch. After getting the quirks of everyone in general studies, both he and Kendo split them up with the rest of the class as evenly as they could. Once that was all set up, Izuku worked hard to maintain his own workout plan while making sure everyone was using the machines correctly. Mostly, he saw the general studies students not holding at the right time, a common mistake to those who had never really worked out properly before. But everyone there was giving it their all and pushing themselves. Following that came combat training. Here, Izuku decided to follow Ken's example as he focused on the several general studies students first, which included both Shinso and Kokami. Shinso was easily the worst out of all of them, already exhausted from the weightlifting and just throwing random punches that easily missed Izuku. No doubt he was the type of person who thought he could get by with just his quirk alone, neglecting training his body. So, after a while, Izuku realized what type of style he would need. one that revolved around dodging and striking people in areas that wouldn't take them down but would instead cause pain and annoyance. The idea was to fluster his opponent to the point where they would talk back to Shinso without even realizing it. Once they did, it was game over. Meanwhile, Kokami was a bit better. She could use her additional limbs to help move herself far better than could her own legs, and, if she ever caught her opponent's limbs, they would be pretty much bound. However, her main body was the issue, as her punches had no real power to them. Thankfully, Izuku had a good idea for that. Rather than just increasing her strength, he believed that she should also increase the speed of her punches. If she could bind her opponent, pinning them to the ground, then all she needed to do was rapidly punch her opponent in the gut while her poisons went to work. Simple. As for the other general students, they all needed their own work. Like, for example, this one student who kept trying to roll on the ground whenever he dodged. It was awkward to watch. When asked why he was doing this, he said that it was for his quirk, gunshot flick. Apparently, by placing an object between his thumb and pointing finger, he could then flick said object with great force depending on how long he held it there. Sort of like he was charging for a big attack in a video game. The rolling was supposed to help him dodge as well as look for loose rubble to use as ammo. Not a bad idea, but how he was doing it looked so unnatural and clumsy that half the time it failed. So, Izuku showed him the proper way to roll. Once he was finished with the general students' matches, Izuku used the rest of the time to show them fighting stances. Learning these stances was the first and most important part, so that was all they did. Over and over, Midoriya drilled it in their heads until it was time to move on to the training fields. Here, the first part of their training was simple: jump from rooftop to rooftop as a group from one edge of the city to the other without leaving anyone behind. This was slow going, mostly due to the general studies students being either nervous, not trusting others to help them, or leaping before they looked. And while this did frustrate various members of Class 1B, Rin and Kamakiri being chief among them, the rest took it in stride as they helped. When it was finished and their time given, Kendo and Izuku told them that they hoped by the end of the 2 weeks that this time would greatly improve. Once that was done, Izuku had split everyone up into groups of 2 so that they could begin working together to create combo moves and such. This worked out faster than he thought. For example, Tokage seemed to really take to her partner from the general studies, a girl named Hayamaki whose quirk was named Swarm. Much like Tokage, the girl could break her body apart in various pieces but took it one step further. Those pieces turned into animals: rats, mice, bats, and even bugs. And, like Tokage, if one of the animals were killed, she could regenerate that missing piece of her body once she reassembled herself. The downside was that she could only choose one type of animal to turn into, so mixing it up was not an option. On top of that, the animals she turned into had the same strength as those found in the wild. Still, the two got along great, quickly creating a combo move where rats rained from the sky upon their foe. Seeing how well that worked out, Izuku moved up group training to 3-person teams for the last hour. Which brings us to the now. Taking a breath, Izuku began to reshape the bones in his right arm. The white mass exited through his skin, swirling around and hardening as it reshaped itself into a massive lance or drill. This was one of his best moves, the bones used to make this weapon being some of the hardest he could make while the point was as sharp as he could make. It was this technique that he had used to destroy many of the various robots in the entrance exam, cutting through them like they were nothing. But now they were fixing its weakness: speed. Horn-hammer, yelled Pony. Horn-drill. As Pony cried out the names of their combo attacks, her own quirk activated: horn cannon. Izuku, head turned slightly to the side to see his girlfriend in action, watched as the horns on her head detached and began floating in the air above her before instantly regrowing. She repeated this almost instantly, another set of horns floating in the air and pointed at the boys like a pair of guided missiles ready to strike. Seeing this brought a small smile on Izuku's face, remembering when they were younger and she could only control one horn while the rest were launched in a straight line. Now, after so many years of hard work, she could control up to 4 with no problem. Such thoughts ended quickly as the combo move the 3 had created went into full swing. The detached horns shot through the air at a considerable speed, 2 heading towards Tetsu while the second pair flew towards Izuku. Very soon, Izuku felt the familiar feeling of her horns as they pressed on his sides before pushing him forward. Glancing over at his hard-headed friend, he saw that he was in a similar situation as he grinned like a madman. Together they moved faster than they normally could under their own power, and soon Izuku's drill made contact with a wall which crumbled all around him. "That was frickin' amazing," yelled Tetsu as they came to a complete stop, fists held high in the air. "It was a good start," agreed Izuku as Pony entered the building. Or, rather, the remains of the building. Looking around, it seemed to be a clothing store of some kind. Yue had even put up some of the ad photos of pretty teen girls wearing the store's wares with the brand logo displayed. Was that how this place made so much money? Letting these companies plaster their logos here and there? "You both did amazing," cried Pony as she ran towards Izuku and wrapped her arms around him. For a moment they stood there, arms wrapped around the other as they looked into the other's eyes as bits from the ceiling fell around them. Then, without so much as a care of who watched them, not like Tetsu minded as he gave Izuku a thumbs up. "Hey guys," came Kendo's voice. "We're calling it a day. Everyone else is heading out." With great reluctance, Izuku pulled away from Pony's sweet lips to look over at Kendo, who was standing in the hole that they had made. "Alright," he said. "Since it's getting late, how about you go on ahead? I'll make sure everything is packed away and locked up." Kendo raised an eyebrow. "You sure?" "Well, I do live on campus," said Izuku simply. "So there's no need for me to worry about missing a train dash." "Train?" shouted Tetsu, gaining everyone's attention. The steel quirk user had pulled out his phone, staring at the time as sweat began running down his face at bullet-like speeds. "It's that late already." "Sorry, Midoriya, but I have to get to the station A's before I miss my last train." With that, the team took off without so much as another word. After a few words of goodbye, Kendo left as well, leaving behind Izuku and Pony within the training ground. Thankfully, they didn't have to fix anything here as the robots and heroes would have everything taken care of before first period the next day. What they did end up doing was heading back to the gym to see if anyone had left anything, making sure all the weights were put away, clean the mats, and so on. Thankfully, the only things they found were a couple of water bottles. That, along with Pony using her quirk on some rags to clean the mats, made the whole process last no longer than a half an hour. Finally, the two found themselves in the hallways of UA as they made their way to the locker rooms. "Sure, the next day, HR." "Well, that was unexpected," said Night Eye after the door had closed. All Might, who was seated across from his former sidekick, said nothing as he hung his head within the principal's office in UA. The #1 hero of Japan was dressed in his best striped suit, which looked comically oversized on him now that he was deflated. However, there was nothing comical about the visage of the man as his long hair hung unruly around his gaunt face like curtains obscuring something horrible. But everyone else in the office, Sir Night Eye, who was giving the ground a rather pensive look, and Nizu, who was seated at his desk sipping tea, could feel the despair rippling off the slender man. Unexpected? Well, to All Might, that was the understatement of the century. It had all been going so well as All Might was formally introduced to young Togata, the man Sir Night Eye had taken under his wing. Naturally, All Might had presented himself in his buffed-up form using his precious hero time for this meeting. He had watched, smiling his famous smile, as the young blonde before him nearly phased right through the ground in excitement at meeting the living legend face to face. From there, they all sat as All Might steered the conversation. For nearly an hour, the tall giant of a man asked young Togata question after question in order to get a read on the boy. Not that he doubted Night Eye's endorsement, but he would like to make sure that this teen was the right fit for one for all. And lo and behold, he seemed perfect. The teen was strong, both physically and emotionally, with a good sense of righteousness. He even had a good sense of humor. Once he was satisfied, All Might deflated before Togata's eyes. Once he had calmed down, All Might explained about his quirk, how he had been injured by a villain and how his time as a hero was running down. That he needed to pass down one for all to a worthy successor, making that person the new symbol of peace, the world's pillar of justice, and, in time, the #1 hero. "You mean, I can't become any of that without your quirk?" asked Togata. From there, the conversation turned into a downward spiral. Slightly confused by Togata's remark, All Might tried to explain that it was possible that he could. It would just be easier with One for All. That, and he would need that power if it turned out that All for One was still alive, which he had reason to believe that the man was. Night Eye had even chimed in, telling him how he was the perfect choice to take up such a role. The only one to remain silent was Nizu, who simply refilled their cups with fresh tea. I don't know, said Togata when All Might had finished. Trust me, I know this is a lot to take in, said All Might with a small smile. It's not that. Well, sort of, but the teen's words had trailed off, which had caused the two men to look at the other in confusion. Then, after Togata collected his thoughts, he gave All Might a serious look. I know what you're offering me, and I'm honored. It's just that I wasn't born with a strong quirk. I worked hard to make it strong. To be the best hero I could be. All that time, work, and effort I put into my training. It sort of feels like I would be throwing it all away. I think you're not understanding how One for All works, Night Eye had said with a frown. One for All is a stockpiling quirk, Togata had said as he looked at his mentor. Basically, by gaining this quirk, all the power it had accumulated would improve my physical strength as well as my quirk. Maybe I'm wrong for thinking this, but it sort of feels like a cheat code. I know you said that I'll still have to work my body to improve and gain full access to the power, but once I do, well, that will be it. I'll become a greater hero than All Might, not because of the hard work I put into my quirk, but because you just decided to give me this power. Togata then sighed. It also just feels wrong having two quirks. I know there's not a lot of them out there right now, but there are still people out there who don't have any quirks. After that, Togata gave his apology before excusing himself, bringing the pro-heroes back to the present. Well, I wouldn't say this was a total loss, said Nizu in a cheerful, upbeat tone. Togata did say that if you were unable to find anyone else, he would accept your quirk. All Might has looked, argued Night Eye, glancing over at the principal. And time is running out. Oh, has he now? Questioned Nizu before taking a quick sip of tea. Not even a full month into the school year and he has gotten to know every student before crossing them off a list he made? That seems rather dubious. All Might felt himself sinking even lower at the words of both Night Eye and Nizu. His former sidekick was only half right. He was running short on time. When he started here as a teacher, the plan was simple. Spend the year getting to know the students and find the right person to inherit his power. He was supposed to have time to get to know some of the more appropriate students with power quirks that could help them take his place once he retired. The world would be safe and he could live out the rest of his days in peace. But then the USJ incident happened. The report on the Noma happened. Just the thought that that man, that monster, was still alive after their last battle was enough to make All Might's skin crawl. And if he was still alive, slowly regaining his strength, then he needed to pass on One for All as soon as possible. To start training his successor so that they could put a stop to All for One before he could make any footholds. In this new society, it was because of that desire that he had decided to trust Night Eye's suggestion. But as for looking, Night Eye was somewhat wrong. So far, he had only really looked at Class 1A, and while most of them had powerful quirks that could be greatly enhanced by One for All, he could already see the potential flaws in choosing any of them. Todoroki seemed to have issues with his quirk and had poor social skills. Young Ida was, a bit too by the books and would come off as intimidating. Bakugo's arrogance and anger issues needed to be curbed if he ever wanted a shot at getting One for All. And Mineta, well, the less said about him the better. They were, overall, fine students. It's just that he didn't seem ready or just the right fit to handle something like One for All. As for 1B, well, Ken had told him straight to his face not too long ago that those students didn't even know him. He had ignored 20 hero hopefuls, 20 potential choices to become his successor. A fear sank into All Might's heart as he clasped his hands tightly into fists. What if the one, that perfect student to take up the mantle of the next symbol of peace, was one of those 20? One of those students who were losing faith in him? Would he ever be able to find them if all of those students kept him at arm's length? Would they reject the offer like how Togata had? Regardless, I still say that Togata is the best pick, said Night Eye stubbornly. Time is not on our side right now. We shouldn't go wasting it on every single student here. Instead, it should best be used trying to get Togata to understand the situation. That might be difficult since we ourselves don't fully understand the situation, retorted Nizu with a chuckle. All we know is that All for One might be back in some form. Night Eye frowned at that. I fail to see how he is not involved in all of this, the Foresight user said. Unless you have another police report that we are unaware of? Certainly not, commented Nizu with a chuckle. I would never dream of holding such valuable information away from either of you. While it is true that All for One is the only one we know that can forcibly take quirks as well as give those he has stolen to another, that does not exclude other possibilities. For example, let us say that All for One had a follower who was an accomplished quirk researcher. After his defeat, this follower could have taken All for One's body and began to study it, learning how to steal quirks and give them before creating these monsters called Nomu. Or it could be some descendant of our fallen foe who recently awakened a similar quirk. We could even be dealing with a clone of some kind. That seems highly unlikely, said Night Eye, still frowning. But not impossible, responded Nizu in a chipper tone. For that reason, I believe that there is no need for us to be too impatient. Finding a proper successor to One for All should be our top priority. That is why All Might decided to become a teacher here at UA. Perhaps it is time he took his role as a teacher a bit more seriously. Now, as All Might looked up, he saw that Nizu was setting down his teacup while his friendly demeanor slipped away into something more neutral. When he spoke next, the white-furred creature's tone was icy. While Ken has not spoken to me about it, I am aware that the two of you spoke about your lack of presence in his class. Frankly, I believe that I have indulged your selfish behavior long enough. Far longer than I would have any other teacher. It is only because I understand the importance of passing down One for All that I have not fired you nor given you any sort of proper reprimand. That, however, ends now. I have rescheduled your Monday class with Aizawa's homeroom so that you will instead be teaching 1B. You will be there, on time, and teach the entire class. And then you will continue to teach their class every day that you are scheduled to. If you call off one more time then, I'm sorry, but you will have to search for your successor somewhere else. What? Yelled Night, the man standing up as he looked at the principal with wide eyes. All Might too was staring at Nizu, who merely lowered his gaze. You can't be serious. How can you dash? I understand, said All Might, much to the shock of his former sidekick. And, for what it's worth, I'm sorry it had to come down to this. But All Might, said Night Eye, stopping as the deflated hero shook his head. He knew that Nizu was right. Finding a successor to One for All was supposed to be his top priority. It should have been his top priority. And what had he done? Showing up to class whenever he didn't hear the cry for help, getting in a few more heroic moments before the powers left him. Shifting his responsibilities onto others and causing trouble for Nizu. Ken had been right as well. If it hadn't been for him going out there, still trying to be a hero instead of a teacher, then he would have been there at the start of the USJ attack. Then 13 and Aizawa wouldn't be in the condition they were in right now. Maybe he could have gotten to know some of the students of 1B to make a more informed decision. If he was serious about finding the best possible candidate to take his quirk, then he needed to get his act together now. If that meant canceling appearances and trusting the rest of the heroes, then that's what he had to do. He just hoped that he wasn't too late. HR Saturday HR. So this is the special training you were talking about? Asked Tetsu. The taller teen was standing at the edge of the small parking lot, his hands on the railing as the rest of the training group made their way out of the bus Kan-sensei had procured for them. He, like everyone else, was dressed in the school's gym uniform with a duffel bag hanging from one of his shoulders. Izuku said nothing at first, instead patting his friend on the back as they looked on at the scene before them. Mountains of trash littered what was once part of a large beach, not that anyone could tell anymore, for the towers of waste were so high that, even from where the two stood, they could not see the ocean nor smell the salt over the stench. Every grain of sand had been covered by old, rusty cars, fridges, metal debris, bags of trash, and so much more. That's right, said Kendo with a grin as she looked at the wasteland before her. She then turned to address the group. All right, everyone, listen up. For today's training, we're going to be cleaning this beach. This earned her a choir of groans. Come on, guys, this is a great training regiment, exclaimed Izuku. Moving the trash will help build muscles, and by working together we can improve on our teamwork. Plus, Ken-sensei has given us permission to use our quirks here. That got everyone's attention. As one, the students looked over at the blood-themed hero who had his back leaning against the bus. With a smirk, Ken gave the crowd a nod which, in turn, caused a ripple of excitement to spread. Now, I know that not everyone has the most powerful quirks, but don't get discouraged. Try to use today as a means of finding new and creative ways to use your quirks while helping everyone out. This is also going to be helping the support course, added Kendo as a large, bright yellow dump truck with the UA logo on its side pulled into the parking lot. Once it was parked, the back of the truck opened while a very sturdy ramp ran down to the ground. With a final loud hiss, the truck's engine shut down and the driver, power loader, got out of the front seat along with a couple of his students. They will be hauling all the trash we collect back to school. There, they will be checking to see if there's anything that can be salvaged while the rest will be scrapped. And I hope everyone read the announcement to bring their swimsuits, said Izuku as he lifted his duffel bag into the air. Because, once we are done, the beach is ours for the rest of the day. Lunch Rush will even be coming over to set up a barbecue. Well, that did it. Izuku looked out to see everyone's faces beaming with excitement and determination. Let's do this, someone in the back cried out, followed instantly by all the students raising fists into the air and letting out what felt like a war cry. And soon, everyone got to work. Within the first few minutes, various teams were hard at work securing as much of the trash as possible. A few people, like Yanagi and Tokage, were using their quirks to lift the smaller items and begin dumping them into the truck. Others, like Kendo and Kokami, did a bit more of the heavy lifting. It was impressive to see the class rep using her quirk to enlarge her hands before picking up an old car and carrying it all the way to the dump truck. Or how Kokami used her multiple Hydra heads to wrap around large metal poles and lift them over her head as she simply walked over to the truck. Tetsu also did plenty of the heavy lifting, taking an old fridge all by himself. Then there were people like Pony who fell somewhere in the middle. The American teen was using her horns to lift heavy objects, using anywhere between 2 and 4 horns at a time as she lifted trash of various sizes. She even began working alongside the solid air user. Suburaba began creating discs of solid air, which he and several other students began placing various trash upon. Once it was filled, Pony would use her horns to move it. Sadly, there were times when the trash they piled on was a bit too heavy for his quirk or that the weight wasn't centered properly, causing their combined quirks to fail. More than once, the solid air disc broke or the trash toppled over onto the ground. But as the day progressed, they became better with managing it. As for Izuku, he worked with the people whose quirks wouldn't give them an edge as they lifted everything in groups. He did, thankfully, manage to put some of his ideas for rescue training into practice. Whenever it was possible, he would place one arm under the trash with his palm against the object and his elbow against the ground. From there, a flat-ended bone would begin to slowly rise from his palm while a similar one would press against the ground. He would then elevate the object, basically turning his arm into a makeshift jack. There were also times when he and Kamakiri would have to cut something in half in order to make things easier for people to carry. Then there were people like Goya who watched out for falling debris, the teen raising his arms and using his body as a shield to protect the group. After 4 hours, with power loader and crew having to make several trips back to UA to dump all the trash, the last piece of trash had been removed from the beach. The group let out a collected cheer, fists raised to the sky as they all felt the sweat running down their faces from a hard day's work. Izuku and Pony shared a hug, not caring in the slightest that they were filthy as they pressed their bodies together. Then, everyone turned with Izuku wrapping an arm around Pony's waist as they all looked outward at the seemingly endless ocean as they basked in their accomplishment. Izuku walked around the beach, now devoid of trash, wearing nothing but dark green trunks with a beach towel hanging off his shoulders. With each step, he could feel the many grains of sand running up and around his feet. It felt like satisfaction, knowing that there wasn't so much as a shard of glass within the beach thanks to all of their hard work. Around him were other male students from his hero class, general studies, and even the support course. All of those who had helped out today were there, all dressed for the water, with one student wearing one of those old-fashioned one-piece bathing suits for men, as they wandered around. Some of them were just wandering around, watching the waves rolling in and looking out at the ocean, while others waited with anticipation for lunch rush to finish up his grill station. Izuku had seen the many shucked ears of corn, kebabs, crabs, and other tasty meals the food hero was preparing for them. Then there were his classmates who were doing something more interesting. Come on, you guys. Keep practicing. We need to be ready to show everyone just how manly we are. Izuku fought back a chuckle as he watched Tetsu leading Goya, Bondo, and Hananuki standing in an overlapping row with their backs to the ocean. Their arms were raised above their heads as they flexed one moment before lowering their arms to flex again and again. Around them, the other male students were taking pictures while 3 of the 4 teens looked embarrassed. Only Tetsu seemed to be able to ignore all the attention they were getting. "What's going on over here?" asked Izuku as he approached Shinso, who was simply watching them. Like Izuku, the teen was clad in his bathing suit but also had on a white t-shirt to cover his own chest. "Beats me," said Shinso with a shrug. "Maybe they just want to flaunt how ripped they are compared to everyone else. Maybe they're trying to impress the girls." As Shinso said that last part, he shot a glance over to one of the newer vehicles that the support department had brought over. Parked in the parking lot overlooking the beach, the vehicle was a long, yellow truck that looked like the back had a dozen compartments on either side, all fused together seamlessly with a door on each. According to the support department, this was supposed to be for hero students, allowing them to change in and out of their hero costumes with some degree of privacy when in the field. But today, it was serving a different purpose. Before either Izuku or Shinso could look away, several of the doors began to open, for some reason making a loud hissing sound as they did to reveal their female first-year classmates. One by one, they stepped onto the concert with a few stretching their arms towards the sky, causing their plentiful chests to bounce slightly from the action. Glancing over to his side, Izuku saw that Shinso's cheeks were bright red and his mouth hanging open slightly as he stared up at someone in particular. Slowly, the girls walked down the stairway to the sandy beach with all eyes upon them. Kendo was in the lead, grinning as she approached Izuku. At the same time, a hand fell on Izuku's shoulder. Turning around, the teen saw that it belonged to Grinning Away's. "Midoriya, get ready because you're hosting the swimsuit competition," he declared loudly, causing the rest of the guys to cheer. Something that confused Izuku. When did we decide to have a swimsuit competition?" he asked. "Just now," was the answer Aways gave him, giving the green-haired teen a thumbs up who just gave a deadpanned look. "Hey, I'm okay with it," said Kendo as she approached the pair. Izuku turned, giving her a look to which she responded to the unasked question. "Once we become pro-heroes, we're going to get ogled sooner or later by the press and the public. Better to get used to it now than to be thrown out there without warning. Look, I'll tell the others what's going on and whoever doesn't want to do this doesn't have to. No pressure." Izuku let out a sigh as it seemed that they were doing this. "Okay, but why me?" asked Izuku as he glanced around, looking for Pony. "You do remember that I'm dating one of the contestants, right? Wouldn't that make me biased?" "That's why you're hosting it," exclaimed Aways. "You don't get to vote, just introduce the girls. Besides, it's your duty as vice rep." With a roll of his eyes, Izuku just surrendered to the inevitable as he quickly set to work with this makeshift swimsuit contest. Thankfully, Izuku was a quick thinker and the beach had everything they would need. The first thing Izuku decided on was where on the beach they were going to have this. Luckily, there was a dock nearby that was still in good condition with several long benches near the end. Most likely it had been used by couples to sit on. After Kendo finished talking with the girls from the various classes, she led them to the spot that Izuku had picked out. But before they did that, all of them wrapped their towels around their bodies so that no one would get a close-up look at them until the right time. And about 5 minutes later, Izuku stood next to the threshold of the dock as he looked out at the group of guys before him who eagerly awaited him to begin. "Well, I guess this is the first ever Miss UA swimsuit competition for first-year students," began Izuku awkwardly, wishing he could think more on the fly when he was talking to people. Thankfully, no one really cared what he had to say on that front, so he was spared from hecklers. "Let's give it up for our first contestant. You know her as the class rep of 1B, Itsuka Kendo." The crowd cheered as Kendo got up from her seat and moved towards the beach with a bit of a sway in her step as if she were listening to the invisible music on a runway. Once her toes touched the sand, she threw off her towel with so much force that it flew high into the air, yet not a single person turned their gaze away from her. "Come on, Midoriya, put a bit more effort into the intros," whispered Kendo before walking away. "If I had more time I would have," muttered Izuku before shaking his head. "Oh well, the life of a hero includes impromptu speeches, right?" Next up, we have a girl so cute you'll eat 100 mushrooms if it means seeing her again. Kinoko Komori. Komori walked up with her head down despite the amount of applause she was getting, her demeanor looking gloomy. That was until she revealed her own swimsuit, lifting her head in the process to show off a rather excited look. It was another bikini, red with white polka dots, but the bottom had a large frill to it that reminded Izuku of a mushroom top. The girl then placed a hand on her hip before it jutted to the side, the crowd hooting loudly. Though they were probably too far away to notice this, before he could turn and look away, Komori turned to walk away and give the next girl the spotlight. Next up we have the girl who wants to smother those she likes and rain diamonds from the sky. Please give it up for one of the hard-working girls from General Studies. "Kara Katayama," announced Izuku. Katayama smiled as she got up, swaying her hips from side to side just as Kendo had. This girl's quirk was called crystallizing slime. It was a mutant-type quirk that had turned her body into semi-transparent forest green slime. While she could not morph or make her body more malleable to suit the situation, she did possess a rather interesting ability. Her body could absorb into it various minerals which could then crystallize into shards and then forcefully eject them from her body or leave them sticking out. The more minerals she had at her disposal, the faster she could make these shards. However, there was a limit to the force that she used when firing off these shards as projectiles, though she was working on that. When Katayama revealed her form underneath the towel, Izuku's face went flush. She was a larger girl than himself, or pony, not including her horns, standing a good foot or so above him with the body of an Amazonian warrior. Despite the fact that her body was made of slime, you could still see the build of a woman who had worked out constantly, with new muscles showing from all the work they had been doing recently. Her hair, which was nothing more than millions of tendrils of slime which she had formed into 2 braids, rested on her shoulder near where several purple shards were poking out. But that wasn't what had shocked Izuku. Rather than bringing her own suit, Katayama had decided to make her own. Through her own practice, she grinned, her purple eyes twinkling as she leaned forward to show off more of her cleavage. "Thank you for that," was all Izuku could say as the slime girl made room for the next girl. "Do you believe in heaven? Well, once you see our next contestant, you sure will. Please give it up for the Lady of the Vines, Ibara Shiozaki." As Shiozaki made her way up to the crowd, Izuku wondered how they had convinced the seriously religious girl to go along with this. When she got up before everyone, she neatly opened up her towel to reveal that her piece was closer to what one might expect from her. It was a one-piece white suit with a single shoulder strap. It was very plain, though none of the guys seemed to mind as they cheered her on. Speaking of the afterlife, let's give it up for the resident poltergeist user, Reiko Yanagi, declared Izuku as Shiozaki left the stage, covering herself with the towel once more. Quickly, Yanagi made her way up onto the stage with her towel being levitated in the air right behind her. Izuku blinked as he saw another one-piece suit, but this one was more daring than Shiozaki's. It started with the straps, on one side being white while the opposite was black. Quickly shaking himself out of this, he introduced the next girl without any fanfare, Yui Kodai. If this bothered her, she certainly didn't show it as she used her quirk to shrink the towel around her before presenting herself to the crowd. Izuku saw several people in the crowd licking their lips as they looked up at her red lace-up polyester one-piece suit which had a large V-cut in it which went all the way down to her belly button. Like with Yanagi's, the suit started with the straps but were thicker as they went down her body before connecting at the aforementioned spot. There the overall V form of the suit continued with it and looping to the other side. Kodai then turned around, letting everyone see the strap moving past her firm ass before it became a stand which was then tied around her middle. Then it came, "We're almost out of 1B students. Up next, we have our own All-American girl, Pony Tsunatori." From the business course, We have the girl who always brings her sisters wherever she goes. Give it up for Aoi Kawakami. Kawakami looked a little nervous as the hydra head sprouting from her back held up the towel as a makeshift barrier. Slowly she moved up front, and when she was in front of the group, her sisters dropped the towel to reveal that her suit was more cute than sexy. It was a yellow one-piece suit with a transparent frill along the top. Like this, everyone could see that she didn't have the largest bust. Rather, she was probably the least endowed girl here. But that didn't stop a number of students from blushing as she stood there, nervously holding a clasped hand over her mouth and looking downward as she fidgeted until she walked away. This next girl loves dinosaurs, lizards, and other reptiles. Getting into our class via recommendation, she gives multitasking a whole new meaning. Our very own Setsuna Tokage. Tokage simply split herself into dozens of pieces, flying through the air and reassembling herself in front of the group while leaving her towel behind. She was wearing a two-piece suit that reminded Izuku of purple scales. The top part had a rather generous boob window to show off her equally generous cleavage. Below, her bottom was also made of the same purple-like scales, though she did reveal as she turned around the writing on the back that said, "Bite me," in a primate font that looked like bones connected to each other. From there, Izuku introduced the other girls from General Studies and a few of the girls from the support department who had stayed. Apparently, those from support had not just wanted to enjoy the beach but to also get away from one of their crazier classmates who was hard at work right now. With the girls finished showing off their swimsuits and bodies, Tetsu and his group decided that they should put on a fun show for the girls. Together, they started to flex their muscles in every possible way their bodies would allow as they got laughter from the other male students while the girls hooted and hollered at the show. Then, when they were finishing up, Pony took a hold of Izuku's wrist. "Come on. We're at the beach, so let's go for a swim," she urged. And Izuku had no reason to resist. At the same time, All Might walked down a lonely desert street with his head low. Unlike what would normally happen, the cars would not slow down as they passed by him to get another look, and the joggers did not stop in the middle of their exercise to ask for a picture or autograph. There were no cheers from people sticking their heads out of the nearby windows or other civilians rushing out of the local shops to greet him. No press hounding him, filming his every move as they took notes. That was because the symbol of peace was in his true, skinny form, wearing nothing but an oversized white shirt and green pants that had a few holes in his pockets, making him almost appear like a homeless man who had gone too long without food. Honestly, he felt lower than someone in that position. For everything he had done in his life, the two most important things that came with the sacred torch he carried within, called One for All, he had failed miserably. All for One, the person this quirk was created to fight against, might still be alive. Might not have died in that fight over 5 years ago, the one he had gotten this wound from that sapped him of his strength and time as a hero. He had failed to find a new bearer, a new person to continue the fight in case something happened to him. In the end, those failures weighed heavily on his shoulders, nearly causing him to go crashing into the ground. How could he look at his former master when he reached the other side of the veil and tell her how badly he had messed all this up? There was supposed to be more time. He had been on a journey, trying to find the right person to succeed him. That was what led him to the school, to becoming a teacher. He figured he could find the right student there, maybe in a year or so, and train them with all the advanced facilities that they had. But the time he had been given so far, he now realized sadly, had been wasted. Sure, he trained 1A, but what had he done for the rest of the school? It seemed like literally every other day there was a mass of accidents that he felt compelled to help with, eating up his time in his heroic form. At least, the first few times he had missed class with 1B. After the USJ incident, he had spent so much time talking in closed-door meetings with the rest of the teaching staff and with the police that he had used up his time with that. While that might not have been his fault, a far more reasonable excuse for having to miss class, perhaps everyone would have been more understanding had he not bailed multiple times before that. Then there was the meeting with young Togata. He knew Night Eye had a tight schedule with some case he was heavily involved in, and the only time he could come down to UA was during his lesson with 1B. Maybe if he had put more pressure on the man, then maybe he could have been able to be there after school. Or, again, maybe if he hadn't canceled his lessons so often they wouldn't be making such a big deal about this. Another sigh escaped All Might's lips, a bit of blood slipping out which he wiped away. Tagata, he had been in such a hurry to make that fine lad his successor, to pass on his duty to him, thinking that after that he could rest easier, that he could relax a bit, knowing that if All for One was still out there then there would be someone even stronger to fight him. He could then focus more on his teaching and preparing Togata to use One for All to protect the world from an ancient evil that had plagued mankind since the dawn of quirks. But, now that he thought about it, perhaps he had just been telling himself what he wanted to hear. How could he expect to train 41 students when he could barely manage to be there for 20? Hell, even now, he had barely even gone over any of the student files from other Hero Corps students. Out of 120 Hero Corps students, he knew only 20. And next year there would be 20 more. Ken was right, he had been selfish, placing his wants and needs over everyone else. He deserved Nex's punishment. So now here he was, in the middle of a mess he created trying to figure out how to fix it. But, honestly, he had no idea how to do that. How do you get half of the first-year Hero Corps students to trust you after missing so many of their classes? How do you show the other teachers that you are giving this your all without screwing up one more time? Because that's all he had, one more chance. If he messed up, missed one more class, then that was it. That was one of the reasons he was out on the streets today. He was just walking around like your typical, everyday citizen as he trained himself to resist the urge to leap into action at the first sign of trouble. So far, he had spotted 2 crimes: a fight that had broken out at a small cafe, breaking into violence, and your everyday punk who used his quirk to break open an ATM. Both crimes he could have stopped at a moment's notice, but instead, he stood there fighting every heroic bone in his body so that the local heroes could do something. And they did, just not as fast as All Might could have. As much as he hated this, he had to condition himself to allow others to fight crime in the city, so that he could stay in UA and find the one to pass his quirk onto. As he walked, he thought about this one beach up ahead. It was something he had looked into when he moved into the area. According to what he had read, the beach had become a real dump. Ocean currents washed all sorts of trash onto its shores while locals took advantage of the spot to illegally dump their own, making the spot unusable for any sort of enjoyment, unless you were a poor artist looking for junk to make a sculpture with. Or if you were looking for a spot to sit down, all alone with your own thoughts. Laughter rang out into the air, mixed with the sounds of waves crashing on the beach by the students as they enjoyed their time in and around the ocean. For Izuku and Pony, the two were now heading back to land as they had been swimming, splashing, and exploring the salty water for some time now. As the waves pushed along the backs of their legs, the two grinned despite their light panting. Both felt a chill as they left the water they had become accustomed to, not helped by the powerful winds against their backs. Yet neither paid any mind, Izuku wrapping his arm around Pony's waist to keep her close while their matted hair pressed against each other. As they made their way onto land, there was a degree of content joy as the two felt like they were finally on that date that they had been wishing to go on. The only thing that would have made this even better was if they had some privacy. Ever since they had gotten into the water, the memories of what they had done in the shower began to surface within Izuku's mind, bringing forth primal desires once more. "Nice little show, isn't it?" said a voice from nearby. Upon hearing it, both Izuku and Pony began to look around for the source. However, there was no one around them. But how could that be? They were both sure that the voice sounded pretty nearby. Down here. Looking down, Izuku saw a sight that, had he lived in any other world, would have horrified him. In the sand was Tokage's head with something bright red all around where the neck was. Looking around, he saw other body parts littering the sand. A severed hand, its fingers cut off at the segments with more of that red liquid painting the sand. Her torso half buried with a foot laying on top of it. And was that her ass sticking out of the sand? Izuku blinked a few more times before he looked back down at Tokage's head, which was now sticking out its tongue with her eyes rolled backward. Then he sighed. "A little early for Halloween, isn't it?" Tokage dropped the act, pulling in her tongue and grinning up at Izuku. "Hey, for me this is fun. I mean it, how often will I get to use my quirk to play awesome pranks like this?" "Has anyone fallen for it?" asked Pony, poking and rolling Tokage's head with the edge of her hoof. If that bothered the lizard tail splitter girl, it didn't show on her face as she just continued to grin. "Oh yeah," she said, grin widening. Got this one general studies guy who seemed like he forgot what my quirk was, and then someone from the support department. Surprised you didn't hear their screams. Then there was this couple from the neighborhood who dash. The neighborhood, interrupted Izuku as he began to look around. Sure enough, the beach was now getting a slow trickle of people who were clearly not from their school. Several people were there, in the parking lot, taking pictures of the beach with their smartphones as if they were seeing it for the first time. Others were rushing down the steps to get to the sandy shoreline, swimwear already on with plastic bags hastily stuffed with towels, sunscreen, and other items they might need for the beach. It was almost as if they thought that, if they didn't hurry, the beach would return to its prior state. As Izuku took the sight in, he noticed that one person seemed a little off. He was an extremely slender man, almost like a skeleton that had taken someone's skin before wrapping it lightly around his frame. Long blonde hair hung messily down the sides of the man's head while his sunken eyes seemed to glow blue. Another thing that stood out about the man's features was the man's chin, which seemed very narrow and sharp, almost like it could be used as a weapon. People up there gave him a bit of a wide berth as he gripped the railing, his shaggy clothing trembling with his body. "Well, would you look at that?" said Tokij, who seemed to be looking in the same direction as Izuku. "Seems like another ghoulie has come to join in on the fun. Maybe I could convince him to stick his arm out of the sand and we could do something like a zombie rising from his sandy grave thing and I was just one of his victims. Wouldn't that be a laugh?" As if to help punctuate this remark, the man began to vomit blood. Well, more like shot it out of his mouth like an open fire hydrant for a moment. "Is he all right?" asked Pony, looking clearly worried. "I'll be back," said Izuku as he grabbed his shirt. Once it was on, Izuku made his way toward the grill area while keeping his eyes on the skinny man. All Might held onto the railing, his sunken eyes wide in shock at all that he was seeing. The beach he had heard about was clean, and from what he had heard from some of the locals was that this was a very recent thing. As in it had all been done today. But that wasn't the most shocking thing. No, that honor went to who had done it, Class 1B. The very class he had been unintentionally ignoring since the beginning of the school year had transformed this crap hole into the picture of paradise. And it wasn't just the students who were there, but Vlad King and Lunch Rush as well. Wait, was that power loader without his gear on? Seeing all this, All Might let go of the railing before stumbling backward and landing his ass on an old wooden bench. For a moment, all he could do was sit there as a million questions passed through his mind. Why had they done this when they were supposed to be training for the upcoming sports festival? Was this a school-sanctioned activity? If so, then why hadn't anyone told him? "Hey there," came a voice that startled the pro hero. Nearly jumping in his seat, he turned to see the smiling freckled face of a boy with matted green hair as he held out a water bottle to him. For a moment, All Might just stared at him thinking that the boy looked familiar for some reason. Like he had seen him somewhere before. "But where?" "Thirsty?" the teen said again, not budging in the slightest as he continued to hold out the water. "Oh, sorry," said All Might quickly as he accepted the drink. "Just a little surprised by everything." "I get that," said the teen as he gestured towards the crowd still in the parking lot, taking pictures of the now clean beach. When he turned back to face All Might, he moved a little closer so that his back was facing the bench. "This seat taken?" "Ah. Go ahead," replied the hero as he unscrewed the top of the drink. Making sure to keep an eye on the teen within the corner of his vision, All Might took a long, deep chug of the water as his visitor sat down while producing a water bottle of his own. But rather than opening it, he sat the bottle between them with a kind smile. "In case that isn't enough," he said as he noticed All Might's gaze shifting to look at the extra bottle. "We saw you coughing up a lot of blood down there. If it's not enough, I can get you something else or I can ask my sensei to call you an ambulance." While All Might was touched by the boy's kindness, he shuddered at the idea of approaching Ken like this in public. He knew the man well enough not to make a big scene about it or chastise him in public. However, it would have been awkward for the both of them. "Thank you for the offer, young." All Might's words trailed off as he looked at his guest. "Oh right, sorry. I forgot to introduce myself," said the teen as he scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. "My name is Izuku Midoriya. I'm a first-year student in the hero course of UA." Upon hearing the name, something clicked within All Might's mind. He recalled Kan saying something about this boy back when they were in the teacher's lounge and, wait a moment. Now that he could connect the name to the face, he realized that he did know who this kid was. He was the one who had taken out the zero-pointer back at the entrance exam single-handedly and saved an entire building full of examinees. All Might remembered clearly now as he had been watching the exam unfold along with the rest of the teachers. He recalled that, at the time, he hadn't been too impressed with the plain-looking lad when the exam started. His quirk was enough to make him stand out a little since, really, how often do you see a teenager purposefully pulling out their own bones to use as weapons? However, once you got past that, at the slow rate he was going it didn't look like he would make the cut and thus the pro hero had written him off. That all changed when the zero-pointer showed up. As soon as the destruction began, young Midoriya had raced over to the giant machine and put an end to it in a manner that stunned the pro hero. What he did had to have been the full might of his quirk, ripping the mighty machine into pieces and saving those who had been trapped in a building. That sight was enough to make All Might wish to give the kid an extra special message in his acceptance letter in order to encourage that sort of behavior. Thank you, young Midoriya. The name is Toshinori Yagi, said All Might as he did his best to smile. And you don't need to worry about me. Just some side effects from a pretty bad wound a villain gave me a while back. The look Midoriya gave the man said it all. First, there was a look of utter disbelief that someone like him was ever capable of fighting villains. But, as the boy looked him over, All Might could almost hear the gears turning in the teen's head as he began to contemplate how serious the fight had been. How bad someone had to be injured to go from a pro hero to a skinny, malnourished-looking man. And as the boy's mind worked, All Might watched the boy carefully. He wanted to see how this young, inspiring hero would take one of the darker realities of the hero world. I'm sorry to hear that, said Izuku with a sympathetic smile. If it's too painful, you don't have to go into details. I appreciate that, young man, said All Might with a nod. I really and truly do. Izuku's smile fell slightly after that. I guess your pro days are long behind you, he said, his tone almost mournful for the stranger. At that, All Might let out a laugh. Not just yet, but that time is drawing closer. To be honest, I'm surprised I've lasted as long as I have. As he spoke, All Might was hit by a sudden idea. Young Midoriya didn't know he was All Might. So what better chance did he have to not only get a read on the kid without the fandom or the desire to be overly kind to one of the strongest heroes in the world? Perhaps he might just put this boy down as a candidate to receive his quirk. So far, he seemed like a kind soul with a powerful quirk. Heck, he might as well ask a few questions to see how his class really felt about him. So, began All Might, doing his best to play it cool. You're from UA, huh? Must be nice having all those other pros teaching you. Like All Might. Heard he was teaching there now. The reaction he got out of the boy was honest. Far too honest, as Izuku looked away while scratching the back of his head. Yeah, I guess he is, was Izuku's response as his eyes saw something on the ground that looked far more interesting. You don't really sound all that sure, stated All Might, hiding how nervous he was. Are you not a fan of his or Dash? No, that's not it, interrupted Midoriya suddenly as he stared at the skinny hero with wide eyes. Eyes that shined with the passion of a true and devoted fan. However, mere moments later, young Midoriya covered his mouth while looking flushed. I'm so sorry. After another moment, the green-haired teen lowered his hands as his face became crestfallen and his shoulders slumped. It's just that, he hasn't really been there for my class. At all. I want to believe it's because he's out there, helping people and saving the day like he always does. But it kind of hurts. Especially when we know he's in the building and he just decides not to show up or if there was no crime reported that day. Some of my classmates wonder if he even knows where the door to our classroom is. As Midoriya let out a dejected sigh, All Might found himself sweating from the young man's comments. He had heard from Kan that the class was losing faith in him, but he hadn't thought it was this bad. Oh God, what if that door comment wasn't told as a joke and they were seriously thinking that he didn't know where their classroom was? Did they think that little of him already? What was worse was the tone young Midoriya used. It was a tone that All Might had never heard before, something so alien to him, yet he still managed to recognize it from knowing its polar opposite. This young man was losing hope. Losing hope in him. Clearing his throat, All Might decided to change the subject. So then, what's all this about? He asked, gesturing to the beach. Some sort of school project? No, no, said the young man, happiness returning to his voice. The teen then began to talk about the training program that his class was doing to prepare for the sports festival. While he never went into names or specifics, he did manage to paint a decent overall picture that showed just how dedicated the class was as a whole to doing well in the tournament. From working out with weights, teaching the basics of martial arts, group work, and combo attacks for when the big day arrived. Even cleaning this beach had been used as a form of training as well as a way of giving back to the community. Honestly, All Might was impressed with all the hard work and thought that this young man had put into such things. Even more impressed that he wanted his entire class to shine as brightly as possible. When he compared that to one, he had to admit to himself that the class he regularly taught were a bit more selfish in that regard. They were, of course, taking the upcoming festival seriously, yet they were all off doing their own things to ensure that only the individual stood out. That's mighty impressive, said All Might once young Midoriya had finished talking, bringing a hand to his pointy chin as he looked down on all the students. So, when the festival begins, who do you think I should keep an eye out for? To be honest, I think they're all pretty impressive, said Midoriya in an honest tone before pointing them out as he spoke. Like Tokage down there. She's pretty carefree, but I think her attitude is something that would help reassure people. Also, her quirk is something that would come in handy for rescue and scouting missions. Or Pan? Tsunatori. She's great and her quirk can help her out in plenty of situations. Trust me, if you blink you might miss some of the amazing things she can do with her horns. Tetsu might not look it, but the guy is noble and has a pretty strong quirk. Then we have Shinso. He's from general studies, but the number of situations his quirk could end without anyone getting hurt is unreal. Kawakami is also really cool with her extra heads. It's a shame they put her in the business course since Dash. Whoa, hold on. You're helping people outside of your class. All Might looked at the teen in shock. Such a thing was unheard of in you. Yeah, said Midoriya with a shrug before leaning back. I guess you know or heard rumors that if someone from the other classes does well enough they have the potential to knock someone out of the hero program and take their spot. But, honestly, I think they deserve this chance to show the world what they can do. To show everyone that they can be heroes. Midoriya then leaned forward, his eyes focusing on the blonde girl with the horns as she carried a large watermelon across the beach. Sorry, but I need to get going. No problem, young man, said All Might as he lifted his water bottle in salute. I think I've kept you long enough. Thank you for checking up on an old man such as myself and chatting with me. Then, with a smile and a wave, the boy dashed off toward the blonde. All Might sat there for a moment longer, watching as the next generation of heroes began the classic watermelon splitting game, before finally rising and walking away. Young Midoriya was an odd one. When he had asked about who to look out for, the older man had expected Midoriya to mention himself in some manner. To include himself in the list of people to watch out for in a more discreet manner as some of the members of 1A would have done. People like Bakugo, Mineta, Ida, and Minoma. Or a more sly tick like mentioning their skills while talking about the parts that he had helped them with. After all, the lad had laid the groundwork for something like that prior when he was talking about their training program. But he hadn't. No, he gave an honest opinion of his classmates and even those who were not in his class. In fact, during the entire conversation, young Midoriya had seemed both honest and humble. That he believed in the idea that it was a hero's duty to lift people up. Yes, he was an odd one all right, and All Might liked that about the lad. Honesty. Compassion. A willingness to help others even at the cost of yourself. A powerful quirk. All of these seemed to blend together, telling All Might that perhaps his successor had been right under his radar this entire time. On Monday, he would keep an eye on young Midoriya for sure. The rest of the beach day went by like a blur as the students of Class 1B continued to have their fun. After the watermelon smashing, as the sun was starting to dip over the horizon, a net had been put up so that there could be a volleyball game of guys versus girls. This game, however, heavily favored the girls since Tokage could slip her hands off of her body to spike the ball back and Pony could ride her horns through the sky for additional air support. And while the guys did have powerful people on their team like Tetsu and Shishida, it just wasn't enough. Everyone on the beach laughed and cheered as the match began winding down, save Kurwaro, who was sulking under an umbrella as he looked out at everyone else having fun. The final event of the night had been karaoke, held in the same spot where the girls had had their swimsuit competition. Izuku hadn't been surprised to see his girlfriend eager to show her stuff, though he was surprised by some of the comments in the crowd. Mainly that, while she was selecting her song, they believed she would pick some sappy American love song or perhaps an anime opening that was all about love. Well, they were half right as the music began to blast and Pony began to sing Bursty Greedy Spider, shocking all of them. As she sang, Pony was bouncing to the beat and added arm motions as she sang. Her hand lifted up into the air and then down again when she reached the whoa parts and then pointed to the crowd when she sang Time for You to Lose Because I'm Stronger Than You. When Izuku went up, he too chose something that surprised the crowd as they thought he would have done one of the musical numbers from the children's All Might movies. No, Izuku had chosen Magical Labyrinth, which got the crowd pumped up though not nearly as much as Pony's song. Then, finally, it was time to call it a night. "Sir, I would like to request these students be added to my class," said Ken on Monday morning, long before the first bell would ring for the day. The tall man stood there in Nizu's office, a stack of papers in his hands, as he looked past the desk where the small animal that was the school's principal sat drinking his tea. Also in the room was Aizawa, laying on one of the couches in the room in his sleeping bag so that only his heavily bandaged face could be seen. While the dark-haired man had his head towards the wall, his one visible bloodshot eye was fixed on the back of the blood-themed hero. "Oh my, this is a surprise," said Nizu as he sat down his cup of tea before extending a hand towards Kansas. The fanged man took a step closer before handing Nizu all of the documents. "Usually we wait until after the sports festival. And so many requests. May I ask what brought this on?" Ken nodded. "I am aware of how things are normally done," he said firmly, feeling the focus of Aizawa's gaze on his back grow. "However, because of 2 students in my class, things are not proceeding as normal. I have spent the last week watching these students giving it their all for the sports festival, training as hard as they can, and watching what they can do. In my opinion, I believe they are ready to enter into the hero course. As such, I would like them listed as such when the festival begins so that they will not miss out on getting internship requests from other pro heroes. If you ask me if they really wanted to enter into the hero course, then they shouldn't have been wasting time before deciding to take the entrance exam," said Aizawa firmly. Ken shot the tired man a look, eyes narrowing slightly. A burst of air shot through the man's nostril. Not everyone is fortunate to have an overpowered quirk that can blast away robots with ease or be trained by the number 2 hero. Ken nearly spat in anger. But then, he took a breath to collect himself, and when he spoke again it was done more calmly. Perhaps Aizawa is right, that there could have been more that these students could have done to be better prepared for the entrance exam. Or there could have been factors in play that hindered that option. Regardless, these students that I have selected have shown that they now understand what they were lacking prior and are going plus ultra into putting in the effort to improve. Such efforts should be acknowledged at the very least. "Well, I certainly understand your logic," said Nizu cheerfully as he scanned the papers. "Though this is certainly a large number of students. Far more than I ever recall being transferred into the hero course at once. So, tell me, how many of your own students are you cutting to make way for the new?" "None," said Ken simply, crossing his arms over his chest. Behind him, he heard Aizawa rolling onto the floor making a loud thud noise as he landed. A rustling noise was then heard and as Aizawa stepped out of his sleeping bag, Ken kept his eyes locked on Nizu watching his face very carefully. The small mouse/dog/bear creature returned the gaze, the 2 of them in what felt like a stare-off for domination in this matter before the principal looked away with a sigh. "Can?" said Nizu, a paw flipping through the documents lazily. "While I admire your efforts to push through as many promising heroes as possible, I do believe that adding 16 students to your roster is pushing it." Dark eyes from the principal then moved to look at the other man in the room. Now, if Aizawa was willing to take a few himself then dash. "I'm not," interrupted the man in a flat tone. "Though, if Midoriya ever finishes that form I sent him and I decide to just drop one of my students, I might consider taking one." Speaking of which, he paused for a moment, turning around on the spot and heading towards the door. I'll have to have a talk with him about that later. Provided I don't have to discipline some of my problem children. With that, Aizawa left the room. Frowning, Ken returned his eyes to Nizu, who just let out another sigh. I'm sorry, but a class that has 35 students is simply too much, said Nizu. I will, however, allow you to have 4 additional seats added to your class after the sports festival. It's only fair that these students get the same treatment as everyone else. Ken then opened his mouth to object, but Nizu held up a paw. But, since you have so much faith in these students after you have decided on which students you will add to your class, I shall personally reach out to several pro heroes to see if they are interested in taking any one of them on. Ken let out a grunt. It was far less than he had hoped for. Not nearly enough given what his students had been doing. Is there anything I could do to get you to increase that number? Asked Ken. Not unless Aizawa is willing to share the burden, replied Nizu with a tone of finality in his voice. So, with a heavy heart, Ken nodded. For today at least, because Ken would not give up on them so easily. Lunch that day was a joyous affair as the students of Class 1B sat at their usual tables, now joined by their newfound friends from General Studies and the lone business course student. In order to accomplish this, tables had been pushed together to create a single long one. When he thought about it, it reminded Izuku of the table he had sat at during a trip to Pony's home during Thanksgiving. The piles of food on the table, along with the laughter and conversations, certainly aided with that vision. Looking down, he saw that everyone was getting along well. He saw that Tokage and Kendo were seated on either side of Kokami as she showed them the designs she had of her hero costume, while Shinso sat across from the Hydra girl, stealing glances at her while adding his own thoughts on the matter. Tetsu was chatting with Goya, the two talking about ways to improve their overall training. Something about wanting to punch Goya in the chest at full force to see how much he could take, as well as seeing if there was any way the shock redirection quirk user could delay the transfer. Katayama was being stared at by several of the other students as they watched her eat, curious as to how that worked when she was made of slime. The other general studies students were asking questions about what they should expect if they got in or helped some of the hero students with some homework. Everyone was just getting along, until Monoma showed up. Well, if it isn't the heroic cleanup crew of UA, laughed the blonde. Frowning, Izuku looked up at Monoma to see the cocky smirk still plastered on his face, with Mineta riding on the blonde's shoulder like some demented, perverted purple parrot. Their grins were almost a perfect match as they strode closer, with Monoma holding up his phone. Heard all about your little beachside excursion. How utterly desperate of you to get some attention. Sadly, all that work got you was a small 3-paragraph article. Throwing his arms into the air, Monoma began to laugh with what felt like psychotic glee. Is that all you have to say, Monoma? Demanded Izuku calmly as he stood along with Kendo, assuring the class that they would handle him. With carefully placed steps, Izuku walked around the table while keeping his eyes on the blonde in hopes that it would add to the intimidation. Hoping that something like this would cause the teen to shrink back into the bowls of 1A. Sadly, this did not seem to work. Tell me, have you 1B students already given up on the fact that we, the superior members of 1A, will win the sports festival? He asked, eyes wide with a sneer on his face as he pointed at Kendo, who was now right in front of him. Have you finally accepted that your level is the same as trash? After all, what hope do you have against us when we have been personally trained by All Might? Against a class that has withstood an actual villain attack? The teen then looked over at the general studies students, his sneer growing. Oh, and what's this? General studies students? The ones whose quirks are far beneath our own? Well, making friends with them now might make the transition easier for you when you are all sent to join them. But until then, the teen then paused, reaching over and taking one of the trays of food from one of the nearby general studies students. Then, with another smirk, he dropped it on the floor, creating a loud clang that everyone heard. All eyes were now on Monoma, who smiled like he had just achieved a great victory or proved a very complicated point. He then smiled as he pointed at the food now on the floor. How about you do the one thing we know you're good for and pick up this mess? Yeah, cackled Mineta as he leaped down to the floor, rubbing his tiny little hands together with glee. Pick it up. No, said Izuku simply as he stood there, now in front of Monoma. Now, go over to Lunch Rush and get a replacement meal for my friend here. Oh? Asked Monoma, a hand going to his chin as he continued to smirk. And what happens if I don't? What can any of you do to make me? At that, Shinso stood up, no doubt ready to use his quirk on him. However, as much as Izuku wanted to see that happen, he instead signaled the brainwasher to stand down. The less they knew about his quirk the better. Then, said Kendo in a cold tone, when we decide that you're worth the effort, we will crush you. That got a reaction out of the blonde, his smiling fading slightly. And before he could regain his composure, Kendo continued. Do you know what's pathetic? It isn't cleaning up a beach or making new friends. It's this. Everyone watched as Kendo jabbed her finger right into Monoma's chest as she continued to speak, her verbal opponent losing some of the bravado he had. It's you coming all the way over here, making a show about it so that you can feel special. So that you can fuel that fragile little ego of yours. And if that's what you want, then keep at it. I'm sure, sooner or later, there will be another headline in the paper talking about how you and the rest of your class were attacked en masse. Only, this time it won't be because of villains. What is all this commotion about? Said a very formal voice. Turning his eyes only to see who it was, Izuku found a very stiff-looking teen with glasses and blue hair approaching them, while chopping his hair in the air. Did he have some sort of quirk that made him like those old chopping robots? Before Izuku could begin to ponder, the teen turned to look at Monoma. We told you in the group chat last night not to cause a scene. Please. This is very disrespectful towards our fellow students and behavior that does not conform to any heroic standards. Monoma, somehow, managed to get his smile back as he shrugged. Oh, but I thought I was being heroic. Helping people is something that a good hero does, right? Well, all I was doing was reminding them of their place. Again, Monoma threw back his head and laughed. Yeah, what's the big deal? Asked Mineta, followed by a cry that quickly silenced the room once more. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw that Kokami was on her feet, hands behind her back to hold her ass as she backed away from the grape-themed hero. Said person was grinning lecherously, a bit of drool escaping his lips with his hands still raised as if he were grabbing something, even making a squeezing motion. The girls who had been sitting next to the blue-haired girl looked down in disgust and outrage, Shinso leaping across the table to land between Kokami and Mineta. Ida looked like he was about to say something to the offender only to end up backing away as a dark aura filled the area. Cracks were appearing on the table as the whole of the group pressed on it as they stood up. Mineta, to his credit, seemed to just now realize he had gone too far as he began looking for a way out. Sweat began to appear on his face as he saw that was no longer an option as the rest of the school seemed to be gathering around, whispering to each other. Vice Rep, you have to do something, screamed the tiny student. Ida, while looking very uncomfortable, turned around to try and wave the crowd down. All right, he said stiffly. Nothing to see here. This is no way for heroes to be acting. Everything is dash. How can you say that with a straight face? Shouted someone in the crowd. You think we didn't hear what that maniac said? Or what that guy did? Wait, are they from Class 1A? Came someone else's voice. Do they honestly think that they can just do whatever they want and act like big shots just because they survived one villain attack? Before Ida could say or do anything, 2 white strands of cloth shot past the tall teen. In the blink of an eye, they wrapped around the 2 troublemaking teens, which were then tightened, making escape impossible. Turning to look at where the wraps had come from, Izuku saw someone holding on to the other end. Someone who was clearly not a student. Long, dark and unkempt hair flowed down the figure's back while the person's entire face was covered in thick bandages save for a single eye. The majority of this person's attire was dark, baggy clothing with a bit of white thrown while yellow, oddly shaped goggles hung around his neck. Something about this person was familiar to Izuku, but for the life of him he couldn't figure it out. Whoever this was, he or she had to be a teacher or a staff member. But it seemed that Ida, Monoma, and Mineta knew who he was as their eyes filled with terror. Ida, I'm disappointed in not just you but the rest of the class for allowing things to escalate this far, said the man flatly before turning his attention to the 2 he had captured. As for the 2 of you, go to Nizu's office and wait for me. We're going to have a long chat about your behavior. Instantly the wrappings loosened, the stranger pulling them back and wrapping them around his neck like a scarf while the two ran for it. The man, possibly a teacher, then turned his attention to Izuku. A feeling of nervousness swept over him as that one good eye focused on him and him along with such intensity that Izuku felt like he was gazing deep into Izuku's very soul. So unnerved was he that Izuku almost flinched when the man gestured for the bone user to follow him. Stealing her nerves, Izuku did so with Pony following right behind, most likely to make sure everything would be fine. The three of them made their way out of the cafeteria and into the deserted-looking hallway, the only sound being their footsteps. As they walked further from the door, Izuku began to wonder what was going to happen. Was this man taking them to see the principal as well? If so, why didn't he just say so? Also, why just focus on him? Shouldn't he have asked Kendo as well, or was this guy just picking whoever without a care? It wasn't until the doors to the lunchroom were a good distance to their back that the man suddenly turned around, nearly catching Izuku and Pony off guard. "Midoriya, why haven't you submitted that form yet?" asked the man while his eye moved to glance at Pony. He just eyed her for a moment before seeming to decide whether it didn't matter or not if she heard this. Excuse me?" asked Izuku. "The form," repeated the bandaged man, his tone tired. "Yaoyorozu told me that she handed it to you last week?" began as he began to think. As Pony looked between him and this man, Izuku started to think back to when he had met the class rep of 1A. A slight groan escaped his throat as he parted all the other thoughts that had preoccupied his mind. Not just Pony, but all of the training and schoolwork that had consumed his thoughts over the last several days. He remembered meeting her, but what did they talk about? Something about forgiveness? That was it. She came to apologize for how some of her classmates had acted. He had dismissed that at the time, explaining to her the reason why. But that was it, wasn't it? He had turned away and then, oh, wait. Izuku's eyes widened, a gasp escaping him as he remembered how the conversation ended. The class transfer form. Then that meant that this man was Aizawa-sensei. The man who could have died saving his students at the USJ. "Oh right," said Izuku. "Sorry, I've just been really busy." Izuku's words trailed off as the darkly dressed man's eye narrowed in disapproval. Then, for a moment, Izuku thought that he saw the man's eye glow red for the briefest of moments before he suddenly turned around. "I expect to see that form submitted by the end of the day," Aizawa said in a tone that made it sound like everything had been finalized. That the discussion was over. Except it wasn't. It wasn't over by a long shot as far as Izuku was concerned. "Actually," said Izuku, his voice causing the man to stop in his tracks and turn to look at Izuku. "I was wondering, why do you want me in your class?" "Because I believe that you would learn more from me than can," was the simple response that Aizawa gave. For a moment, he looked ready to turn around as if that single sentence should have been enough. However, he seemed to reconsider as he turned around to fully face Izuku again. "Midoriya, I saw your performance during the entrance exam along with the rest of the staff. While watching you, I made note that while your quirk is powerful on its own, the additional skills you acquired before the exam helped to bring out its full potential. Skills like your martial arts training and weapon mastery. With all that under your belt before your first day here, it would have been extremely easy to get you in via recommendation alone. That said, however, you can still acquire more skills as well as experience. The type in which I have more proficiency in than Ken does. Thus, it would have been more logical had you been placed in my class. The only reason you weren't was because of some idiotic notion of balance between the classes." Izuku let out a low hum, not able to entirely disagree with the man. After the USJ incident, as well as his talk with Yaoyorozu, Izuku had looked up this man to discover that he was known as Eraserhead, a hero whose quirk allowed him to temporarily erase the quirk of whoever he looked at, within reason. He couldn't, for example, erase the physical properties of people with mutant-type quirks. Not only that, but the man was also a skilled martial artist as proven in the very few video recordings captured by people this man saved. After having seen them, Izuku knew that this man was beyond talented. Yes, the offer was tempting. While Ken was a skilled hero, the man's fighting style was more of a brawler than anything else. Thus, there would be a limit to how much the man could teach him compared to Aizawa. Sure, going with him meant that he would no longer be in the same class as Pony, But it wasn't like they would never see each other again. They would still be in the same dorms. They could still hang out and go on dates. With that said, however, he liked Kansas Kan. Had shown himself to be a fair teacher who honestly cared about his students. Not that Aizawa didn't care about his students, those injuries being Exhibit 1. But Kan had shown how the numerous cancellations had bothered him and had even apologized to the entire class for his failures. Any man who was willing to do that was a good person in Izuku's book. Then there was the class itself. They had trusted him to be the vice rep, trusted him to get them ready for the sports festival. All that work he had put in. And speaking of the class, "I'm sorry, but I don't think I would get along with your class," said Izuku. As he spoke, he thought of Bakugo with that arrogant smirk. He thought of Minoma and how he would probably laugh it up, proclaiming that he joined the ranks of the superior class. "That Mineta guy." Aizawa let out a grunt. "Irrelevant," he said. "You are here to become a hero, not to socialize and make friends. How the class feels about you and vice versa should not play a role in this decision." "But," said Pony, speaking up for the first time, "there's nothing wrong with being friendly or on good terms with your class. Wouldn't it be easier for everyone if they got along?" Aizawa narrowed his eye at her, the look feeling dangerous. So much so that Pony took hold of Izuku's hand. "And here I find another reason you should join 1A, to get away from unnecessary distractions. I do not permit relationships within my class which is all the more reason why I won't be joining your class," interrupted Izuku. Now Aizawa's lone eye widened in shock as Izuku gave him a determined look, his resolve steely. "I'm not abandoning anyone just because it might help me advance. Not my teacher, not my classmates, and especially not my girlfriend." The shock that had been in Aizawa's eye quickly faded as it narrowed once more. "Midoriya, you've made his point," said the voice of Kan as the man's hand fell onto Aizawa's shoulder with enough force that it nearly knocked the man to the side. The suddenness of this caused both Izuku and Pony to jump back. Neither of them noticed when the larger man had appeared. "Come on, Aizawa, Midoriya has his mind made up." "He's not thinking about it rationally," argued Aizawa. "Well, then you really need to work on your sales pitch," replied Ken with a laugh, his large hand slamming down on Aizawa's shoulder once more before turning to look at his two students. "Now, lunch is almost over, so how about you two head to class? Trust me, you don't want to be late for this one." Not needing to be told twice, both Izuku and Pony quickly began making their way down the hall. Ken stood there in the hallway, keeping his eyes on the back of his two students as they moved further and further away with a smile on his face while hoping that the situation was finally resolved. Aizawa had said it himself, he had made notes on Midoriya as well as all of the other students that the man wanted in his class. And, in all honesty, Ken didn't disagree with the man's reasoning. Todoroki for his overwhelming quirk but needed to also learn how to succeed without it. Bakugo, a teen with plenty of tenacity. Perhaps a bit too much, so having someone who could turn off his quirk in order to control him would be a good idea. Showing Yaoyorozu how to use her quirk in various situations. Mineta, well, someone had to keep an eye on him. And out of his whole list, Midoriya was the only one he wanted that he didn't get. Having known Aizawa for some time, Ken was well aware what the man would do in this situation. Midoriya wasn't the first student he had given that class transfer form to, and he wouldn't be the last. Did it bother Ken that Aizawa did this? Not really. If his students really wanted it, he would allow them to make up their own minds and respect their wishes. The only time he would step in would be if his fellow teacher ended up pushing a little too hard or refused to take no for an answer. And it always made him feel good when his students wished to stay in his class. "You know I'm right about them," said Aizawa as he stepped next to Kan, his eye lingering on the vanishing form of Pony. Ken let out a sigh. "No, not really," replied the man, his smile never fading. "I believe that it's important that they learn how to balance out their personal lives with their heroic ones. Best to do it here in school rather than letting them fumble with it out there in the real world. If their relationship was actually a problem, I would have called them into my office for a talk. But that would only happen if their grades began to drop or they weren't paying attention in our heroics lessons. And after that, I would only put my foot down if nothing changed. As for those two, so far they are proving to me that they have their priorities straight and that their main priority is becoming the best heroes they can be." Since they started dating, I've only noticed improvements in their performances. Besides, these are supposed to be the best years of their lives. Let them live a little. Aizawa let out a huff. I'd rather they put all their focus into becoming the best heroes they can be so they can have long lives, replied Aizawa. But, if you're content on letting them play around on the beach all day, then that's your call. Oh, you heard about that? Asked Ken as he turned to look at the smaller man, hands on his hips as he did so. There was a small article in the news yesterday about it, said Aizawa with a shrug. Just a small, fluff piece about how some beach area was cleaned by the students of UA, and then those students had a party there. A few of my students noticed it as well. They posted it in their class chat. Figures you'd be looking at that, said Can with a laugh. He could honestly see the tired man sitting down at the end of the day, going over everything his class said to see if any of them were up to no good. So, what did they have to say about it? Well, besides Ashido proclaiming her jealousy and Uraraka thinking what they did was impressive, the rest were mostly neutral, sighed Aizawa. However, there were a few outliers. Mainly Minoma, Mineta, and Bakugo. From what I read, they seemed to think that your class was doing their best to gain some attention but didn't have the balls to go after real villains, as Bakugo put it. After that, Minoma took up most of the chat talking about how they couldn't hold a candle to 1A. By the way he was talking, I figured there was a good chance he'd confront them in the lunchroom. Looks like I was right. So that's what all the racket was about, said Ken as he crossed his meaty arms across his chest, eyes slowly narrowing at the smaller, injured teacher before him. But, you could have prevented this from happening in the first place. Just saying, you'll get involved to stop a student's romantic life, but not this? Honestly, I think your priorities are a little backward. As I've said before, they're not here to make friends or be in relationships. They're here to learn what it means to be a hero, said Aizawa in a bored tone before turning around. Perhaps the sports festival will be a chance for my class to show that the attention they have garnered is warranted. If not, then they will be learning the consequences of their actions, as well as their inactions. Later, Class 1B found themselves back in the classroom waiting for whoever it was that was going to be teaching them today. However, the mood of the class was greatly soured as they thought about what had happened during. How they had sat there, taking more of the crap from that pompous Minoma. What had made it worse was, even after the two had left and been sent to the principal's office, it hadn't ended as Bakugo of all people spoke up. Damn idiot, wasting his time with those damn extras, Bakugo had said, loud enough for everyone to hear. They're not even worth the time or the effort. They're just a group of third-rate hacks that exist as stepping stones on the road to me becoming the #1 hero. While a few people in Class 1A tried to get him to shut his mouth, which seemed to only make the teen angrier, that seemed like all they were willing to do. So, everyone sitting with Class 1B sat there seething in anger. Silently, they all agreed to take them down first when the time came. To make sure Mineta, Minoma, and Bakugo didn't make it past the first round of the sports festival. I am here. The door to the room flew open as All Might burst through the doorway in an epic pose, dressed in his iconic Golden Age costume with a massive smile on his face. Only to receive silence. The class just looked at him from their seats. There were no cheers from the students, loudly proclaiming their joy at seeing the mighty man like 1A had done during their first class. There were no excited faces, no smiles. All the pro-hero received as he made his way into the classroom were confused looks at best, cold ones at worst. Then, before he had gotten halfway to the front of the class, whispers could be heard. So he finally decided to teach us? Wonder what happened. No way. That has to be an imposter. Probably ran out of excuses not to show up. Bet he's only here because they put a gun to his back. From his seat, Izuku watched as the man he had always idolized pretended he couldn't hear the whispers. But he did, flinching slightly at the end of every sentence. He felt sorry for the man, yet not as much as he knew he would have at the start of the year. The old him would have been gushing out a storm, practically drooling at seeing his hero dressed in one of his retro costumes. Now he couldn't even muster sparkles in his eyes, just a smile as All Might took his spot in the front of the room. Good afternoon, future heroes, declared All Might, fists on his hips as he took a pose. I hope you are all ready, for I, All Might, am here to teach this fine class. I hope you are all ready because today's lesson is going to be a doozy. Indoor battle training. I will go over the details more once you all meet up with me in the training ground, but All Might then paused as Kendo raised her hand. Yes, young lady? Are you talking about the teams of 2 heroes versus villains training exercise? Because we already did that, she said in a polite tone. The noise All Might made, the slight step backward, and the visible sweat appearing on his face told the class that she was right. Close, young lady, close, said All Might as he regained his composure. Actually, I have something very special in mind for this class. Now, change into your hero costumes and meet me in Training Ground Gamma. With that, the symbol of peace rushed out the door without another word. No doubt, thought most of the class as they slowly got to their feet to come up with a different lesson. As 1B made their way into their changing rooms, Mina Ishido found herself making her way to the Training Ground Beta along with the rest of her class. However, despite this being the day that All Might was supposed to teach them, she along with the rest of their class were dressed in their gym clothes instead of their hero costumes. At the start of class after lunch break, they had been given the news from Mr. Aizawa that there had been a change in the schedule ordered by Principal Nizu. Because of this, 1A was going to be given free reign of Training Ground Beta this afternoon to work on whatever they wanted for the sports festival. Something that Mina was all for since, as much as she enjoyed All Might's hero lessons, there was plenty she still needed to work on if she wanted to be ready for that big day. Plus, it wasn't all that often that they were given the chance to cut loose for an afternoon. As she made her way towards the looming walls holding the faux city with her best friend in the class, Toru, the pink-skinned girl couldn't help but notice that there were few of them actually walking together. Close together, sure. But it was like there was some sort of barrier that separated nearly everyone. She could see Kirishima, a guy she knew from middle school, trying to break that barrier so he could talk to Bakugo. But judging by the look on the explosion user's face, that barrier would remain strong. The only other one who was trying to talk to others was Uraraka, a girl in their class who had barely gotten into the hero program. She was next to Ojiro, hands pressed together in a pleading manner, no doubt asking the tailed boy for help. Not that she was going to get it as Ojiro waved her off before moving a bit faster. As he did, a few of their classmates just shook their heads, their body language practically shouting that she should have known better. That it was every man for themselves. Whatever good mood Mina had in her nearly vanished at the sight of the brown-haired girl slumping. This sort of thing had pretty much been the mentality of the class since day one, and she absolutely despised it. Okay. To be fair, Mina could kind of understand some of their behavior. Everyone there was hoping to look good for the pros, so they stood a better chance at getting scouted. So they were just looking out for their best interests. However, that would have been more understandable if they were just now acting like this. Despite what Mr. Aizawa thought, she knew she was not here to have fun. That she was trying to be the best hero she could be. But was it really so wrong to be friends with each other? Or, at the very least, be civil? Isn't it great that All Might is teaching 1B today? Asked Toru in a cheery tone, her words snapping Mina out of her thoughts. The acid user turned to look at her friend who seemed to bounce with each step she took. Now that Monoma and Mineta don't have anything to mock them with, perhaps now we can be friends. Mina bit her lower lip softly, not daring to speak. As much as she would have liked to see that happen, and hoped that it would, she knew in her heart that it wouldn't. Knowing those two, they would probably just say how sad it was that the school forced All Might to teach them. Or that he was taking pity on them. Heck, Mina could even imagine having Monoma declaring that the only reason he was wasting time teaching the inferior members of 1B was so that they would put on a good show when they were defeated by the superior students of 1A. As she thought of the troublemakers, Mina turned to glance behind her where the bullies were dragging their feet behind the rest. Monoma and Mineta walked with their backs hunched over, heads down low as if to count the few cracks on the pavement of the false city they were to be training in. The two had been rather quiet since they returned from Nizu's office where they had spent the majority of their break. From what the class knew, the Hydra Girls' homeroom teacher along with several of the other business course teachers were there as well, demanding swift punishment towards the pair. That they needed to understand that their behavior would have them drowning in lawsuits, preventing them from ever going pro. To that Nizu had agreed, and the pair found themselves mere centimeters away from not just being barred from competing in the sports festival but being suspended as well. Instead, they would be receiving detention after school every day until they began internships. This included the days they would normally have off after the sports festival, supervised by Mr. Izawa, which had made the man a tad more irritable. What's more, they would also be writing essays each day by hand on heroic conduct, ethics, and so on until the lesson sunk in. Then, as a final nail in the coffin, that was their punishment. If they did not get any offers from Pro after the sports festival, then Nizu would be the one picking who they interned under. Honestly, she felt like those two got off far too lightly. If it had been up to her, those two bullies would have been out of this school after their first lunchroom incident. It was because of their constant gloating, practically rubbing in the faces of 1B that All Might was teaching them more, that had caused the tension between the two hero classes. It was because of them parading around the school and on social media that they had survived a massive villain attack that had gained them the big frowny face of the school. And now today in the lunchroom. Never mind having the whole school hate their collective guts, but this was the reason the guys in the other hero course didn't want to chill with them. It was probably the reason they never extended a hand to join them at the beach or anything else. Unwilling to look at the duo any longer than she already had, Mina straightened to see that they were now deep within the training area. Already, her various classmates were hurrying to get some distance from the others as they leapt into the air or sped off down the streets. One that caught her eye was another person who now held the cheerful pink-skinned girl's ire. The one who had told her that he would handle this yet kept letting it happen. Ida, the class vice-rep. Well, from what she had seen so far, handle was far too strong of a word. Since the very beginning, right after they had chosen their class representatives, Mina brought up her concerns to both him and Yaoyorozu. Almost at once, Ida had loudly declared that he would have a talk with them while making a chopping motion in the air. That a stern lecture would set them right. Well, now Mina was beginning to question if they were tuning out the lectures, if he only gave them one and thought that that was enough, or if he had even given them one at all. Because this issue kept happening. If she had been either rep, she would have been in the lunchroom keeping an eye on the pair instead of eating outside on such a beautiful day. Now that she thought about it, why had it taken Ida so long to do anything? Yaoyorozu she could understand, since the rich girl was outside as well, though not sitting with her or Toru. But Ida, he had to have been either at or near the Monoma and Mineta when they decided to get up and have their little power trip. And from what she heard, neither of them were being quiet about the whole thing. So what was Ida doing beforehand? Wasn't he supposed to be wicked fast? Before Mina could think more on the subject, she spotted something that nearly caused her to stop in her tracks. It was Uraraka. The girl was sitting on the sidewalk, back against the wall with her legs pressed against her chest. The brunette's gaze was kept low, but Mina, despite being some distance away, could see all the telltale signs of a girl about to cry. It was all there. The way she clung to her gym pants, the aura that seemed to surround her, and so on. So, Mina did the only thing she could think of. "Hey, Uraraka," she shouted in her most cheerful tone, a smile beaming brightly on her face. At once, the gravity-removing girl lifted her head to look at them. Good, she hadn't started to cry yet. "Hey, do you want to train with us today?" A smile bright as the sun appeared on Uraraka's face, almost seeming to light up the whole area. "I'd love to," she shouted as she quickly got to her feet. A little too quickly as she nearly flung herself forward and face planted into the cement street. But she managed to catch herself at the last minute as she ran over to the acid user and the floating pair of clothes. "I really need the help." "Hey, no big deal," said Mina as she waved off the thanks. "Though I don't know how much help we can be. Still, better than trying to figure stuff out on our own. At least we can bounce ideas off each other." Uraraka nodded vigorously at that. As the trio made their way down the road looking for someplace to train, Mina found herself shooting a glance over at their new companion. While no one said anything out loud since hearing that someone might get booted from the hero course if they didn't perform well enough, but many considered Uraraka to be the first on the chopping block. She had barely squeaked by in the entrance exam with the needed number of points, needing to be saved more than once. So much so that Mina had heard some of the others talking, saying that if it hadn't been for her infinity score in the ball toss that she would have been expelled the first day. As for what happened in All Might's class, well, I really wish All Might would start teaching us how to fight, bemoaned Uraraka, seeming to know what was on Mina's mind. All he ever does is put us in different scenarios. And Mr. Aizawa just keeps saying he wants to see improvement from me. Tell me about it, replied Mina with her own moan, her hands reaching to the back of her head as she looked up at the sky. I guess that's what happens when you are the strongest man in the universe and nothing hurts you. All you need to do is just punch things until they go away. Wish we could all do that. Oh, why couldn't the sports festival be in the middle of the school year? Demanded Uraraka. We haven't learned nearly enough yet. There's no way I can figure out how to fight with my quirk so quickly. Her eyes then widened as she turned to look at Mina, waving her hands in the air frantically. Not that I don't appreciate everything you both are doing for me. Mina let out a friendly laugh. No worries. It's good, girl, said the pink-skinned girl before her smile faded a bit. But if I'm being honest, I get how you feel. All I can do to fight now is slide around with my acid and fling it at people. Maybe that's why Mr. Aizawa was trying to get that Midoriya guy to join our class, said Toru, who had been silent for a while. What? Said both Mina and Uraraka in unison. Don't you remember Mina? Asked Toru, her clothing shifting to indicate that she was tilting her head slightly. Yaoyorozu was talking about needing to hand a form a while back. I can't remember what it was called, but I do remember that it would transfer that Midoriya kid in 1B into our class. As the wind blew in her hair, Mina began to recall that brief moment after It had been a small thing that, at the time, she had not paid too much attention to. But it seemed like some part of her mind found it interesting enough because the whole thing played in her mind like she was at the movies. All that happened was that the rich girl had spoken about a homeroom transfer form that she had given to one of the students in 1B, Izuku Midoriya. From the way she spoke, it seemed that Mr. Aizawa really wanted him in their class. Like really, really badly. Honestly, looking at the class as it was right now, that Midoriya kid dodged a real bullet. Don't think he'll be signing that anytime soon, said Mina with a laugh. I mean, the guy is the vice rep of a class that actually gets along. Man, I would have killed to go to that beach. They looked like they were having so much fun. That's not all they're doing, said Toru. I heard that 1B is doing some sort of training after school. The two in charge of it are Midoriya and their class representative, some girl named Kendo. Uraraka looked amazed by that. Really? How did you find out? At that, Toru's shoulders slumped. I overheard some guys talking in the hall. For some reason, they didn't notice I was there. As Mina giggled at her friend's antics, she found herself glancing behind once more. Mineta was still walking with his head down. But Monoma, on the other hand, seemed to have regained a bit of his former smirk for some reason. Whatever it was, it didn't sit well with Mina. Not at all. Do you think that if I ask nicely they'll let me join? Asked Uraraka. Mina bit her lower lip at that. Given what had happened in the lunchroom today, she didn't think that any of them would be lining up to offer a helping hand to Uraraka. Not that she blamed them. Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt to try, said Mina. The worst they can do is say no, right? At the very least, we can apologize to them for what happened and hopefully show them we're not all jerks. As Uraraka began to nod excitedly and Toru said she couldn't do it, Mina found herself starting to think, could she transfer to 1B? They seemed like a more chill group that got along. No, they got along great. So maybe, sir. You all look stunning, declared All Might as 1B, now in their hero costumes, stood within the massive factory complex that was Training Ground Gamma. The place was massive, full of giant smokestacks that seemed to reach out to touch the sky, large metal pipes that snaked around the buildings like vines in a forest, the only vehicles on the vast empty streets being semi-trucks, and barrels that had the logo for toxic waste on it. As for the buildings, some of them looked like they were designed for oversized storage while others were vast factory complexes that spanned several blocks. One or two even looked like old-time factories. Now then, about today's lesson, began All Might, his grin widening a bit as he spoke. We are doing teams of heroes versus villains with indoor combat. This you have already done before. However, there will be a twist. The scenario will be this. A team of 3 villains have broken into a warehouse, planning to steal company secrets and sell them to the highest bidder. There is only one hero on patrol in this area who is unable to call for backup as a jammer is blocking any means of communication. For this exercise, the villain team wins if they are able to crack the safe and exit the building with the stolen information, or if they defeat the hero within 20 minutes. However, our brave hero wins if he or she is able to capture all the villains, find the jammer and disable it, or can hold off the villains until time runs out and a new patrol approaches. Izuku felt a tinge of excitement within him while a smile appeared on his face. Looking to his side, he could see that Pony was looking back at him with that same spark in her blue eyes. This sounded like it would be an actual challenge, something to push them above and beyond. And, judging by all the other muttering going on in the room, the rest of the class agreed. For the most part. Wait, am I the only one here who thinks this is a bit of a lopsided exercise? Asked Bondo, throwing his arms out in a gesture of exasperation. Just think about it. The villains have it easy. They already have things set up so you can't call for backup, more of them, and all they have to do is find the plans or whatever and they win. Doesn't this seem more advanced than what we should be dealing with? But it is what 1A had to deal with, said Izuku, gaining everyone's attention, including All Might's. From what I read, the League of Villains came to the USJ with a plan. Not only did they ensure that the people inside the facility couldn't escape or call for help, but they also scattered the students into areas where the villains would have a numbers advantage. In a way, we're simulating that same situation but on a smaller scale. Well, I guess I see your point, but, began Bondo, his words trailing off slightly as he noticed that All Might was approaching them. Then, much to everyone's surprise, the large man slammed a hand on Izuku's shoulder with enough force that it nearly toppled over the teen. Young Midoriya is correct, said All Might with a loud, boisterous laugh. Then he looked at Bondo. For a very long time now, the vast majority of villains we have fought have been solo actors or a group of untrained thugs using their quirks to do as they please. And while there are smarter villains out there, those who do their evil deeds in the shadows and away from prying eyes, they have been in the minority. Until now, that is. One of the things we learned from the USJ incident was that the forces of evil have been getting smarter, planning things out more in advance. Not to mention getting bolder. And while the League of Villains' planned end goal was a failure, they did leave behind the blueprints for others to utilize and improve upon. We may soon see villains placing jamming devices and working in larger groups in the near future. Which is why we must train all of you to prepare for these types of events. For when that day comes along when you yourself are a pro, alone and outnumbered while being unable to call for your sidekicks? Class 1B nodded at this, nearly in unison. While there was little to no doubt in their minds that the man before them put all this together at the last minute, especially given how he left the classroom, none of them could deny that they were learning something valuable, that he was preparing them for something that they would more than likely face in the future. In truth, this was the sort of thing they had expected him to teach them from day one. So, for now, they wouldn't give him too hard of a time. Then, as All Might turned, Izuku spoke up. All Might, sir. He began with a slightly nervous tremble in his voice. This caused the pro-hero to pause in his step, turning his head to look at him. I was just thinking, well, we've been working with some other classes. People who are hoping to get into the hero course after the sports festival. So, maybe we could see if they wanted to join us and dash. There's not enough time. All Might's words were barked out, nearly shouting while his face seemed to harden slightly. This caused not only Izuku to jump at the tone, but also the rest of the class. Kendo then stepped forward. All Might, there's no need to be angry at Midoriya. We've been working with these people for a while now, so I get why Midoriya wants to include them. Yeah, that's right, stated Tetsu. They may not be on the class roster or anything, but they're still part of the team. At that, many of the other students shouted their agreement. All Might, for his part, turned to look at all the students, smiling and waving his hands in a gesture meant to ease tension. Everyone, settle down. Settle down, he said. I am sorry for the way that sounded. However, to do what Midoriya requested, we would have to go and track down each of these students from all over the school. We would need to get the teacher's permission, some of whom might need some convincing. Add in that there are multiple teachers we would have to speak to, some of whom might not even be in their classrooms for whatever reason, as well as allowing the students time to change, and what we end up with is losing a great deal of time. He then looked around, his smile growing smaller but not fading, as if he were giving the class a softer smile. I have heard about your training with these other students, and I commend you all for wishing to include them. Sadly, while they wish to become a part of the hero course, the fact of the matter is, right now, they are not. Until they prove otherwise, they belong with their own courses. Now, we have wasted enough time. Let's see what you newbies are made of. From there, Izuku and the rest of the class silently followed All Might's instructions as he insisted on not wasting another moment. The pro-hero brought them before a large, windowless building before telling them to form a single file line. Once that was done, All Might took the first student alone inside while telling the rest to wait. After a moment, the large steel doors opened on their own to allow the next student inside. Izuku had been near the front and, as such, had been called in fairly quickly. The room he found himself in had a large computer monitor, the screen lifeless when compared to the number of blinking and flashing lights along the lone control panel. All Might stood in front of it with a clipboard in hand. Very politely, he gestured to one of the many doors along the wall and told him to wait inside. Nodding, the green-haired teen did as he was told and found himself in what looked like a small rectangular waiting room that could snugly fit 3 or 4 people inside. The room was nearly completely bare, with nothing but a metal bench to sit on and a screen built into the wall. Something else Izuku noted was the sliding, mechanical door opposite of where he had come in from. Once he closed the door behind him, Izuku heard a familiar click from behind. Turning, he quickly tested the door and found out that it was locked. For a moment, the teen wondered if he should break himself out but thought better of the idea. Instead, Izuku pressed an ear to the door to see what he could hear. Nothing but silence awaited him. Curious, the bone user then tried a trick his sensei taught him back home, focusing on his sense of touch to see if he could feel any vibrations on the floor. Again, there was nothing. It was like Izuku was completely cut off from the rest of the world in his own little pocket dimension. Guess All Might wants to keep the groups a surprise, muttered Izuku as he moved to sit on the bench, a hand going to his chin as he began to analyze the situation. This is going to help the villain team even more as they will probably be placed in the same room together, giving them more time to make plans and assign roles. Makes sense given the scenario that All Might presented. But, am I going to be a hero or a villain? I guess I'll just have to wait and see if the door opens again. Or maybe that sliding door will open and lead me into another room where my other classmates are. Or not. And so, Izuku began working his brain to the maximum while his muttering filled the room. When the last of Can's students had been sorted and sent to the appropriate room, a puff of smoke surrounded the large man known as All Might, turning into his true, skinny form. Smoke entered the man's lungs, causing him to begin coughing while blood gushed from his mouth. But he wasn't concerned as small panels in the walls along the floors opened up, revealing equally small robots that instantly went to work cleaning not just the floor but his uniform as well. Before the man could even flop down on the chair near the control panel, the machines had finished their job so thoroughly that there was not even the lingering scent of blood in the air as they returned to their hidden homes. Letting out a sigh of relief, All Might looked around the empty room with a sad smile. He honestly didn't want to conduct his classes like this, locking them away in their waiting rooms and keeping everyone separate. He much preferred the group atmosphere he had known when working with 1A, seeing their faces, connecting with them. That method, however, came at the cost of using all of his hero time for a single class. An issue that, after the USJ incident, had gotten worse. With the potential threat of another attack on the school, on his students, from the League of Villains, then he had to make some sort of change. He had to limit his hero form in some way so that he could have that time stashed away for later while still teaching his students. And this was the best answer he could come up with. By separating himself from the rest of the class, he could still teach them while taking on his true form in secret. Meaning if there was an emergency later on in the day, he wouldn't have to worry so much about his time limit. So far, it was working well as he had only eaten up 15 minutes of his heroic form for the day. This method also allowed him some other benefits. Turning in his chair, All Might pressed a key on the control panel. Instantly a small window opened up on the screen before him showing one of the waiting rooms. In it was Izuku Midoriya, sitting there and mumbling to himself without knowing that he was being watched right now. While the pro could barely make out anything in the words salad the boy was dishing out, He figured that the kid had realized by this point that he would be one of the lone heroes in this exercise. What the boy most certainly didn't know was that All Might had done this on purpose. He wanted to see how the lad would react in this situation, how he would behave as a hero when the chips were down. To ensure this, All Might had gone over 1B's class roster. There he read over all of the students' quirks so that he could assemble a team that would give his potential successor a hard time. After pressing another key, the image of one of the other rooms appeared on the monitor showing the 3 villains Midoriya would be facing. Sadly, they were a little cramped due to Tetsu's bulk. All Might had chosen him due to his above-average strength, his ability to harden his body to an insane level, and the fact that he was, according to some rumors, a bit closer to Midoriya than some of the other men in the class. Hopefully he would use what he knew about the bone user to his team's advantage. The second was another closer-range fighter, young Kamakiri. As the other blade user of the class, he could hopefully compete with young Midoriya's own blades. Then, finally, there was young Rin. With that young man's scales, he could cover the long-range attack position of this party. Not bad for a last-minute plan, if I do say so myself, said All Might with a chuckle. In truth, he had really planned to just give the class the same exercise as he did for 1A's first exercise. Only it would have been in Training Ground Gamma as well as a little meddling on his part, ensuring that Kamakiri and Rin were placed on a team together and that they went after whatever team Midoriya was on. But that plan crashed and burned right as it was leaving the runway when he heard Kendo's remarks. The class already had a low opinion on him and repeating the same lesson wouldn't help much. Thankfully, the exercise the third years had done earlier that day hadn't been cleaned up, so he was able to borrow it. God, he would need to ask Ken about what he had taught these kids. And that thought right there wasn't helping his case, was it? Sighing, the hero pressed another key to bring up another window. This one showed another villain team. All Might was about to just keep pressing the various keys until he could see all his students, but something caught his attention about this group. It looked like they were having a heated argument about something. Fearing that he accidentally put a group of students who didn't mesh well together, All Might pressed another key to turn on the audio. If there was something going on, he would scold them for fighting like this. Seriously, did he have to act like that? This first voice came from a girl who was pacing back and forth within the small room. A blonde girl with horns on her head. Tsunatori, if memory served him correctly. There was no need for him to be so rude. At that, All Might leaned forward a bit as he wondered who she was talking about. Won't disagree with you there, said one of the students sitting on the bench, hands behind his head as he leaned back against the wall. Again, if he recalled his brief review of the Class 1B's roster, the teen was named Aways. I get what the big guy was saying. We only have so much time in the day for the class. But geez, it wasn't like Midoriya was pestering him over and over again. Bet he's just taking out some of his aggression on the vice rep since the school's forcing him to be here. As All Might winced at the accusation, the third student in the room put in his 2 cents. Plus, it's kind of rich of him to be concerned with time when he's been doing nothing but wasting hours. Is he in a hurry to get back to 1A or what? Complained Kuwaro. The dark-themed teen was leaning forward, his elbows on his knees as he held his head in his hands. Speaking of 1A, do you think All Might has them separated like this when he teaches them? Asked Aways as he lifted a hand into the air before banging it against the wall. This got a laugh from the white-haired teen, though it wasn't a happy one. No, this laugh was filled to the brim with dry mirth that sent shivers down All Might's spine. Somehow I doubt it, replied Kuwaro. Bet he thinks we're not worthy enough to be in his presence. Groaning, All Might placed his head into his hands while recalling what Ken had told him about how much work he would have to put into this if he ever wanted to regain their trust. And it looked like it was going to be a long, hard road. Sir. Izuku's footsteps echoed around him as he walked down the long metal hallway. Just moments ago, a door other than the one he had used to enter the small waiting room had opened while All Might told him through the speakers that the villain team was in position. A wave of nervous excitement filled him, growing stronger as he approached the light at the end of the tunnel. As he approached the threshold, Midoriya spotted a metal table containing a few items. On one side of the table were several neat little rows of earpieces for when All Might wanted to talk to them directly. All it took was a quick look from the team to realize that they were for all 20 students, with some already randomly taken. On the other side of the table were the rows of capture tape. All Izuku had to do was wrap this around any part of the opposing team and they would be considered captured. Fairly standard stuff for this sort of test. Once Izuku had the items on his person, he quickly made his way out and into the open. There, before him was a large parking lot, a few cheap cars parked there with a 4-story factory building standing behind it. After nodding to himself, Izuku slowly made his way towards the front door, seeing that it had been left wide open. And once he was in, the team could easily see that this was going to be considerably different from where they had had their first 2 versus 2 battles. It took him a moment, slowly and stealthily moving about, to find that the main floor was segmented into several areas, with some being nothing but industrial-grade welding machines lined up into row after row, while others had assembly lines with those big robotic arms in various spots. Along the walls, he found a few break areas with vending machines that were actually stocked with real food. Heck, even the microwaves and water heaters here were in working order. Found you, Midoriya? Izuku turned to the source of the voice, finding Tetsu standing on a conveyor belt. The taller teen's body was already hardened into metal, a sharp-toothed grin on the teen's face as he held a thick robotic arm in his hands which would have been easily taller than either of them if held upright. You idiot! What's the point of ambushing him if you just shout like that? Demanded Kamakiri as he leapt onto one of the massive metal crates across from Tetsu, the duo separated by an aisle that would no doubt be used by Hylos. Rather than answering, Tetsu jumped into the air while twirling the metal appendage around his head with his eyes glued to Izuku. The green-haired bone user spotted what was to happen a mile away, for curved bones erupting on both of his forearms as he sidestepped and turned away from the attack which cracked the thick cement coating the ground. As dust began to rise in the air, Izuku placed a foot on the metal arm but could do nothing more as Kamakiri landed behind him. Cursing slightly under his breath, Izuku turned while raising his arm to block one of the blades coming out of the mantis-like teen's arm. In that moment, Izuku could see the frustration in his classmate's face as his blade could not cut through Izuku's bones. Damned copycat, cursed Kamakiri before leaping back. Half a breath later, Izuku did a backflip in the air to avoid another swing of Tetsu's makeshift weapon. But while in the air, Kamakiri began leaping from spot to spot all around them to gain momentum before appearing right in front of Izuku. This time, multiple blades appeared from both of the teen's arms before launching into a flurry of attacks. Metal clashed against bone as both teens' arms became a blurry mess as falling to the ground seemed to occur in slow motion. But not so much for Tetsu, whose fists joined in on the clash, striking Midoriya on the side with enough force that the green-haired teen managed to slam so hard against one of the massive machines that he made a dent. Falling to the ground, Izuku found the taste of blood in his mouth as a shadow fell over him. Sorry, Midoriya, said Tetsu, his makeshift weapon having been discarded for the capture tape. Nothing personal, man, but it looks like all that team training we did really paid off. Sucks to be you, said Kamakiri with a smirk. True, you both have gotten better, admitted Izuku as he reached out, seeming to grab nothing but air. Looks like I'd better up my game. With that, Izuku flung his arm at the two, sending a cloud of dirt mixed with millions of tiny bone fragments no larger than a grain of sand from his palm. Both of the villains quickly shut their eyes on reflex, even Tetsu despite his yellow visor. And when they opened them, Izuku Midoriya was gone. With a hand on his chin, All Might watched as Tetsu placed a few fingers onto his own intercom. Hey Rin, we lost track of Midoriya. As Tetsu spoke, the gaunt man's eyes shifted to another window on the screen showing the teen in question. There sat young Rin, sitting within the factory's security office, searching through the camera feeds looking for their opponent. As the older hero watched all this, he let out a hum, his other hand scribbling down some notes in a notebook. He had to admit that when he had put them together, All Might had not expected them to think of a plan like this. It was a pretty good idea to make use of the building's own security in order to aid them in their villainy while the two best close-range fighters took out the hero. However, All Might had to be fair and point out their mistakes. They had clearly taken advantage of the fact that they knew a hero was coming, having already set themselves up on the ground floor and ready to deal with the trouble instead of focusing on their own objective. It would have been smarter to have Kamakiri deal with getting the goods first while young Rin assisted young Tetsu with the security cameras. That way, if things were looking dire or the situation was over their heads, they could call in young Kamakiri to help. Doesn't look good for Midoriya? All Might's gaze shifted to one of the other windows on screen when he heard Away's voice. Inside the waiting room, as well as all of the others, all of his students for this lesson were watched the same thing All Might was witnessing on their wall monitors. This way, they could see their classmates' performance and give their own feedback. All Might found himself nodding in agreement at the teen's statement. Not only did this group have a well-thought-out plan, but the way they attacked never gave the young Midoriya an inch. They worked almost in perfect unison that, had All Might been a lesser hero, those 2 first years would have overwhelmed him. Yet what surprised him was the look on the sole girl of the group. The horned girl just sat there, elbows on her knees and her head resting in her hands as she watched everything with a small smile on her face. According to the rumor mill, that girl was supposed to be a dear friend of young Midoriya's. Perhaps even a girlfriend. Despite that, she didn't seem bothered at all that young Midoriya was being thrown around like a rag doll in there. And her face, he could have sworn he had seen it before. Yes, he had. It was back when Nana had shown him a movie he had never seen before. Some old-time American movie about a man who wore a suit of high-level technology to right the wrongs of his past. The young man he was back then was gripped by it, thrown through loops as the movie went. And Nana had just sat there, with the same expression on her face that Tsunatori had now. It was the look of someone who knew what was going to happen and wanted to see the surprised expressions of everyone else. A small bit of blood escaped the hero's lips as he pulled his attention away from the teens in the room and back to the match in progress. It seemed both Tetsu and Kamakiri were on the move again, Rin having located young Midoriya. And speaking of Midoriya, oh man, that was a close one, sighed Izuku as he leaned his back against one of the massive machines, rolling his shoulder as he did. With each turn he began to hear small cracks which sent bits of pleasure to go running through his body. And despite how poorly his run-in with the two had gone, there was no worry on his face. Rather, his face just looked neutral as he kept his eyes closed. I was really hoping I wouldn't need to pull out any of my other special moves before the sports festival. I mean, a guy's got to have a few secrets of his own, continued Izuku with a sigh, turning his head now to let out a loud pop. The kind that made everyone else around you wince, worried that you might have snapped your neck. Then, when he opened his eyes, a small smile appeared on Izuku's lips. Well, the fact that they forced my hand just means that they have gotten way stronger than they were at the beginning of the year. I think they deserve this. As Izuku pushed himself off the wall, his mind went into overdrive trying to think of which of his special moves to use. His ultimate move was out, no doubt about that. While it would have won him the match the moment he stepped into the factory, Izuku knew he had to take this practice seriously as if it were the real thing. Even if the plant was empty of civilians, there were still people here that, if he wasn't careful, he might end up killing by accident. On top of that, without a doubt he would end up destroying the building while also the surrounding area. Sure, the insurance agencies would have to shell out the money to fix everything, but that wasn't what Izuku was worried about. It was the workers. There was no telling how long it would take to fix this building, replace all the machines, and get everything up and running again. No doubt many of the workers would be laid off until that happened. So it would be better not to use something that powerful. Plus, using that move came at a high cost. Izuku heard the thundering of footsteps before Tetsu appeared in his vision, the metal-skinned teen racing towards him in the main aisle with a sharp-toothed grin on his face. Thinking quickly, Izuku braced himself while pulling back his arm as if ready to deliver a powerful punch. As Tetsu drew closer, Kamakiri seemed to appear out of nowhere as he leapt up from behind his villainous partner. As gravity pulled the mantis teen back to Earth, Kamakiri twisted in the air so that he would be facing Izuku's back with long blades coming out of the teen's forearms. Each one running from the teen's wrist to his elbow, ready to cleave into the teen's skin. And he would have done just that had several massive curved spikes not erupted out of Izuku's back. Each twice as thick as a normal human arm, and some even thicker, they pointed in all directions. Some pointed upward, ready to impale Kamakiri, while others seemed to curve to the side or downwards. Surprised by the suddenness of their appearance, Kamakiri managed to kick himself away from those bone spikes as soon as he made contact. Just like Izuku hoped he would as bone mass began to coat the green-haired teen's arm, which quickly spiraled into a massive spear or drill. Using the force he gained thanks to Kamakiri, Izuku shot towards the charging Tetsu while thrusting his weapon forward. A loud crack filled the room. Then slowly, calmly, Izuku turned to face Kamakiri with blood coating the tip of the drill. From behind him, Izuku could hear Tetsu gasping in shock and pain as his trembling hands reached down to his steel belly where a hole no larger than an American quarter could now be found. Blood was seeping out of the wound as the teen's legs gave out, falling to his knees as his quirk finally deactivated. "Are you surprised?" asked Izuku, watching as Kamakiri flinched at the sound of his voice. It had been clear by the way he stood there in shock that all of the blade user's attention had been on his fallen comrade. Something that simply wouldn't do. Not here. Not now. And certainly not when they became real heroes. Calmly, Izuku held his drill close to his chest while resting a hand on it. Tetsu knew about this drill spear back when we were doing team training. I believe I told him then that this is made out of the strongest bones in my body. Bones several times stronger than steel. "Now, will you please surrender?" "No," screamed Kamakiri as dozens of blades emerged all over his body. On his arms, legs, the back of the neck, a few on his chest, as so forth. And it looked like even more blades were sprouting as he then charged at Izuku with narrowed eyes. "You think that will help you?" "Not as much against you," said Izuku, the bones retracting back into his skin as he leapt back to avoid a swipe from Kamakiri. Then, from his shoulder, a bone just seemed to pop out. Reaching over and grabbing it like the handle to a blade, the teen pulled it out to reveal that it was a bladed weapon like a dagger. Certainly smaller than the ones Kamakiri was using now. When Izuku landed, he charged forward to fight the villain head-on. Blades of steel met the blade of bone, Kamakiri raising his weapons to block Izuku's attack before he no doubt countered. But what the green-skinned student didn't account for was that his blades would be as useful in this fight as Tetsu's skin. Izuku's blade sliced through Kamakiri's as if it had been made out of warm butter before falling to the ground. Flabbergasted, Kamakiri was unable to react in time as Izuku turned his weapon around so that the back of the bone handle collided with the other teen's underjaw. So powerful was the blow that Kamakiri was lifted into the air, his head thrown back as blood escaped his lips. Perhaps if Izuku had left him alone, he might have recovered from this. But, alas, this was not to be as a layer of bone covered its owner's leg as he spun around before planting it on his opponent's side. Kamakiri was then sent flying through the air before his body connected with one of the massive machines, held in place against it thanks to his blades. Somehow, Kamakiri managed to open one eye to glare at Izuku. "Damn it, how? You weren't this strong when you fought kendo," the mantis teen said between labored breaths and coughs. To that Izuku gave him a look. "No disrespect towards kendo, but I was not using my skills to their fullest when we first fought," he said while his free hand scratched his cheek slightly. "I well know how deadly my quirk can be. It's more suited to killing than anything else. So, whenever I fight someone new with it, I like to hold back a little. You saw what I did to Tetsu. Had I used that attack on anyone else, it would have made a much larger hole going right through them." "Thanks for the compliment," came the voice of Tetsu. Izuku's head barely moved, glancing to his side to see that the steel quirk teen was back on his feet. With one hand covering his wound, he raised his other bloody hand high above his head before forming a fist. He then made several staggering steps towards the hero of this exercise instead of charging at full speed, his eyes showing that it was a struggle to keep them open. And when the attack came, Izuku merely sidestepped it with Tetsu barely able to keep himself upright. Seeing this, Izuku decided to take his friend out of the exercise as he brought out the capture tape. "No," gasped Tetsu when he saw this. But he was unable to see any more as the tape wrapped around his waist. "Tetsu has been captured," came All Might's voice over the speakers. A few moments later, the same could be heard for Kamakiri as Izuku hurried off to find Rin. Once Izuku got to the back of the factory, he found a stairwell leading up to the second floor. There, before him, was a mass of cubicles. Glancing into the first one, Izuku was not really shocked at the level of realism that UA put into this place. He could see in and out trays on top of a small desk, with a coffee mug placed on top of several folders. A picture frame containing a mock family photo rested next to a computer covered with sticky notes. One of them said, "Remember to pick up milk on the way home," while another said, "Going to strip club with the boys on Friday, make excuse for family." Izuku had to blink at that one, wondering why anyone would leave something like that laying around. Then a blush appeared on his face, thinking of Pony on stage with her legs wrapped around a pole as she, quickly shaking his head, Izuku did his best to tuck those thoughts away for later, for now he had to focus on this exercise. So taking a breath he began to press on, right as a shooting pain was sent through his arm. Gritting his teeth, Izuku rolled to the ground before looking at the blood that was now covering his arm. The source? A large green scale embedded in his arm. Glancing back into the cubicle, he saw several other holes within the wall. "Impressive," muttered Izuku as he pulled the scale out, bone mass covering the wound and stopping the bleeding. But before he could do anything else, Rin appeared directly across from him with both arms raised. Seeing the danger before him, Izuku leapt away and rolled into the cubicle just as a shower of scales impaled the ground where he once was. But he didn't stay there long, leaping out of the slightly confined area as Rin continued his onslaught. For the next several minutes, Izuku zigged and zagged through the office as he avoided the scale barrage. Everything left in his wake was quickly shredded by his classmates' seemingly unending attack. Cubicles were destroyed, computers exploded, and not even the coffee machine was spared from the Chinese teen's attack. And all the while, Izuku got closer. He kept on the move, changing up his patterns with him, sometimes even leaping backwards and over the scale assault. Eventually he finally got in close. Rin, clearly knowing what was about to happen, raised his scale-covered arms hoping it would protect him from the bone blade in Izuku's hand. That attack never came as Izuku instead spun on his heel to send his other foot crashing into Rin's side. Rin coughed loudly, stumbling to his side but remained standing while lowering his fists. He then charged at the green-haired teen only for Izuku to spin around the attack, his footwork knocking Rin off balance as the end of the bone blade crashed into the middle of Rin's back. The loud cry of the scale user echoed through the room, followed by a thump. A moment later, Izuku wrapped the capture tape around Rin to end the match once and for all in Izuku's favor. "Brilliant work, all of you," declared All Might as he stood before 1B within the main monitoring room. Or, at least, those who were still standing, as several of the students had to be taken away to Recovery Girl's office. The man managed to suppress a wince as the school's nurse had contacted him several times via text to inform him of his student's condition, her fury dripping in every word. Tetsu had, thankfully, been the most injured throughout this entire exercise and would need help getting home. The second worst injury was held by Komori, who had been the lone hero for the exercise. She had put up a far better fight than what All Might would have thought from the Mushroom Girl, but had to call the match due to Bondo's glue accidentally entering her mouth. Then there were a few others like Kamakiri, who was suffering from a broken jaw as well as needing time to repair his blades. Regardless, he meant what he had said. This class had done splendidly on all fronts, keeping the man at the edge of his seat the entire time. Of course, he was very pleased with what he saw of young Midoriya. While the teen had made a few missteps, like letting down his guard in the office section of the building, he still exceeded the pro hero's expectations for this match. Seeing the skills of the teen in action, the level of awareness of how dangerous his quirk was, the ability to adapt to the situation. Yes, these were signs of a great hero in the making. Glancing over at said teen, the pro hero was a little surprised to see that young Midoriya wasn't giving him his full attention. Rather, the young man was only half looking at him at this moment, his majority of his attention being on the young blonde girl whose hand he was currently holding. And she was giving him the exact same look in return. "A young love." "Well," began All Might, seeing that the pair shifted their attention away from the other to return their focus back onto him. Which was good, seeing as All Might didn't want to scold either of them in class. While Midoriya had done very well as a hero in this exercise, he could not dismiss how well young Tsunatori's team had done. Her team, rather than fighting the hero, had focused on their own objective in order to win. He had been somewhat impressed by young Tsunatori, using her horns to create distractions for the heroes, remotely controlling them to knock over whatever she could within the factory and creating noise in order to keep their hero on edge. Meanwhile, Kurwaro and Awaze had focused on getting their target. The two managed to slip past all its defenses, grabbing the documents before heading out and ending the match within the first 3 minutes. Satisfied at seeing that everyone was looking at him, All Might continued. For this exercise, you shall all be given full marks. I shall be writing up my own thoughts on your performances and have them emailed to both yourself and Can by tonight. I do hope you take everything in it to heart, young heroes. With that, All Might dismissed the class. As the students of 1B left, he could hear them whispering with each other. Thankfully, nothing was overly negative. Now that didn't mean he heard anything overly positive either, as most people thought it was a pretty good lesson for something that was thrown together at the last minute. They had their issues with how he taught them, but seemed happy enough with the end results nonetheless. Perhaps, in time, he could undo the damage he had caused while gaining their trust back. But for now this would be as good a start as any. At the very least, he hadn't made anything worse. Once the last student was out of the room, All Might instantly locked the door, requiring a teacher's ID to open it, before he deflated back into his more slender form. With him now swimming in his suit, Yagi reached into his pocket to pull out his phone. Smiling a little to himself, he went to his contacts and called up his old sidekick. All Might, this is a surprise, came the voice of Sir Night-Eye on the other end, the shuffling of papers being carried over the phone. A pleasure to hear from you so soon. Has Togata changed his mind? That caused All Might's smile to slip slightly, yet not fade entirely. No, he hasn't, said All Might before continuing quickly. I just wanted to let you know that I am looking into possible alternatives. And I think I might have found a good one. A first-year student by the name of Izuku Midoriya. Really? A first-year student is better suited for One for All than Togata? Demanded Night-Eye, All Might imagining a deep frown on the man's face as he spoke. One that he nearly mirrored perfectly while glancing at the screen of his smartphone as the man at the other end continued to talk. All Might, this is ridiculous. You agreed with me that Mirio was the perfect person to take your place as the symbol of peace. I did, agreed All Might, doing his best to keep this conversation civil. The last thing he wanted was to ruin his friendship with his former sidekick once again. Then if you agree with me, then why aren't we keeping him as our focus? Asked Night-Eye, slight irritation in his voice. All for one. The chances of that man still being alive are higher now than they have ever been before. Togata is ready to accept your quirk, has the skills and training to get out there today. Instead of looking at a bunch of rookies, our focus should be on convincing Mirio that this is the right course of action to take. And if he still refuses? Force him to take it? Trick him, demanded All Might, his own irritation on the matter slipping in due to Night-Eye's rant. Thankfully, Yagi managed to calm himself down as he took a deep breath before continuing. Listen, young Togata is a fine lad with a bright future ahead of him, whether he accepts One for All or not. He even told us that, if we couldn't find anyone else to inherit this torch, he would accept it. If there ever comes a time when I should speak to him again about One for All, I would like to say with complete honesty that I had looked around and found none more worthy than him. We owe him that much. I suppose you have a point, conceded Night-Eye, the tone of his voice indicating that the man was also calming down. It's just hard to believe that we might find someone else worthy enough to take up this mantle. I'm sure there were a few people who would have thought the same if they heard that Nana was giving One for All to a quirkless boy, said All Might, his head lowering in respect. I just see something in this kid. The same thing that I saw in young Togata. That heroic spirit that just seems to thrive within him. High praise, said Night, the creaking noise in the background indicating that Sir Night-Eye was leaning back in his chair. So this kid, Midoriya, has caught your attention. What do you know about him? So far, not much, admitted All Might. He's one of the students in 1B. The class I had been absent with until recently. I actually met him at the beach. Can't recall what its name was, but it was a real mess up until recently. Yes, I seem to recall reading something about that, muttered Night-Eye, though not sounding too impressed. At the time, I was in my true form so nobody knew who I was, continued All Might. Then, here comes this kid who had every right to be hanging out with his friends at the beach but instead brings a bottle of water to some stranger. Heck, even brought a second one in case I needed it. He wasn't trying to impress anyone, just wanted to help. Same with the beach. It's sadly rare to see someone like that anymore. Well, we got to talking and I managed to get a feel for the kid. All in all, he just impressed me. So much so that I did a little digging when I got back. He lives in the dorms here on campus. Vice rep of his class. Started up a training program to help his class and others for the sports festival. Skilled in hand-to-hand combat. So, basically, all you have on him is what's on his student file, said Night Eye, amusement in his voice. You were always bad at digging up information on others. Well, good thing I have you on my side, replied All Might with a slight smirk. Any chance you could look into the kid? For a moment, there was near silence on the phone with the only noise being the stubble tapping on the desk from Night Eye's end, almost akin to the ticking of a clock. With each second that ticked by, All Might's worry began to grow. Why ask me? Don't you have a detective friend who can help you out more? He's already got his plate full looking into the League of Villains, answered All Might. And there is a limit to what he can do without it seeming suspicious. I know you have ways of gathering intel on a much larger scale. All Might then paused for a moment before looking up at the ceiling. Plus, I want you to be a part of this. Look, I don't want us to make the same mistake we made all those years ago. We lost a lot of time because we were both so stubborn. So, I'm willing to bend if it means keeping you in my life. I want to hear your honest opinion on the kid because I value it. And if I do end up choosing young Midoriya to be my successor and something happens to me, I would like you to help guide him in my place. All Might, began Night, his voice trailing off. And if Yagi's ears were working right, it sounded like his voice was choking a little. I guess it would only be fair to at least look into this newbie. Just give me a couple of days. But, just be warned, I haven't given up on Mirio. He's still my prime choice to take your place. All Might let out a chuckle at that, fighting to keep from shaking his head. I'll send you the battle footage from today's lesson, he said. After I get Nizu's permission, of course. Hopefully that will show you that he has skills. Still somewhat unrefined, but he has the skills. Then, if everything looks good on young Midoriya's front, then he might, and I must stress the word might, be a suitable plan B, admitted Knight. But before we get that far, give me a day or two to see if he really lives up to all the hype. At the same time, Izuku was the first of the guys to make his way out of the locker room. Since they were going to be doing their after-school training, the teen was dressed in his blue gym uniform with his tattered hero costume stored safely in its case. He carried said case in one hand, the other holding onto his phone as he scrolled down the chat. He heard Pony before he saw her. There was no mistaking her tone even as she hummed Dancing in the Moonlight, a song that Mr. Tsunotori liked to play in his car along with other oldies as he called them. And, sure enough, Izuku found her waiting for him with her back leaning against the wall. Her own silver case was held in her hands right below her but, even though she was looking forward, nodding her head to the tune, she turned her head as soon as Izuku stepped out into the hallway with her face lighting up in a way that caused Izuku's heart to melt with joy. Hey Pony, were you waiting long? He asked as he watched his girlfriend push herself off the wall, her small tail shaking a little as she did. Nope, she answered. Just a minute or two. Want to take our costumes back to the classroom together? Of course, replied Izuku. Then, when he looked back at his phone, a frown appeared on his face. Looks like Tetsu and Komori won't be able to make it, he said, causing Pony's melody to cease. Apparently, Recovery Girl ordered that they go straight home to rest up. Right now they're still in her office, resting in her beds as they wait for their parents to pick them up. I guess I went. And now Kamakiri says that he's not feeling up to training today. Guess we should have seen that coming, replied Pony with a sigh before a slight smile appeared on her face. So, what do you think the odds are that they will listen to her? That got a good chuckle out of Izuku. Knowing Komori, she's following Recovery Girl's orders to the letter, he said before shaking his head. But Tetsu, first chance he gets he'll probably start doing sit-ups and push-ups until he passes out just so he doesn't fall too far behind. And Kamakiri, I somehow doubt he's just going to sit and rest for the night. Now Pony was beginning to giggle. It would be funny if he went home and began to whittle or something with his blades. Now that would be a great hobby for him, laughed Izuku as the pair turned a corner. I wonder what he would make first? Maybe a smaller version of Dash. Excuse us. Both Izuku and Pony slowed down at the pair of voices coming behind them. Curious, they turned their heads to see two people they really didn't know all that well. One was a brown-haired girl with rosy cheeks wearing a similar gym uniform as them. At a glance, Izuku could see that there was something on her fingers. Something that looked like pads? Did she have some sort of touch-based quirk or something cat-like? However, his attention was quickly drawn away from her as the other girl's appearance was far more unusual. She stood slightly taller than her friend, though still a few inches shorter than Izuku. Her skin and hair were almost the same shade of pink, her skin being a slightly darker shade. Her golden eyes seemed to swim in pools of darkness while two small yellow horns poked out of her messy locks of hair. Like her friend, she was also wearing the standard gym uniform. "Hi there," said the pink-skinned girl with a wave, flashing a friendly smile as Izuku and Pony fully turned around to look at them. "Amina Ishido. And this is one of my besties, Achiko Uraraka. We're from Class 1A. When he heard that, Izuku could not help but groan. Was this another attempt from Aizawa to pester him into joining his class? Just keep sending girls his way to lure him over? Well, no, that couldn't be it, since the guy had stated he didn't allow relationships to occur in his classroom. Plus, Aizawa seemed like the type of person who would harshly judge him for falling for something like that. Then, without warning, Uraraka got down on the ground so fast to bow that it shocked everyone there, including Ishido. "Please, I need your help," the girl pleaded with her face practically placed on the ground. "I need to get stronger. I need to get better for the sports festival. We both do. I know you probably don't like either of us right now. Especially what happened in the lunchroom. But not all of us think you're lame for picking up that beach. That was really, really cool." As Uraraka spoke, Ishido looked away. "And that friend of yours from the business course, she didn't deserve to be treated like that," said the pink-haired girl, her hands balling into fists as she did. Her body seemed to tense, arms trembling as if just thinking about it disgusted her. Then, after a moment, she inhaled deeply before making eye contact with the bone user, showing the fire in her golden orb. "Look, we will both understand if you don't want to train us. That's fine. I get it. But we would still like to apologize for what happened. Especially if Ida hasn't. We had a good idea what was going to happen to your class. Minoma was practically singing in the class chat that he was going to mock you guys for that. But despite that, I wasn't there. I'm not going to make any excuses for myself. And I swear up and down that I had no idea that Mineta was going to do that to that girl. She deserves her own apology." Izuku remained silent for a moment, looking the girl in the eyes as she spoke. She kept her gaze glued to his own, never once looking away. She was being honest, he could tell. "All right then," said Izuku, nodding at Pony. She got the implied request, releasing her hold on his arm as he set down the briefcase holding his hero uniform. Once it was on the ground, Izuku moved to the middle of the large hallway before looking at Uraraka. "But first, I'd like to see what you can do. A simple charge should be good enough." "Really?" asked the brown-haired girl excitedly, jumping onto her feet with a sparkle in her eyes. "Are you sure this is going to be okay? I wouldn't want any of us to get in trouble. As long as we don't use our quirks or strike the other too hard, it should be okay," said Izuku. That seemed to be enough for Uraraka as she spread her legs while holding her arms up at about waist level. This was met with Izuku placing his arms behind his back, as if to say that he wouldn't be needing them for this. Then Uraraka just charged. Her arms held out, looking like she was trying to reach him with an open palm strike right to the gut. But her hands were too high. The chest? Well, in any case, it didn't matter to Izuku. Spinning on his heel, he delivered a powerful leg sweep that the girl never saw coming, causing her to fall backwards. His arms then shot out like twin vipers, one of them grabbing hold of her jacket to keep her from falling and hitting the ground, her body jerking from the sudden stop. As for his second hand, it had balled into a fist before going straight into the side of her gut. Not a powerful slam, of course, as Izuku reduced the amount of force he was exerting. But there was just enough for the girl to feel it was there, knowing how badly he could have hurt her had he so desired. That was, began Izuku, his voice trailing off as he helped Uraraka stand. Thankfully, he didn't finish that sentence because he knew it would seriously hurt her feelings. It's okay. I know I suck, admitted Uraraka as she looked away. I've never really been in a fight before and no one in my class will help teach me. Well, other than today with Ishido. She was the first one to actually try and help me. What? Shouted Pony, stomping a hoof on the ground. Why isn't anyone helping? Don't they know you get stronger when you all work together? That's the best way. And what about Aizawa? Added Izuku, a frown appearing on his face. He told me he wanted me in his class because he could teach me skills that no one else here could. Why isn't he offering that to you? As he said this, Pony nodded her head so much that her long blonde hair was flying all over the place in waves. I don't know, said a clearly confused Uraraka. He's never really made the offer or even suggested that he would help. Maybe it's because of the injuries he got at the USJ? That caused Izuku to frown a bit more. Somehow, he doubted that the bandaged man would have trouble teaching this girl or any of the other students in his class. He had, after all, seen him moving around just fine earlier today as well as seeing his skills with that scarf. If he could do that, then he could at least show Uraraka the basics of fighting. The only reason that would have been acceptable for Izuku was if there was some rule in place saying that teachers could not assist their students prior to the festival. But given all the help they had been getting from Kan, that seemed unlikely. Feeling his dislike of the dark-haired man grow, Izuku took a breath to calm himself before talking once more. Before I agree to help you or not, I need to know why doing well in the sport festival is important, said Izuku, his words shocking Uraraka. There must be a reason why this festival is so important to you that you can't wait till next year to show off how much you have improved. I just need to know the reason. You need the money, said Uraraka, looking away as she said that. See, my parents own a construction company that's not doing so well. They're hanging on by a thread, but I want to help out with my quirk, only I don't have a license. And even if I did have one right now, the amount of money we would save wouldn't pull them out of the red. So, I want to become a hero to help them. I'm going to work hard, get scouted by a great hero and intern under them. Then, when I graduate, I'll get signed on by a top hero and make lots of money to help them while making the world a better place. It might not seem like the most heroic, but Uraraka was then cut off as two sets of arms wrapped around her on both sides. On one side was Ishido while on the other was Pony, both of them having comically large amounts of tears running down their faces. Don't say any more, wailed Ishido. That's too pure. Really? Asked Uraraka in a dumbfounded voice, as if she had expected them to scorn her for some reason. Of course, cried Pony. It's only right to want to give your all for the people you love. You don't ever want to let them down. Helping your family is still helping others, said Izuku, adding in his own 2 cents as he placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. There's nothing wrong with wanting to give your parents a better life. Plus, you'd be doing that by rescuing and saving others. I'd say that is something all heroes should strive to do. Now Uraraka looked like she was about to cry tears of joy along with the other 2 girls as Izuku pulled away. Now, between me and Pony, I'm sure neither of us has any issues with having you train with us, said Izuku. But we're not the only people you have to convince. If the rest of the training class has a problem, then there's nothing we can do. But, if they do turn you away, then perhaps we can meet up later for some one-on-one training. Really? Asked Uraraka and Ishido at once, clear excitement in their eyes. Excitement that Izuku had to quell as he raised his hand. Now, don't go getting your hopes up, he said. There is a limit to what I can teach you in such a short amount of time, especially when compared to everyone else. So there's no real guarantee that what we teach you will help you advance to the 3rd round. All we can do is give you some guidance. Of course, said Uraraka nodding her head. Any help is better than nothing. You said it, girl, cheered Mina. 1A friends, cheered Pony. Let's go. Let's go tell everyone. With that, Pony began to almost literally drag the 2 1A girls towards the training area, leaving behind her silver briefcase in the process. Sighing and shaking his head at his girlfriend's excitement, Midoriya reached down to pick up both cases when a sound caused him to stop. It was his phone. And when he heard the voice on the other line, his eyes widened in surprise. "Ah, Izuku! So glad you picked up," came a deep voice from the other end. "Listen, I know this might be a last-minute request, but if you could, I'd like for us to meet up tomorrow night. I have already gotten permission from your parents and made reservations at this wonderful steakhouse near your school." Izuku could only blink as the man spoke. Mr. Blackhound, the man who his father worked for. The man who had helped give him his quirk. "Izuku, wake up. We're here." The gentle words of his mother, as well as the light shaking of his shoulder, roused the young boy from his sleep. A sleep which grew less.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.